Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
The truth is often so amazing. How can it be? The person who spoke was the elder of the first clan of the Onizuka family, that is, the third grandfather of Onizuka Heiji Onizuka Kane. He is also a strong man of the 8th rank, or a strong man in the middle of the 8th rank. Naturally, he knows what kind of state the 8th rank is. It is a level that spiritual power users need to work hard to reach. He really can't imagine the fact that the young man in front of him has reached the 8th level at the age of 200 years. Nothing is impossible, right? Kuchiki Clan looked at the strong Onizuka family and said with a smile, "What you can't do, why can't I do it?" System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 202, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, 8th level lower, spiritual power level 8%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen-mo, Shirkai, Bankai, 1 form, Great Yen-mo, Karmic Fire Space, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify. Yen-mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, Tampering Field, 1 type, Game of the Minority, Liberation Language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Shuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Plus, White Hits, Secret Plus, Shuanpa, Secret Plus, Keto, Spatial Ability, 100 Cooking. After glancing at his profile, Kuchiki Clan said again, "In the world, there are some people who are interested but not talented, you are such people, and some people are talented but not interested, such people are rare, and I, just happen to be interested and talented. So, it took me such a short time to reach the current level." It has to be said that Kuchiki Clan's B outfit can get full marks in this wave. To be honest, if there is no system behind his back to assist him, it is impossible for him to reach the current level. But then again, having system help is also one's own talent, isn't it? Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Kuchiki Clan's words. You. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Onizuka Kane twitched his eyes and said angrily. "Don't you, it's useless, old ghost." Kuchiki Clan didn't like Onizuka Jin's tricks, after all, he was an enemy, and Kuchiki Clan didn't have the habit of respecting the old and loving the young. By God. So. Onizuka Kin heard what Kuchiki Clan said, and started swearing, but before Onizuka Kin officially started to rant, Onizuka Heiji stretched out his hand to stop him. Seeing Onizuka Heiji's actions, Onizuka Jin immediately suppressed his anger and silenced. Although he was the most powerful existence in the Onizuka family at this time, Onizuka Heiji was the patriarch of the Onizuka family. Even he could not overstep. After stopping Onizuka Kin, Onizuka Heiji said with a gloomy face, "Even if your excellency's perseverance has reached the 8th level, this is not the confidence that you can speak nonsense at the gate of my Onizuka family. Besides, you didn't come here just to show your superiority in words, did you? Hey, Chief Onizuka is Chief Onizuka, and he can find the point of the problem at once." Kuchiki Clan said with a smile, "I really didn't come here to provoke you, I came here, in fact, there is only one thing to stop. You, or, kill you." What? B************* D brat. Damn guy. Simply boastful. Arrogance. Hearing Kuchiki Xian's arrogant words, everyone in the Onizuka family was blown away instantly. They couldn't swear at their level without opening their mouths, and they couldn't swear anything too ugly. It was either baga or kusu, kind of like that. Kuchiki Gento didn't respond. It's not that Kuchiki Xian looked down on him. How could a talent like Kuchiki Xian, who has received 9-year compulsory education in a modern society, be angry at being scolded by these dirty words? It's just a joke. Hey, you guys are so excited before I even started. Don't say I haven't started yet, you guys died one by one. Kuchiki Xian said with a smile. Seeing Hideo, Kuchiki Gen's smiling face, Heiji Onizuka, who didn't curse, said with a gloomy face, "You want to drag us here, so that we will lose our group of high-level fighters on the frontal battlefield, right?" Hearing Onizuka Heiji's words, everyone who was cursing and cursing also shut up, waiting for their next words. Sure enough, Kuchiki Gen was startled slightly after hearing Onizuka Heiji's words, and then said, "Didn't I say this? Are you asking again, is my Japanese not standard? Or have you old guys lived too long and your brains have become fossils? You." Such sarcastic words, even Onizuka Heiji, who has always remained calm, was furious when he heard it. Seeing that Heiji Onizuka was finally irritated by himself, Kuchiki Xian sneered, stood up, put his stick and knife on the ground with both hands, and said coldly, "I said, I am here this time to kill you, don't you? Isn't that clear enough?" After all, a huge black Ryatsu burst out from Kuchiki Gen's body, and instantly the entire Onizuka clan was shrouded in the oppression of this huge Ryatsu. The clamoring masters of the Onizuka family all shut their mouths under the huge surge of Ryatsu. How is it possible? Onizuka Kane, the most powerful among the 8, felt the terrifying Ryatsu released by Kuchiki Gen, and his face suddenly became ugly, because he found that the Ryatsu released by Kuchiki Gen had already caught up with him. The powerhouse in the middle of the 8th rank. You know, at Kuchiki Xian's age of 200 years, becoming an 8th-level powerhouse is already a fantasy. The median is even more impossible. But the fact is that the Ryatsu intensity exuded by Kuchiki Gen in front of him has indeed caught up with him, and he can't figure this out anyway. And Kuchiki Xuan looked at the people in front of him who were shocked by his own Ryatsu, with a cruel smile on his face again, and then said, "Everyone, are you ready? Next. I'm going to make a move. Are you ready? I'm going to do it." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Xian wanted to pull out his staff and sword, and before everyone in the Onizuka family could react, he opened Shirkai and released, "The flames of karma are burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify. Enma." The next moment, Kuchiki Gen's iconic black flame blazed from the blade, and at the same time, the long sword with a wooden handle turned into a pitch-black black sword. When Heian appeared, everyone in the Onizuka family realized that they pulled out their spiritual knives one by one, and opened Shirkai to release the spiritual knives while muttering. Seeing the slow movements of a strong man of the 7th or 8th rank, Kuchiki Xian shook his head, thinking that his choice was indeed correct. If Jing Lingting continues to be controlled by this kind of person, then it will only be a matter of time before it perishes. Not only is it that these so-called strong men do not have a high level of combat quality, it can almost be said that these guys may not have fought to the death in the true sense. There is no need for these aristocratic elders to go to birth and death for a disposal team composed of spiritually powerful civilians. It was too late to say, but in fact, such a thought just flashed through Kuchiki Xian's mind, because what he has to do now is the most important thing. Seeing everyone slowly releasing their spiritual knives, Kuchiki shook his head secretly, "Bankai, the Yen Mo karmic fire soul-swallowing domain." 15 minutes later. At the gate of the Onizuka clan, it is no longer visible that this was the gate of the Onizuka family, the largest family in the Soul Society. The original grand gate of the Onizuka family is nowhere to be seen, and even the tall main gate wall has disappeared, as if it had been wiped directly from the world. As for the high-level members of the Onizuka family who were at the gate, only Onizuka Kin and Onizuka Heiji were left at this time. At this time, the two of them were also in tatters and distressed, and they were also panting. On the other hand, the instigator of this incident, Kuchiki Gen, was standing opposite the two of them holding his black knife. Kuchiki Xian's situation was much better than that of the Onitsuka family, but his shirt was missing. After a few skin injuries, no other injuries could be seen, and even Kuchiki Xian couldn't even breathe. At this time, the wrinkled Onizuka Kane looked at Kuchiki Gen, eyes full of disbelief and fear. Half an hour, just 15 minutes, 8 of them were killed by Kuchiki Gen and 6 were left. Only he and the Onizuka family remained. The patriarch Heiji Onizuka. Onizuka Kane glanced at the black knife in Kuchiki Xian's hand with trembling eyes, and the expression of fear disappeared for a moment. He had personally experienced the horror of the black knife in Kuchiki Xian's hand. Why, your Bankai, shouldn't be like this, why? Heiji Onizuka hid behind Onizuka Kin in a panic. If it wasn't for Onizuka Kin to protect him with all his strength, he would have left the Onizuka house a long time ago, following in the footsteps of other strong men. Kuchiki Xian stroked his newly raised hair, grinned at Heiji Onizuka, and said, "What? It's hard to understand. Is it different from the information you collected? It's right to be different. For you, how could you understand my pursuit?" Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Onizuka Heiji's eyes continued to twitch. He is not stupid, so he could hear the sarcasm in Kuchiki Gen's words, but he had no way to refute it, because he really didn't understand why Kuchiki Gen killed them before. The Bankai of the 6 masters of the Onitsuka family will have such a big discrepancy with the information collected before. Yes. Bankai's advanced stage. At this moment, Onizuka Kane said quietly. Advanced level of Bankai. Heiji Onizuka was confused. This was the first time he heard this term. Onizuka Kane glanced at Kuchiki Gen with an ugly face, and then at Onizuka Heiji with a complicated look, and then said, "That's right, it's Bankai's advanced level. Heiji, you have always put your energy into managing the Onizuka family. The energy used in cultivation is much less than when you were young. If not, you should have entered the 8th level now, and the so-called advanced level of Bankai is to start from the root of Bankai's form and nature, raising its power to a higher level. It's normal that you don't know. Generally, only those who have reached the 8th level of spiritual power will initially realize the possibility of Bankai's advanced level. I am also close. It took hundreds of years to start researching." Speaking of this, Onizuka Kane glanced at Kuchiki Gen again with fear in his eyes, and then said, "But I can't figure it out, why this brat is so scary. Not only in 2 at the age of more than 100 years, I have reached the 8th level, I have also advanced Bankai. This, I don't understand, but I understand. You and I, our Onitsuka family, we can't afford to lose in justice. You need to know about Bankai's advancement. As long as this old man knows, he should be the first one to do it." Wrong. Hearing what the old guy Onitsuka Kin said, Kuchiki Gen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted Onitsuka Kin. "What's wrong with the old man?" At this time, Onizuka Kane's fear had been suppressed by him, thinking that he already knew that their general situation was over, and fear and so on no longer existed. "I'm not the first person to understand the advanced level of Bankai," Kuchiki Xian said flatly. "Oh. And?" Speaking of this, Onizuka Kane's face changed again, and his body trembled as he asked, "Yes. Yamamoto Shigekuni?" "That's right, it's him." Kuchiki Xian said bluntly, too lazy to circle around with the 2 dying men. "Impossible, why, how could it be?" Onizuka Kane couldn't accept it. He was originally a Yamamoto Shigekuni who had always put his energy on practice, spiritual power cultivation, and enlightenment. Zanpakuto's enlightenment. What? They are all secondary. Originally, he thought that he had fallen behind in practice, but he could recover a little bit in terms of enlightenment. But now, according to what Kuchiki Xian said, Yamamoto Shigekuni not only reached the 8th level of perfection in practice, suspected to be the 9th level, crushed him, and he was ahead of himself in enlightenment. Zanpakuto Shinwu. "Do you still remember what the old man's Bankai is?" Kuchiki Clan knew that Onizuka kin can be said to have come from the same era as Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he naturally knew what Chu Shan's Bankai was. Ryujin Jaka's Bankai is the Great 8-Chi Great Flame Snake, playing the meme of the old Bankai. Onizuka Kim said. He, it's long gone. Kuchiki Clan said flatly. Really? It seems that the old man has lost everything. Onizuka Kane said suddenly, then, can you tell the old man what is his current Bankai advanced stage? Probably the Sword of the Mighty Fire. Yeah, it really looks like his style. Onizuka Jin and Onizuka Heiji died, and Kuchiki Gen released Bankai again to kill him, because this was Onizuka Jin's dying request, so Kuchiki Gen fulfilled him. Kuchiki Clan's advanced Bankai, the second form, Big Enma, Karmic Fire Soul Swallowing Domain, is based on the original Bankai-dei Yama Karmic Fire Space, and the power of Yen Mo's Black Flame is further enhanced, and the original range is different. The large, karmic fire space, continued to expand and became an evolutionary version of a relatively large field. In fact, to be precise, this second form is just a pseudo-2 form, or it is an advanced type of Kuchiki Clan Bankai's first form, and it has not yet reached the stage of complete second form. Like the Bankai of the old man Yamamoto, the first stage is the Extreme 8-Chi Great Flame Snake, which is the Bankai realized from the changes in the form of flames. The second stage is to combine the form and essence of the flame to form the Sword of Great Fire. As for the third stage, anyone who has read the original work must already know it very clearly, that is, it is too strong to be exaggerated, so strong that it cannot be solved the residual fire Taidao. The third stage of the remnant fire sword is a kind of sublimation that puts aside all the form and nature of the flame, and only uses the point of the flame to carry out an all-round incomprehensible way. The temperature like the sun, which has transcended the essence of flames, is something that Yamamoto Shigekuni has comprehended for thousands of years. Thinking about it, Kuchiki Clan thinks that if his Zanpakuto is Ryujin Jaka, he may not be able to reach the stage of Yamamoto's heavy country future. Of course, when it comes to this, Kuchiki Clan is still a little bit uneasy. After all, the strength of the old man Yamamoto is only a flash in the pan. Captured Bankai. This is the part that made Kuchiki Clan the most angry among all the plots. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan just wanted to rewrite the future fate of the old man Yamamoto after doing so much at this time. Because, such a selfless old man who dedicated himself to the Soul Society should not have such an ending. Back to the topic, comparing the evolution history of Bankai with the old man Yamamoto, we can see that Bankai of Kuchiki Clan has not really entered the second stage, or just a pseudo-second stage. Because Kuchiki Clan's Bankai only expanded the original unit, and improved the burning and instant erosion capabilities of the original invisible black flame. The essential changes are not too big, so this second formula is not really meaningful. The second formula above. Of course, in addition to range and power, with Kuchiki Clan advancing to the 8th level, Bankai's stamina has also received a qualitative leap, at least longer than before. In the past, when using Bankai, Kuchiki Clan was able to accept it in a flash, but now at least he can comprehend and fight against people with Bankai for a long time. Not only that, Kuchiki Clan also discovered that when the enemy's strength is at the 8th level, there will be a qualitative leap in the ability to resist the erosion of black inflammation. In other words, when the quality of the enemy's spiritual power is higher, the black inflammation instantaneous destructive power will be reduced. Regarding this point, Kuchiki Clan is very open. After all, there is no perfect ability in the world, and the Shinigami world is bluntly a Ryatsu-based world. The stronger the Ryatsu is, the stronger the personal ability is, and the things that can be done there are more and more, nothing strange and incomprehensible. Of course, in addition to the appearance ability, Kuchiki Clan's Bankai has evolved, and there is another point that his Bankai's auxiliary function has also become much stronger. In the previous karma space, when the enemy was killed, the total amount of Ryatsu supplements obtained was very rare. It can only be said that it was in a stage where nothing was better than nothing, but now with the evolution of Bankai, the total amount of Ryatsu supplements has also been obtained. The corresponding improvement is many times larger than before. Of course, since the total amount of Ryatsu of Kuchiki Clan itself has increased by more than 10 times after entering the 8th level, it may grow to tens of times or even hundreds of times as the strength increases in the future. It's not enough to look at, and of course it can be considered a lot stronger. At least you don't have to be afraid that after killing the enemy, your body will be empty, and there will be no Ryatsu at all. Killed the 8 powerhouses including Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onizuka family. Among the 8 people, the weakest one has the strength of the 7th level median. With this lineup, after killing them with Bankai, Kuchiki Clan Ryatsu only recovered about half of the consumed amount, and the time Kuchiki Gen used Bankai was not too long. Kuchiki Clan actually didn't expect this battle to be so smooth. Even if he knew that after entering the 8th rank, his real combat power would definitely exceed the median of the 8th rank, but he really didn't expect that the overall strength of the Onizuka family is strong, but personal combat literacy is really poor. As mentioned before, these aristocratic gentlemen will never participate in the crusade against Tsu. The Onizuka owl that Kuchiki Gen met before can be said to be the one with the highest fighting literacy among these guys, so I say the number of their battles is really pitiful, and it can even be said to be terribly small, so these guys can be said to have all the strength in their body, and they don't know how to use it at all. Without experiencing the baptism of life and death, how can one use one's own abilities to perfection, and it's just a superficial combat power, which is nothing to worry about. Originally, Kuchiki Clan thought that to kill this group of high-level Onizuka family members, he might use his second Zanpakuto, jet lag, Bankai, which is the second stage. Yes, Kuchiki Gen has also developed another Zanpakuto to the level of the second stage Bankai, which is a real second stage Bankai, not a pseudo second stage like Yama. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 202, soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, 8th level inferior, spiritual power level 9%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen Mo, Shirkai, Bankai, Form 1, Great Yen Demon Karma Fire Space. Second form, Great Yama Karma Fire Swallowing Spirit Domain, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify. Yen Demon. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, Tampering Realm First form, Minority Game, Second form, Mortal Death Match, Liberation Language, 400, Infinity. Tamper. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Chuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Plus, White Hits, Secret Plus, Chuanpa, Secret Plus, Keto, Spatial Ability, 100 Cooking. In Kuchiki Clan's information, the system has already included his new Bankai, the new Bankai of Head Rope, which is based on the original Bankai's more exaggerated ability, called Mortal's Deathmatch. Mortal Deathmatch is Kuchiki Gen's second Zanpakuto, the second stage Bankai pronounced jet lag, always written Head Rope. The ability of this new Bankai is already very clear just by looking at the name. The Bankai type with jet lag before is a minority game. Pulling to the same level and fighting, this competition is the basic combat power of the sealed ones. However, Kuchiki Clan developed the second type of time difference, Mortal's Death Fight, which expands the original sealing ability on the basis of the first type, and develops the function that can only seal one ability of the enemy and ourselves to the point where it can directly seal both the enemy and ourselves. Fight like common people, so Bankai's name is Mortal Deathmatch. To explain, the first, second and third stages of Bankai here actually coexist, but you will be stronger and use the previous stage as well. Of course, except for auxiliary classes. Mortal's deathmatch is very powerful, but also has great disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage of this ability is that as long as it is within the Ryatsu range of the time difference, and the target ability is not dozens of times stronger than Kuchiki Clan, it will be affected by the Ryatsu time difference. Become a mortal. Some people will say, isn't this the most powerful place for mortal deathmatch? It is actually true to say that, but the strongest point of something is often its weakest point, because Kuchiki Clan in the Ryatsu range, he will also become a mortal. That is to say, at this time, Kuchiki Clan will lose any advantages of assisting Ryatsu that any system has brought him, leaving only his own white hits ability and experience, etc. If he encounters someone who is stronger than him in this aspect, then he is likely to overturn. Therefore, everything in the world is balanced, and the stronger the power, the greater its disadvantages or restrictions will be. It's like the old man Yamamoto's later Bankai, Remnant Fire Taidao. This is the most typical example, and Kuchiki Clan's jet lag and abilities are indeed heaven-defying, but on the basis of heaven-defying, he himself will also become a restricted existence. If there is a day when this restriction no longer exists, then Kuchiki Clan must think about whether there is something wrong. After all, for something that doesn't pay a price, in the world of Shinigami, apart from Hogyoku, Kuchiki Clan can't find a second one. Even though his abilities are all brought by the system, to exist in this sister Hui, he must abide by the rules of this world, and it is impossible for things that break the rules to exist. However, Kuchiki Xuan doesn't care too much about the disadvantages of jet lag, because he knows that as long as he practices step by step, sign in, and draw prizes, then his strength will definitely be at the forefront of everyone, oh yes, except for old man Yamamoto. As long as Kuchiki Clan himself maintains this momentum, then Kuchiki Clan believes that no matter who it is impossible to completely push him into a desperate situation. Of course, in any case, whether it is a disadvantage or a restriction, none of these can conceal the fact that jet-lagged Bankai is powerful. What about the jet-lagged Bankai? After Kuchiki Clan killed all the senior members of the Onizuka family, his personal information changed again. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 202, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, 8th level inferior, spiritual power level 9%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen Mo, Shirkai, Bankai, Form 1, Great Yen Demon Karmic Fire Space. Second form, Great Yen Demon Karmic Fire Swallowing Spirit Domain, Unfinished, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clear the troubled world. Purify Go. Yen Mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, Tampering Realm First form, Minority Game, Second form, Mortal Death Match, Liberation Language, 400, Infinity. Tamper. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Shuanpa Level Promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Plus, White Hits, Secret Plus, Shuanpa, Secret Plus, Keto, Spatial Ability, 100 Cooking. Of course, these changes are all small details, and there is not much difference, but Kuchiki Clan found that the system marked the word unfinished on the suffix of his Yen Mo's Bankai 2. Come to think of it, this has something to do with him not fully advancing Bankai himself. Kuchiki Clan doesn't care about this. Relatively speaking, Yen Mo's Bankai is better advanced than Jet Lag. This time, Jet Lag advanced to the second stage. It's also something that Kuchiki Clan didn't expect. Gathering his thoughts, Kuchiki Clan looked at the gate of the Onizuka house that had been destroyed, and put Yamamoto back into the scabbard. His purpose of coming here has been completed, and this transaction is faster and simpler than he expected. After a disdainful smile, Kuchiki Clan walked towards the direction he came from, and no one stopped him along the way, because the Onitsuka family lived near the Onitsuka family, and all the Onitsuka family members before Heiji Onizuka had already sent him out in advance, so at this time, no one came to intercept Kuchiki Clan, and Kuchiki Clan just left leisurely. On the other side, on the battlefield of the three great nobles and the three nobles, the situation is now overwhelming. The three nobles have been defeated by the coalition forces of the high noble camp because of the lack of high-level combat power of the Onitsuka family. On the biggest frontal battlefield, the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto takes the lead. No matter who it is, they can almost finish the job with one blow. No one can resist the old man Yamamoto's blow, not even True Eyes, hee. At this time, the old man Yamamoto was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, and there was no single enemy. This kind of battle even made the old man Yamamoto a little impatient. Such a situation made the old man Yamamoto very upset. If he had known that he would not agree to Kuchiki Clan's proposal, he thought it would be fine if Kuchiki Clan could stop one or two people, but he did not expect that the war has been going on for so long. Onizuka, none of the high-level members of the family arrived, but the high-level combat forces of the Araki family and the Yamada family arrived, but no one could stop the old man Yamamoto. Old man Yamamoto was cleaning up the people of the three nobles, and at the same time thought of the conversation with Kuchiki Clan before. Put the time back to half an hour before the start of the war. Before the general attack, Kuchiki Clan had already discussed with the Kuchiki family and the old man Yamamoto, but at the moment before the war, Kuchiki Clan still found Yamamoto Shigekuni. Old man, there is something I want to tell you. Kuchiki Clan was so straightforward. Oh. What's the matter? Yamamoto Shigekuni raised one eyelid and said. It's nothing, it's just that when the battle starts, I hope you, old man, can lead the team on the frontal battlefield. Kuchiki Clan said relaxedly. Why? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, because he knew that Kuchiki Clan would never do unnecessary things, and he must have his reasons for doing so, so Yamamoto asked. Well. Originally, Kuchiki Clan didn't want to say the reason, but when he heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, he could only scratch his head and replied, it's like this. Recently, my strength has improved again, right? Well, so I think, I should be able to go to Onitsuka's house to block the door, so at that time, I will basically not participate in the battle on the frontal battlefield. At that time, you will lead the attack, old man. I believe that there will be no one on the battlefield. It can stop you. Are you going to block the door of Onitsuka's house? Yamamoto Shigekuni opened his eyes in shock when he heard Kuchiki Clan's reason, because the movement was so violent that even the shaped scar on his head was distorted up. Are you crazy, kid? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked in surprise. How can? Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. He didn't say the reason before, in fact, he was afraid that the old man Yamamoto might misunderstand or even refuse to agree, but now he has said it and can only explain it. As for me, I just want to see where my current limit is. Don't worry, old man, I still have confidence in my own strength, and don't forget that I still have this. Kuchiki Clan pointed to the head rope with hair said. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at the confident Kuchiki Clan, then glanced at the headband on Kuchiki Clan's head, and finally said, since you have already made such a decision, then you go. As for the frontal battlefield, I am here. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Clan, who had prepared a lot of explanations, was startled suddenly, then a smile appeared on his face, and he said, oh, thank you so much, old man Yamamoto. Don't be too busy thanking me. Before Kuchiki Clan finished speaking, Yamamoto Shigekuni said again, you can go, but I have a request. Any request? Come back alive. Okay. Thinking of this, the old man Yamamoto's thoughts also came back. He really regretted letting Kuchiki Gen go to block the door of Onitsuka's house alone. Not as good as the Onitsuka family, these two families are almost the dogs of the Onizuka family. There are really too few people who have spiritual power that matches their own, and they are all a group of nobles who have no spiritual power and no combat experience. Humph. A group of moths who don't know what to say. This is Yamamoto's evaluation of these guys, which can be said to be very pertinent. In fact, the group of old ghosts who intercepted Kuchiki Clan before and designed Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shigekuni are the guys from the first area among the three nobles who have actually been on the battlefield, Hueco Mundo cleanup. But these guys with fighting ability withdrew from the stage early, and no one could do anything about it. Of course Yamamoto Shigekuni is aware of this matter. After all, he was also a person who frequently went to the battlefield. He has never been on the battlefield. If the positioning is set a little lower, they can personally participate in the battle against the enemy. At this time, the overall strength of the three nobles will definitely not be so small. You must know that the family history and heritage of the three major nobles are incomparable to the high-ranking nobles, but why is the overall strength of the Kuchiki family, Shihuin family, and Shiba family these high-ranking nobles only slightly better than the big nobles? In the final analysis, it is because these three families have always been at the forefront of the battle. Needless to say, the Shihuin family is usually the family that fights the most. They are mainly responsible for the investigation of Hueco Mundo and handling emergencies. The Kuchiki family, as the most powerful family among the nobles, has been the warrior of the nobles from the very beginning. The Kuchiki family can be seen almost only when there is a war. The same is true for the Shiba family. The duty of the Shiba family is to guard the periphery. Many members of the Shiba family are the main force to clean up the void. Therefore, the strong fighters trained to fight will not be less than the three nobles, even in terms of combat effectiveness. The people of the high-ranking nobles are even stronger than the people of the great nobles. The reason why the Yamamoto family, which is also a high-ranking nobleman, split is also because of this reason. Yamamoto Shigekuni believes that since the family is a nobleman of the Soul Society, it should be obligatory to fight for the Soul Society, but the other faction disagrees. From Yamamoto's point of view, this faction is the Yamamoto clan who eventually fell to the faction of the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family. For these people, although Yamamoto Shigekuni was disappointed before, he still cared about the identity of the same clan, but as the people of this faction completely turned to the Onitsuka family, Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer regarded them as his own clan. It's hard to say that there are no such guys involved in the trap against him, and Kuchiki General once again, a member of the great nobles, was slashed. At this time, the coalition forces of the high nobles are already in turmoil. Because the great nobles lack the support of the senior members of the Onitsuka family and the decision-makers, the frontal battlefield has already been crossed. Many members of the great nobles have already begun to attack. Surrendered and fled. Although in front of the station, according to Kuchiki Clan's meaning, the three major nobles who are like moths should be eradicated, but Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Guren still have different ideas. At the very least, those who surrender can be let go. As for the other stubborn escapees, they were naturally all killed. Soon, the dozens of blocks occupied by the three nobles have all been attributed to the high nobles. At this time, the three nobles no longer have any territory except the clan land. It can be said that the three nobles have survived in name only since then. I didn't expect that. At the end of the war, Shigekuni Yamamoto had given up his shot, because the three nobles had already been defeated, and there was no need for him to make a move. I didn't expect the war to end so easily. Yes, Yamamoto Shigekuni never expected that the war would end on this day after 50 years of seesaw, which is a bit too dreamy. It's really over that simple. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed slightly as he watched the figures rushing to clean up the members of the great nobles one by one. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni is still very clear that the victory at this time is only temporary, because apart from the Onitsuka family who does not know the situation, the Yamada family and the Araki family are not given for nothing. The general situation was defeated, but Yamamoto Shigekuni knew very well that the two families hadn't broken their muscles and bones. The real battle would depend on the offensive and defensive battles of the three major noble clans. At this time, the retreat of the three nobles was actually retreating to the land of a family, and the land of a family was the last trump card of the big brother nobles. Of course, this does not mean that the land has any messy cards, but as a clan land of a family, there will naturally be some backhands, such as various Kido to resist foreign enemies and the like. And the Onitsuka family is already finished at this time. Of course, the members of the Onitsuka family on the front line don't know that their family's patriarch and clan land have been destroyed. Yamamoto Shigekuni had some guesses about this, so he directly notified the troops of the high-ranking noble camp to concentrate on the clans of the Yamada family and the Araki family. As for the Onitsuka family, they only needed a little force to follow the defeated Onitsuka family. That's right, other combat forces should be placed where they are needed. Moreover, Yamamoto Shigekuni believes that Kuchiki Clan will definitely kill a lot of the high-level forces of the Onitsuka family. Of course, even if Yamamoto Shigekuni believes in Kuchiki Clan, he does not think that Kuchiki Clan can clean up all the high-level members of the Onitsuka family alone. Combat power. This is not a matter of trust or distrust. The key is that in the past 50 years, Kuchiki Gen's gate has not been opened and the second gate has not been stepped forward. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni has no idea how strong Kuchiki Gen's combat effectiveness is at this time. Soon with the retreat of the three nobles, the troops of the high-ranking nobles have retreated all the personnel of the three nobles to the gate of their own family land, and there is no place for the three nobles to survive in other areas. After Yamamoto Shigekuni got the news, he also received an inquiry from the head of the Kuchiki family, meaning whether to directly attack, and Yamamoto Shigekuni quickly returned his meaning to the past. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni basically had a vague guess in his heart. The Onizuka family should have been taken care of by Kuchiki General, of course, this is just a guess. When it came to the collision between Kuchiki Gen and Ryatsu, the powerful members of the Onitsuka family, that was all. Specifically, because at this time, the aristocratic area of the Soul Society was all on fire, and Ryatsu was floating around, so he couldn't feel it too specifically. After thinking about it for a while, Shigekuni Yamamoto passed back his consent to the storm. After receiving the news, Kuchiki Gyuren notified Shihuin's family and Shiba's family at the same time. The war of extermination of the three nobles has begun. Kuchiki Clan felt the Ryatsu everywhere in the huge aristocratic area at this time, and nodded slightly. With the deepening of his spatial ability, his perception of spatial fluctuations became stronger, and his perception of subtleties was also greatly improved. Promote. It seems that the final offensive should have begun. Kuchiki Clan guessed after sensing a large number of Ryatsu gathered in several places. Kuchiki Clan was walking slowly towards the opposite direction of the Onitsuka clan, while feeling the Ryatsu everywhere, and not long after, he found the first group of Onitsuka clan members who retreated from the battlefield. Because Kuchiki Clan killed all the high-level members of the Onitsuka family before, the Onizuka family is now in a leaderless state, so the Onizuka family is the first big noble to be defeated on the battlefield. Seeing the Onitsuka people gradually approaching in the distance, Kuchiki Clan slowly pulled out the enma in his hand again. He walked so slowly, in fact, he was waiting for the lost dogs of the Onitsuka family. Because Kuchiki Clan knew very well that without the command of the top leaders of the Onitsuka family, the coalition forces of the big noble camp would be defeated very quickly. After all, there is old man Yamamoto on the side of the high nobles. As long as the Onitsuka family loses, the other two will also be affected, and the time of defeat is not too different. The reason why Kuchiki Clan only met the remnants of the Onitsuka family who were defeated now is also because the Onitsuka family lost its top management. It is very difficult for the Onitsuka family to survive when they retreat. As time goes by, the people who escaped from the Onitsuka family found that there was a Kuchiki Gen blocking them on the only way between them and the clan, and the people of the Onitsuka family were left with nothing but despair. A day later. The battle between the three nobles and the three nobles is over. The war that lasted more than 50 years ended in one day. After such news spread, not to mention the three nobles themselves, even the other big and small families in the Soul Society were also shocked. Everyone is guessing why the great nobles lost so quickly. They don't even know that the end of the war is actually all because of one person. At this time, the greatest contributor to the victory in the war, our protagonist, Kuchiki Clan, was kneeling and sitting in the master bedroom of their branch house, looking at the owner of the Tuching branch house, Kuchiki City, who was lying on the couch at this time, with a serious expression on his face. Not very pretty. Don't do this, Xian. Didn't the old man expect this result a long time ago? At this time, Kuchiki City, who was so old that he could hardly see the original appearance, looked at Kuchiki Clan and said kindly. Yes, Kuchiki Clan heard Kuchiki City's words, opened his mouth slightly and spit out a word. Yeah, I knew it a long time ago. What's so sad? Kuchiki opened his mouth and said, yes, he is dying. As early as 50 years ago, the blood of the branch house in Tuching showed up, although it is not enough to let Kuchiki City go so fast, but after the decisive battle with the three nobles, Kuchiki City has also exerted its last residual heat. Xian, old, as a father, I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father these years, and now my father is leaving soon. The only regret is that I didn't treat you well before, you will not. Kuchiki's wrinkled face was now more wrinkled because of his smile, he was talking in a rambling manner, while Kuchiki Clan listened without saying a word. The next moment, Kuchiki's hoarse voice stopped abruptly. Suddenly, Kuchiki Clan raised his head and looked at Kuchiki, who was lying down. At this time, Kuchiki had closed his mouth, as if he had fallen asleep peacefully. Come on. Dad. Yes, Kuchiki Castle is dead, long after the family business he has been thinking about is completed. He deserved to die, and he died with regret. Yes, he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities. He has been working for the future of the Tuching branch house all his life. Now that the Tuching branch house has Kuchiki Clan, he has fulfilled his mission. But like he said himself, he is an unqualified father. No matter how incompetent Kuchiki Clan is, he is always Kuchiki Clan's father. Although Kuchiki Clan has never received any fatherly love, he is already satisfied with having a father. Kuchiki is incompetent, and he, Kuchiki Clan, is also incapable of being a son of man, so Kuchiki Clan never hated Kuchiki, but at the last moment of Kuchiki's life, he couldn't get over his own hurdle. Let's go, Stinky. Dad. Kuchiki Clan looked at Kuchiki City that had completely disappeared, and then slowly turned into pale blue spirits, floating around Kuchiki City, and said in a whisper. After the city of Kuchiki was completely turned into a spirit and returned to the Soul Society, Gen Kuchiki wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, stood up slowly, and walked out of the bedroom. When we came to the hall, at this time, only Kuchiki Gen and Kuchiki Dobii were left with the direct blood of the Kuchiki Dojo branch house. Kuchiki Gen looked at Kuchiki Dobii, and said slowly, the old man, is gone. That's right, brother is gone. Kuchiki Dobii slowly smiled on his wrinkled face, it's good that brother is gone, he has worked hard all his life, so he should take a rest. Soon, I'm going to accompany him too. From now on, the Tuching branch house will be handed over to you, Xian. Hearing Kuchiki Dobii's words, Kuchiki Clan frowned slightly, but in the end he didn't say a word, just watched Kuchiki Dobii tremblingly leaving the hall. This is, becoming the head of the family? Kuchiki Clan thought out of place. 7 days later, the new head of the Kuchiki Dojo branch house succeeded to the throne, and a grand funeral was held for the old head Kuchiki Castle and the elder Kuchiki Dobii. Yes, Kuchiki Tobii also went with Kuchiki Castle 3 days ago. In the end, both Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobii held funerals at the same time. The head of the Kuchiki family and the heads of each branch house came in person, not for anything else, just because the current head of the branch house in Tuching is Kuchiki Clan. Soon the solemn but simple funeral was over, and Kuchiki Clan invited all the family heads to the reception room. After the guests and hosts were seated, Kuchiki Patriarch Kuchiki Hongren, who was sitting next to the host seat, said to Kuchiki, "Congratulations." "Well, don't worry, Patriarch, I'm fine." Kuchiki Xian, who was dressed in white mourning clothes today, said with a normal expression. Kuchiki Xian sat on the main seat, and Kuchiki Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family and the head of the main family, sat on the left-hand side of Kuchiki Xian, and was also the main seat. Sitting below are the owner of the Sakura City branch house of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Hideki, the owner of the Tsukika branch house, Kuchiki Tsukichiro, the owner of the Kuno branch house, Kuchiki Noto, and the owner of the Shirasato branch house, Kuchiki Tio, Kuchiki Chonman's son, and other branch house heads, and of course some other heads of small families who have made good friends with the Kuchiki family. This time Kuchiki Gen didn't invite too many people to the funeral of Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobiai. Half of these people came here spontaneously. Kuchiki Gen's original intention was to do a simple ceremony. After all, in the Soul Society, the more powerful the person, when they die, all of them will turn into spirit sons and return to the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobiai are not dead in the traditional sense, they can be regarded as a situation where their own vitality is exhausted, so there are no corpses, and only the tombs are buried, so Kuchiki Gen means everything is kept simple. Also old, Kuchiki Hongren, who is about to run out of vitality in Kuchiki Xuanyan's eyes, said again, "This time, the owner of the branch house in Kuchiki City has made a great contribution to the war. A lot of vitality is the hero of my Kuchiki family." Hearing Kuchiki Guren's words, all the branch house owners of the Kuchiki family nodded in agreement, and Kuchiki Xian also nodded in agreement with Kuchiki Guren's words. Kuchiki Guren glanced at Kuchiki Gen, and said slowly again, "Take this opportunity to say something related to the war." "Excuse me," Kuchiki Guren glanced at Kuchiki Gen again, and found that he had no objection after thinking about it, he said it again. "To sum up, our Kuchiki family won this war, and our high-ranking nobles won." It's a very simple sentence, but after the official announcement of Kuchiki Red Lotus, everyone present except Kuchiki Xian was a little excited, but because of the occasion, everyone didn't show too much. Kuchiki Guren glanced at everyone's reaction, with a faint smile on his face, and then said, "This time, the war can be won, thanks to the help of His Excellency Yamamoto Shigekuni, and the owner of the Kuchiki Xian family who took the risk and stopped it with his own strength. And killed the 8 high-ranking members of the Onitsuka family, so here, as the patriarch of the Kuchiki family and the decision-maker of the high-level noble alliance, I pay the highest respect to the head of the Kuchiki Xian family." Saying that, Kuchiki Guren really stood up and bowed to Kuchiki Gen. Naturally, everyone here knew of Kuchiki Xian's feat afterwards, so when Kuchiki Guren stood up and bowed, everyone stood up and bowed to Kuchiki Xian at the same time. Kuchiki Xian didn't move, and accepted everyone's gift steadily. He fully deserved the gift from these people. After all, what he did was really crucial and extremely dangerous. "You don't need to be too polite, these are what I should do." Kuchiki Xian looked at the bowing crowd and said lightly. With the voice, everyone straightened up, and then they all sat back on their seats. Kuchiki Honglian took a sip of tea and said, "Next, I will talk about the changes in the situation after the victory of this war. First of all, we, the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, and Shiba family, after completely destroying the Onitsuka family, the Yamada family, and the Araki family, we will take the place of the great nobles." Then Patriarch Kuchiki Guren made an announcement about the future situation. The Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, and Shiba family naturally became the new nobles of the Soul Society, plus the Tsunyashiro family that still existed and played a decisive role in the war. The Yamamoto family who played the role, Yamamoto heavy country this tribe, and called the 5 great nobles. This is also decided by the high-ranking nobles, that is, the new nobles, after the war. After all, the role of Yamamoto Jukuni is very important. Without him, the war will be extremely difficult. The new pattern was completely settled on the 10th day after the end of the war, and a brand new noble family of the Soul Society had appeared, namely the Kuchiki family, the Shihuan family, the Shiba family, the Yamamoto family, and the Tsuneyashiro family. Become the 5 nobles. The momentum is even weaker than the previous 4 great nobles, but everyone knows that after the original 3 great nobles are removed, the power of the Soul Society is unprecedentedly empty. Let's talk about the 3 nobles who were completely wiped out. The combined numbers and strength of the 3 families are stronger than the high-ranking nobles plus the Yamamoto family. They were completely wiped out. One can imagine the Soul Society how much strength will be weakened. Secondly, it is the high-ranking aristocratic alliance that participated in the war this time, as well as the clansmen of the Yamamoto heavy country, and the supporter families of the Yamamoto heavy country. All the families also lost a lot of manpower in the war, like the Kuchiki city that died after the war as well as Kuchiki Tobii, there are not a few of them. All in all, the new nobles won, but their losses were not small. The high-level power of the Soul Society was greatly weakened, and the Soul Society at this time can be said to be unprecedentedly empty. Of course, the war is over, and the Kuchiki family and other families have become the new big nobles. Naturally, they will not continue to follow the old path of the Onitsuka family. They will naturally recuperate and wait for the replenishment of vital forces. In this way, 100 years passed in a hurry. 100 years later. 100 years is enough for many things to happen, among them the patriarch of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Guren, passed away, and then Kuchiki Aota became the patriarch. In addition, the owners of the various branch houses of the Kuchiki family have also changed. Of course, Kuchiki Shien still sits in his position as the owner. The head of the Shihuin family was also passed on by the original patriarch Shihuin Tera to his eldest son Shihuin Shini, and Kuchiki Shien knew that this Shihuin Shini had 2 brothers, the second brother was called Shihuin Longer and the third the younger brother is called Shihuin Husan, and the 2 also have a son, Long Air's son is Long Tailang, and Husan's son is Yuanya. And Kuchiki Shien is the same generation as Shihuin God, that is, they can meet as equals regardless of their status. Shihuin Shini has 2 sons, the eldest son is Shinichi, and the second son is Konger. They are just newborn babies. Kuchiki Shien didn't pay too much attention to them. When they grow up, it will take at least a few hundred years. Thousands of years later. The Shiba family is much simpler. The Shiba family has always belonged to a large family with a small number of people in the main line. The original patriarch of the Shiba family, Shiba Yuenlu, passed the position of patriarch to his son, Shiba Tonghu because of his age. Shiba Tonghu also has a son named Shiba Yenyuan. Shiba Tonghu is not young, and in terms of seniority, he is a generation older than Kuchiki Gen, which means that Kuchiki Gen and Shiba Yenyuan are of the same generation. Needless to say, the Yamamoto family is still in charge of the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni. I have to say that after 100 years, the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni has more and more dojos, and he has a new title, that is, Yuan Lu. After all, if a great master like Yamamoto Shigekuni hadn't been suppressed by the big aristocrats headed by the Onitsuka family, in fact, this honorary title would have existed long ago. After 100 years of baptism, Kuchiki Shien himself has undergone considerable changes. In 100 years, Kuchiki Shien has cultivated to 99% of the spiritual power originally derived from the lower 9% of the 8th level, but for the last 1%, Kuchiki Shien has spent a lot of effort and has not yet broken through the level, so stuck here for now. Others, most notably, Yenmo's Bankai Form 1 and Form 2 have disappeared, replaced by a fusion Bankai named, Great Enma Boundless Karma Hell. This is a brand new second stage Bankai that Kuchiki Shien has fully comprehended while cultivating spiritual power, that is to say, Kuchiki Shien has finally pushed Yenmo's Bankai to the second stage and is moving towards the third stage. It took 100 years for the spiritual power to reach the pre-advanced level, and Bankai was barely able to understand the second stage. Kuchiki Shien couldn't help but sigh, no wonder there are so few powerhouses above the 8th level in Jinglingting in the later generations, although the captains are talented. One waits one, but some things really take time. In the words of Kuchiki Shien, this 100 years has passed without pain or itching. The Soul Society has gone through 100 years of recuperation, and the vitality of the major families has gradually recovered. Of course, it is worth mentioning that after the original 4 high-ranking nobles became great nobles, the vacant positions of high-ranking nobles have already been filled by families. The added high-level nobles are the Jingle family, yes, that Jingle, the new Yamada family, not the original Yamada family of the great nobles, the new Muyuan family, that is, the Muyuan family that was killed by Kuchiki Clan, and the Urahara family, the one that Urahara. Among them, the Jingle family is a middle-level noble family that is close to Yamamoto Shigekuni. The new Yamada family is not the Yamada family of the previous great nobleman. This Yamada family has no relationship with the original Yamada family of the great nobleman. The new Muyuan family is the family that Kuchiki Clan exterminated before. After 150 years of growth, Muyuan Genta, who was originally a little boy, has grown into a handsome young man. Muyuan Genta is indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Muyuan family. At the age of more than 200 years, he has already caught up with the strength of his father Muyuan General. Although he has not yet realized Bankai, it will be a matter of time. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan will let him gather those who were let go by him in the original Muyuan family. With the support of Kuchiki Clan, the Muyuan family has returned to the position of high-ranking nobles. And with Muyuan Yuantai's own strength not bad, the Muyuan family didn't encounter too many troubles. In 100 years, although Kuchiki's mysterious strength has not changed too much, it is enough to change some things for the Soul Society. The time is much better. Anyway, Kuchiki Clan prefers the current Soul Society. In 100 years, the Soul Society has not changed many things. After all, a person with spiritual power has a lifespan of several hundred years. A mere 100 years is the same as the common people who have lived for 10 or 20 years. It doesn't change the status quo too much. Of course, Kuchiki Clan is not from the common, nor is he a spiritual power user of the common. He is a time traveler who has traveled through several times. Naturally, he knows that the Soul Society has been peaceful for 100 years, but it is just a transition, the tranquility before the big change. He was waiting for the moment when Yamamoto Shigekuni ascended the heights. It's just that he didn't wait for Shigekuni Yamamoto's call to establish Jinglingting, but he waited for Shigekuni Yamamoto's private visit. You know, he has been in this world for hundreds of years, and he has been with the old man Yamamoto for hundreds of years, but in these hundreds of years, whenever the two meet, it must be Kuchiki Clan who takes the initiative to find Yamamoto, and never once Yamamoto took the initiative to find Kuchiki. General Kuchiki Clan was quite shocked by the arrival of Yamamoto this time, because it was indeed the first time, but for hundreds of years, Kuchiki Clan can be regarded as a person who has seen the world, but he did not show his shock on his face. After Yamamoto Shigekuni invited him into his small yard, he waved the servants away, because Kuchiki knew that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't like to be served by servants. Old man, you took the initiative to come to me, but it's the first time, it really surprised me. After asking Yamamoto Shigekuni to sit down, Kuchiki Gen said straight to the point, because of the relationship between the two, there was no need to beat around the bush. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuchiki Gen, and then said, "Yes, it's the first time this old man has come to your place. When I came in, I passed by Kuchiki Clan's yard." Yamamoto Shigekuni had already looked at all the yards. It was a very quiet and suitable yard for cultivation. It is worth mentioning that Kuchiki Clan lives in his former yard now, which has become after becoming the patriarch, he did not change places. "Let's talk about it, old man, you can take the initiative to come to me, it is definitely very important." Kuchiki Clan poured a cup of tea for old man Yamamoto, and asked directly. "It's a very important thing." Yamamoto Shigekuni took the teacup, nodded and said, "It's like this, you are still young, are you sure, there are many things you haven't experienced?" Kuchiki nodded. After all, to Yamamoto Shigekuni, the people in Soul Society are all children. Soul Society is not just as simple as the common spiritual world. As the hub of the three realms, the Soul Society not only connects Hueco Mundo and the present world, but also has many mysterious places, the most special and dangerous of which is the Four Worlds. The Great Dangerous Land and the Three Great Jedi. Kuchiki Clan nodded again. He had heard of the Four Great Dangerous Lands and the Three Great Jedi, but he still didn't know the details. Hearing what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki Clan guessed, could it be one of these 7 places? Something went wrong. But then, Yamamoto Shigekuni's words made Kuchiki Clan roll his eyes, because it was not what he thought. Well, the 4 dangerous lands and the 3 great jeopardy are meaningless to you at present. This time, the old man came to you because after 200 years of recuperation, the virtual number of Hueco Mundo has increased again, and recently the old man also received information that the number of ghosts in the barren land, bordering Hueco Mundo and Soul Society has increased again, and ghosts invade the Soul Society and the real world from time to time. Yamamoto Shigekuni said this, lifting after squinting at Kuchiki Clan, he considered it before speaking again. Originally, the previous expeditions to Hueco Mundo were led by the old man, but this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a slightly solemn face, this time the old man can't go, because this old man is currently preparing for a very important matter. If successful, it will definitely benefit the Soul Society, and even benefit the 3 realms. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan was really surprised, because he knew very well that the most important things for Yamamoto Shigekuni were nothing more than 2 things. One was that he surpassed the limit of Shinigami, from the 8th level, advanced to the next stage, which is the 9th order, spiritualist, stage in legendary. And the second thing is whether Yamamoto Shigekuni established Jingridii, or at the same time converted his dojo into the Shenyang Spiritual Art Academy, which is an epoch-making feat for Soul Society. Kuchiki Clan thought about it carefully. At this time, the major event of Yamamoto's heavy country should be the establishment of Jinglingting and Jinyang Academy of Spiritual Art, because Kuchiki Clan knew that it didn't take long for the old man Yamamoto to reach the 8th level of consummation. He practiced with Shinigami in terms of difficulty. This level does not have 1,000 years, even the old man Yamamoto cannot break through. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan affirmed that the important thing that Yamamoto Shigekuni said was naturally the establishment of Jinglingting, and there was no other possibility at all. Guessing what the old man Yamamoto was going to do next, Kuchiki Clan was slightly excited, because he knew that once Jinglingting was established, he would definitely be a pivotal figure in it, although Kuchiki Clan was hundreds of years old, but for this kind of fantasy moment that I always dreamed of becoming the captain in the previous life, now I can experience it personally, how can I not be excited? And this is not the captain of common, this is the first batch of captains established by Jinglingting, this is an epoch-making identity. Soon, Kuchiki Clan suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, and asked, so, old man, what do you want me to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Clan again, and said lightly, I hope you can lead a team to attack Hueco Mundo through the barren land. No problem. Kuchiki Clan readily agreed. Oh. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's answer, Yamamoto Shigekuni did not expect him to agree to his request so readily, because Yamamoto Shigekuni knew very well that Kuchiki Clan was essentially the same as him, the guy who pursues the highest realm of strength, but the difference is that Kuchiki Clan never regards Soul Society as everything to him, so he didn't expect Kuchiki Clan to agree so happily. Is it strange? Kuchiki Clan saw Yamamoto Shigekuni's doubts and said, actually, the old man is not that complicated. I am also a member of the Soul Society, and besides, the crusade against Hueco Mundo, is also part of the experience kind of. The crusade against Hueco Mundo, can be regarded as a kind of experience. Kuchiki Clan's reason is very simple. In addition to what he said, there is another point, that is, if he does not go, then who can go? If old man Yamamoto goes, the establishment of Jinglingting will be delayed. Delaying the establishment of the Jingling Court by 1 day is equivalent to wasting a lot of time for the Soul Society. The sooner the Jingling Court is established, the perfect training mechanism will prevail in the Soul Society 1 day earlier, and the power of the Soul Society will naturally be greatly boosted. Ascension, which is what Kuchiki Hyun would most like to see happen. Old man, how did you deal with the Hueco Mundo issue before? Now that you have decided to go to Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Clan naturally wants to know how Yamamoto Shigekuni and the others have done it in the past. After all, hundreds of years after he was born now, it has always been due to the state of conquest among the nobles. No one is in charge of 060, and no one has time to deal with the Hueco Mundo issue. Naturally, he has no channels to know how to deal with Hueco Mundo. Yamamoto Shigekuni heard Kuchiki Clan's question and replied, in the past, the big nobles took the lead, and then each family sent some capable strong men, led by someone, and then gathered together to start from the barren land. Start to counterattack Hueco Mundo in order to clear up the problem of too many fakes in Hueco Mundo. Hearing what the old man Yamamoto said, Kuchiki Clan was also taken aback. Although he knew that there should be no expedition team unique to Jinglingting in the later generations at this time, he didn't expect this kind of thing to be so random, and then said, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. "It's really unbelievable," Kuchiki Clan said with a frown. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Clan meaningfully, and then asked, "Then what do you think?" Kuchiki Clan naturally knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni meant when he asked this question, but he didn't care about it, and he didn't plan to go into it, but just said what he thought he should do. "I think that a department, or team, should be set up to deal with the Hueco Mundo expedition." Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni was slightly moved, but quickly hid his own emotions, because Kuchiki Gen's words touched his heart, because at this time he had already started to build Seireitei. He also thinks that the current Soul Society is in chaos, without any system or rules. So when Kuchiki Clan suggested that a department should be established, Yamamoto Shigekuni was really moved because he had the same idea. Of course, what Kuchiki Clan raised was only a partial problem, and what Yamamoto Shigekuni thought of was Soul Society future problems. "What you said, I agree very much." Yamamoto Shigekuni expressed his approval and affirmation of Kuchiki Clan's idea. "Actually, I also want to make Soul Society a more orderly place, instead of continuing to be in chaos like it is now. The Central Management Office, the predecessor of Central 46, does nothing, and everything is decided by the great nobles. Such a Soul Society cannot go far." It has to be said that Yamamoto Shigekuni is the strongest Shinigami in several thousand years, not only because of his strength, but also because his vision is much ahead of others. Kuchiki Clan found that Yamamoto Shigekuni had revealed his thoughts slightly, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and then said, "Old man, you are right, the current Hohan realm is indeed not very ideal." "It's rare, you have the same idea as this old man." Yamamoto Shigekuni saw that Kuchiki Clan supported his idea, and the idea in his heart became more affirmative. "As for what you said, you should think carefully about it first, and what we have to deal with now is the issue of the so-called expedition team. Kuchiki Clan explained the problem before him. "Well, that's a good point." The old man Yamamoto nodded. "Then, what are you going to do?" "Let's gather the 5 nobles to discuss it." Yamamoto Shigekuni thought for a while and said, "Because after all, it is still the era when the great nobles are in power. Although there is a central management office, the central management office at this time is far less than the later Central 46 has a lot of authority, or in other words, the power of the so-called central management office has been emptied by the original master nobles over the years. That's the only way." Kuchiki Clan nodded. After all, they were also used to the era when the great nobles were in power, and such a major event as the formation of an expedition team must be carried out through the great nobles. Soon, Yamamoto Shigekuni invited all the patriarchs of the great aristocrats together in his own name. Of course, the Kuchiki family present was the patriarch Kuchiki Qingtian at this time, and the Yamamoto family was naturally Yamamoto Shigekuni himself, and other families also attended. They were all attended by the patriarch himself. Of course there was one more Kuchiki Clan. The meeting went smoothly. After all, the meeting was led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the head of the newly promoted Yamamoto family. With the Kuchiki family's full support for Kuchiki Xian, the meeting was quickly passed unanimously. So far, the so-called expeditionary team has been officially established. Kuchiki Xian is very happy that the expedition team can be successfully established at this time. After all, when the expedition team was established in the history of Seireitei, he doesn't know. What he can do now is to try to make the development of Seireitei as smooth as possible. The establishment of the expedition team is the first step. Through the discussion of the 5 major families, the expedition team is not just a force to crusade against Hueco Mundo, but also has the meaning of labor reform team. People in the Soul Society who have made mistakes, if the mistakes are not too serious, if you can't get to the point of execution, you can join the expedition team and fight for the Soul Society to reduce your own guilt. This is also a way to change your mind. Of course, the expedition team must also have its own full-time personnel. It is impossible for all expedition members to be made up of sinful bodies. Wouldn't it be a mess? The above 2 points were also proposed by Kuchiki Xian. This is not his own idea of 0.0. It is a suggestion made by referring to the model of the expedition team in the original book. In the past, it was true that someone made a mistake and was exiled to the expedition team, so combined with this situation, Kuchiki Xian directly installed this model in the rules of the expedition team. Soon led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the news that the 5 nobles passed and established an expedition spread in the Soul Society. The spread of this news made many ordinary psychics who had no chance to get ahead see their usefulness. After all, there is no Seireitei in the Soul Society at this time, and they have no way to serve the nobles, so Kuchiki Xian has always believed that the establishment of Seireitei can be said to be a pioneering work done by the Yamamoto kingdom. With the establishment of the expedition team, Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Gen did not expect that such a huge positive effect would be produced in Soul Society. Many commoner psychics are asking how to join the expedition team. To be honest, the people in the Soul Society are still very simple at this time. They think that they were born in the Soul Society, and they are different from the common soul. They naturally feel that they should serve. What does the Soul Society do? So many psychics spontaneously deal with the invasion of the Soul Society. Now that they have heard that the first external department of Soul Society has been established, they naturally want to realize their own value and contribute to Soul Society by joining this department. Seeing the wishes of these people, Kuchiki Xian and Yamamoto Shigekuni were very pleased, which intensified Yamamoto Shigekuni's idea of establishing Seireitei. Of course, this is also the reason why they spread the news that the expedition team wanted to recruit people. Without this, the number of people who want to join the expedition team would not be so exaggerated. The expedition team does need manpower. According to the keynote of the meeting of the 5 nobles, the expedition team has only set up one position at this time, and that is the captain. The 24 candidates who finally passed this position are naturally, Kuchiki Xian. Except for his captain, no other position has been established yet. Of course, Kuchiki Xian also has his own considerations, because the current expedition team is established, and it has not yet formed. Kuchiki Xian will decide to go on an expedition until it is formed. The positioning of other positions of the team. Because there are a lot of Soul Society civilians signing up, at this time the expedition team has not yet started to select personnel from the civilians, but first selects people from the nobles. After all, the nobles are the mainstream in the Soul Society, because the nobles are fundamentally stronger than the vast majority of ordinary people with spiritual power, so the number of nobles and strong people is very large. Of course, it does not mean that the common people will not be strong. However, in terms of proportion, there is a big difference. At the previous meeting for the formation of the expedition team, Kuchiki Xian also suggested that the number of the expedition team should not be too large at present. Although it has been a long time since the problem of Hueco Mundo has been dealt with, the 5 nobles are also planning to take the elite route this time. The powerhouse-based expedition takes care of the Hueco Mundo's imaginary excess testosterone with a quick cleanup. According to what Kuchiki Xian said, it is certain that the number of people should not be too many. It is best to limit it to less than 100 people. It can be divided into 10 teams. Common members, and then start the cleanup of Hueco Mundo in the form of small-scale combat. Such a proposal has been approved by the vast majority of people. After all, such a short and capable team can only be effective if it is managed and coordinated. But when everyone was considering the nobility to join the expedition team, Yamamoto Shigekuni received a major invention that has influenced the Soul Society for thousands of years, Zanpakuto. Yes, the young lord of the Namiya family, Namiya Oyu, created Zanpakuto. When he heard the news, Kuchiki Clan himself was also in the dark. He knew that Zanpakuto was about to appear, but he didn't expect it to appear at this juncture, so it means that Jinglingting is really about to be established. Of course, there are many people who know that Zanpakuto was born, but no one except Kuchiki Clan knows what it means, because they are not time travelers, and they didn't cross over thousands of years later, so naturally they don't know what Zanpakuto actually represents. Only Kuchiki Clan, an experienced person, knows that the Soul Society is about to change. Phew, I finally waited until today. Kuchiki Clan muttered in his heart. But he found that after Yamamoto Shigekuni received the news from Emiya Wangyue, he did not go to Emiya's house immediately. Kuchiki Clan, who discovered this situation, was in a bad mood. He really didn't expect that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't realize what kind of cause this kid from the Namiya family had. Kuchiki Gen was anxious, but Yamamoto Shigekuni still didn't respond, and when Kuchiki Gen couldn't hold it anymore, he said to Yamamoto Shigekuni, "Old man, don't you go to Namiya's house?" Yamamoto Shigekuni was also slightly surprised when he heard Kuchiki's question. After all, he is now concentrating on the selection of candidates for the expedition team. As for the knife, he has no time to deal with it. It's just a weapon. He doesn't understand why Kuchiki Clan cares so much about it. Kuchiki Clan seemed to see Yamamoto Shigekuni's doubts, and the whole person was even worse, but he still felt the need to remind the old man Yamamoto. After sorting out the language, Kuchiki Clan spoke. "Old man, don't you think that this so-called Zanpakuto is taken seriously by that kid from the Namiya family?" "Oh. How do you say it?" Kuchiki Gen said, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also noticed something was wrong. The Emiya Wangyue was indeed able to invent this knife and that knife before, but it has never been like this time before. Specially sent someone to tell myself, it can be seen that this time is really abnormal. As you put it, it's a little strange. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's suit, Kuchiki Clan felt happy, and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Yes, you also found out that although I didn't know this Emiya Wangyue very well before, I also heard about it from other people. It's not a perfect invention, and he definitely won't take it seriously, so I think 847 would be better for you to go there yourself." That makes sense. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded after listening to Kuchiki Gen's words. "Anyway, the selection of candidates here won't be decided in a short while, old man, you just go there, anyway, it won't delay the matter." Kuchiki Clan continued to encourage. "Well, that's fine, let's go and have a look, in case the thing this kid invented this time will be helpful for this expedition," Yamamoto said after looking at Kuchiki Clan. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Kuchiki Clan finally felt relieved. He really didn't expect that if he wasn't by his side, it seems that the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni should have put Zanpakuto's matter aside first, which would inevitably make him the promotion of Zanpakuto was delayed, which led to a different situation in history. Yamamoto Shigekuni can be regarded as vigorous and resolute. Since he said he was going, he naturally put down what he was doing and rushed to Emiya's house. Kuchiki Gen didn't follow Yamamoto Shigekuni to Namiya's house. After all, he knew what Zanpakuto was, and he didn't show the proper reaction when he followed him. It was easy to cause problems, so he simply stayed. Anyway, things are moving towards the direction he expected has developed, so there is no need to mix it up, just wait for the final result. Half a day after Yamamoto Shigekuni went to the Namiya family, a news that shocked the entire Soul Society spread throughout the Soul Society. The content of the news was that the Namiya family created the perfect beautiful knife carrier, Zanpakuto. The people who heard the news at first didn't know what this Zanpakuto was, but soon, a more detailed news spread throughout the Soul Society. Zanpakuto is a final knife that can be carved into the sealed state of the real knife. Zanpakuto can help people quickly condense their spiritual knives, so that spiritual power users can realize their own spiritual knives in less time, and they can also use Zanpakuto to fight before they have materialized their spiritual knives. Although it does not have the unique attributes of a spiritual knife, it can transmit and utilize spiritual power better than ordinary knives. When all the people with spiritual power heard the news, they were dumbfounded, they were shocked, because it is so difficult to realize the spiritual knife, but all people with spiritual power knew it very well from the beginning, so when they knowing that through this so-called sealed state, they can possess Zanpakuto, later described as Zanpakuto, more quickly, how could they not be shocked? You must know that the threshold for Soul Society to condense Zanpakuto is very high now, which is different from that in Jinglingting in the later generations, where any Shinigami with a little bit of talent can have Shirkai. Comparing the two, the threshold is much higher now than before, or even make a metaphor, to get Zanpakuto in the current way, at least 5 or 6 of the seats are possible. So, when the news that Zanpakuto could be obtained faster came out, the entire Soul Society was boiling. Not only that, even the Soul King Palace in another dimension was alarmed. As the instigator, Nimewu Wangyue did not have much emotional fluctuations at this time, because he already knew it when he designed Zanpakuto. When Zanpakuto came out, the name was established. He believed in himself, and similarly, he sat down at this time, so he had no troubles. Although Ermiawu Wangyue has no disturbances, Yamamoto Shigekuni understands that Ermiawu Wangyue is leaving. After all, such an invention, such a magical, slashing soul knife, will inevitably receive special attention from the royal family's spies, for example, the spy chief Ichibai Hyasub at this time. Of course, this news also passed back to Kuchiki Xian's ears. After Kuchiki Xian heard all the news, he began to fall into the meeting. He had seen the Zanpakuto information in the meeting. Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities, are modeled after Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami gain power by knowing the name of the Zanpakuto given to them, and by having a spiritual dialogue with it. This is Zanpakuto. Who is this? As I said, Kuchiki Xian forgot, but this is not important. The important point is that it is obvious that the spiritual knife that has been passed down for thousands of years will be completely replaced by Zanpakuto, so there is no such thing as spiritual knife in later generations. The state of Zanpakuto, the shape, size and ability of the sword vary according to each person's situation and personality. The original form of Zanpakuto is the same, and they are all the specifications of Japanese samurai swords. And each sword has its own name. During the battle, Shinigami can call the name of his own sword to release the sword and release more powerful power to fight. When Zanpakuto kills the void is purified and restored to wholeness. It is worth noting that each Zanpakuto has its own soul, mind, character. Don't think of it as a weapon. The person who created and forged all Zanpakuto is the sword god Nimewu Wangyue, who alone created the prototype, sealed state, of all Zanpakuto. In fact, Kuchiki Xian had misunderstood this before, but now after coming to Soul Society in person, he found that the so-called Zanpakuto was actually created by Ermiawu Wangyue. This sentence is a bit general and untrue. The real situation is that all, the sealed state, was indeed created by Ermiawu Wangyue, or in other words, all the simple carriers of Zanpakuto were created by Ermiawu Wangyue, and the soul of Zanpakuto, that is, its root, comes from the soul of everyone. It was decided, not Nimiya Oyu. The original book Zhong Er Mei Wu Wangyue once mentioned, more than 6,000 members of the Gotei 13th Division were temporarily loaned out during the college students, and officially awarded the nameless Zanpakuto when they joined the team. All dead Shindu and this let the sealed state sleep and eat together, and through accumulated training, write the essence of your soul into the sealed state to create your own Zanpakuto. The meaning of this sentence is that after he created many sealed states, after the establishment of Jing Lingting, these sealed states were distributed to all members of the Gotei 13th Division, and then each the swords of the team members are all in a sealed state, which is, without a name. When they can communicate with the sword, the name of Zanpakuto will appear, and then they will get the real Zanpakuto, which is the Shirkai of Zanpakuto. Of course, Namiya Wangyu also mentioned, the raw material of Zanpakuto is the same as made by Aizen Sosuke, which is made of the fusion of many Shinigami souls. This is easy to understand, because there is only one Zanpakuto made by Namiya Wangyu at this time, which is made with the spirit son of his own soul, that is to say, he only made his own Zanpakuto. More Zanpakuto, then part of the soul of the corresponding person is required to be servant. Finally, Kuchiki Clan also thought that Zanpakuto and sealed state need to be distinguished. The sealed state specifically refers to the unliberated Zanpakuto in later generations, and the specific form and materialization of Zanpakuto are determined by the holder itself rather than the sealed state. This point has already been mentioned above, so it is not specified again. In addition, there are Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation by the 5 major nobles and other nobles. At present, Kuchiki Clan has not found anything specific. He doesn't know what the Kuchiki family passed down. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki Clan is also hearsay, that is, Yamamoto Shigekuni's Zanpakuto Ryujin-jaka, which appeared many years ago and is suspected to be a member of the extremely powerful Zanpakuto inherited. After recalling some materials, Kuchiki Clan waited for the plot to continue to develop. Sure enough, the day after the news came out, Yamamoto Shigekuni ushered in someone who was almost at the same time as him. A very young bald Yamato Shang, Ichibai Hyasub. Ichibai Hyasub, known as the monk with his real name, is actually one of the oldest guys in the Soul Society, and he is the name of everything in the Soul Society. The title, I Monk, the name, I Monk, bestowed by King Ling was changed to real name Call Monk, I, and real name Call, are homonyms in Japanese, which was originally named for all things in Soul Society the key figure of the Zanpakuto of each Shinigami, so he knows the Zanpakuto real name of each Shinigami like the back of his hand. So far, Kuchiki Clan knows that Ermiawu Wangyue is going to Lingwang Palace. Yes, Ichibai Hyasub came to pick Ermiya Yawangyu to Lingwang Palace. After all, Ermiya Wangyue's achievements at this time can be said to be sword body. After all, he has created the perfect Zanpakuto. Even the omniscient Ichibai Hyasub is quite impressed by this. After all, he can't make such a thing. The follow-up of Ermiawu Wangyue has been determined. Lingwang Palace is his destination, and probably only when Jinglingting is established and the large-scale production of sealed state can we see him again. The head of the royal family's secret agents worked very quickly, and within half a day, he confirmed the function of Zanpakuto, and then took Ermiawu Wangyue away. After Wang Yu was taken away, Yamamoto Shigekuni also left Ermiya's house. Before that, he had obtained the sealed state that Wang Yu temporarily extracted from his soul, and his purple scabbard was simple and simple. The atmospheric Ryujin-jaka has been imprinted by him in Zanpakuto. You must know that when there is no Zanpakuto, after the spiritual knife appears, the owner's Ryatsu will be consumed every moment, which is not a very good experience, but some strong people regard this consumption as a kind of exercise, because such consumption is not just consumption, but the owner of the spiritual knife must always pay attention to the output of Ryatsu, otherwise, the existence of spiritual power or. However, Kuchiki Clan is an exception. The Zanpakuto he obtained from the system from the beginning of 100 is the real Zanpakuto, not the Soul Society's spiritual sword at that time. This point has been mentioned earlier, although Kuchiki Clan did not have a training will and Ryatsu's way, but Kuchiki Clan also saves a lot of mental energy to do other things. After Yamamoto left Namiya's house, he found Kuchiki Clan. After all, the appearance of Zanpakuto was really a subversive thing for Soul Society, so Yamamoto Shigekuni found Kuchiki Clan in time after Ermiawu Wangyue was taken away by Yamato. Yamamoto Shigekuni's most valued guy. What do you think about Zanpakuto? After arriving at Kuchiki Clan's small courtyard, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked straight to the point. You ask me what I think. How can I see it? Of course it is a good thing, otherwise what do you think? Kuchiki looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni with a half-smile and asked back. Humph, you little brat, your speech is always so vague. Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted when he heard Kuchiki Xian's answer. He knows Kuchiki Gen, but he doesn't know Kuchiki General. After so many years of getting along, Yamamoto Shigekuni has been observing Kuchiki Gen, because Yamamoto Shigekuni thinks Kuchiki Gen is very mysterious, so mysterious that there is a sense of disobedience. But Shigekuni Yamamoto couldn't tell where Kuchiki Gen's sense of disobedience was, but after getting in touch with him, Yamamoto Shiguni discovered that Gen Kuchiki's goal was actually the same as his, so although Yamamoto Shiguni had doubts in his heart, I have never doubted Kuchiki Gen's motives, but there is one thing that makes Yamamoto Shigekuni a little unhappy, that is, sometimes Kuchiki Gen is always clouded when he talks and does things, making people unclear what he wants to do. Just like now, Yamamoto originally asked Kuchiki Xian what he thought, but Kuchiki Xian didn't answer the question, so the old man Yamamoto was a little unhappy. You be asterisk 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 d, don't give me such a trick, you answer the questions honestly. Yamamoto Shikuni said angrily. Okay. Seeing that the old man Yamamoto was not happy at all, Kuchiki Xian didn't pretend to be a joke, and said directly, the appearance of Zanpakuto must be a good thing for Soul Society, and even for what you are going to do next, are of great help. I believe you should understand this, right? How does it sound? You seem to know what the old man is going to do. Yamamoto raised his eyelids and looked at Kuchiki Xian meaningfully and said. Well, more or less guesswork. Kuchiki Xian said with a slight smile. Humph, then tell me, what is this old man going to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni stared at Kuchiki Xian sharply, because he really wanted to know if what Kuchiki Xian said was true. Hey, old man, don't talk to me, although I don't know what you are going to do, but what I know is that what you are going to do is to subvert the original structure of the Soul Society. Kuchiki Xian, spread your hands and say, Setf. You. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes suddenly widened to look at him, and then the aura on his body began to rise involuntarily. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Seeing that Yamamoto Shigekuni lost his composure, Kuchiki Xian hurriedly comforted the old man Yamamoto and said, I definitely support what you are going to do, so don't get too excited. The reason why I agreed to deal with it, the Hueco Mundo thing, also because of this. Humph. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes slightly, and then put away his aura. He didn't expect that Kuchiki Xian could really guess what he was going to do. So, what do you mean? Asked Shigekuni Yamamoto. I've said it all, I must support you. The current Soul Society, I think it's time for a change, but... Kuchiki Xian said this, glanced at the old man Yamamoto, and then said, however, before you do this, you'd better discuss it with the old monk, otherwise things may be a little difficult to handle. What you said makes sense. Yamamoto was now completely sure that Kuchiki Xian really knew what he was going to do. Okay, don't try to tempt me here. Your business can only be done with the support of many parties, so you can go to your own business. As for Zanpakuto's business, it is absolutely beneficial. It's harmless, don't worry. Kuchiki Xian waved his hand and said. Then, what about the expedition? Yamamoto asked again. Expedition team. Of course we are waiting. Kuchiki Xian was startled, and then replied. Wait. Old man Yamamoto was also taken aback. Nonsense, wait for that boy Wang Yu to make more sealed states. Didn't he let Wang Yu make the number of sealed states used by the expedition team first? This will help to improve the strength of the expedition team. Yes, are you waiting? Kuchiki Xian rolled his eyes and said. Yeah, that's what you said, then just wait. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, he knew how to make the sealed state, so he also thought that what Kuchiki Xian said was feasible. After all, with the production speed of Meiwu Wangyue, the sealed state of more than 100 people can be produced in a few days. Then inform first, let the expedition team wait, after all, it's a good thing. The old man Yamamoto finally said. After talking about these two matters, Yamamoto Shigekuni left Kuchiki-gen's yard and went to work on his own affairs, leaving Kuchiki-gen to start thinking about the expedition team. For Kuchiki-shien, the expedition team is his most important thing now. Kuchiki-shien has already thought about the structure of the expedition, and it has been recognized by everyone, but at this time, the appearance of Zanpakuto interrupted the establishment of the expedition team. Now Ermiawa Wangyue has also been brought to the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, and began to mass-produce the sealed state of the first generation. This so-called sealed state of the first generation means that users must brand their own souls. In the sealed state, you can truly assimilate your spiritual knife into Zanpakuto, so the process will be a bit complicated. Ermiawa Wangyue also knows this. But now he has no ability to improve. However, he already has an idea, but it has not been implemented yet, and it coincides with the establishment of the expedition team, so Ermiawa Wangyue means that the expedition team should be armed first, so that it can achieve twice the result with half the effort, so at this time, he produced the sealed state of the first generation. Regarding the complexity of the first generation sealed state, Kuchiki-shien has no idea, because he knows that the sealed state will always be improved, and the speed will be very fast, because the sealed state equipped after the old man Yamamoto established Jinglingting is all it has become a new generation of sealed state, so Kuchiki-shien is not worried at all. His only headache now is the selection of the expedition team. So far, the original number of the Centurion has been selected. In addition to him as the general captain, the expedition team still needs 10 team leaders. At this point, Kuchiki-shien was quite troubled. After screening, 6 captains were selected from each family, but there were still 4 positions that were vacant. Apart from the recommended ones, Kuchiki-shien had a few candidates in his mind, but he didn't know whether the other party agreed or not. First of all, the first candidate he thought of was his little brother Motoda Muyuen, who he had saved, but now Motoda Muyuen it hasn't been long since the old members of the Muyuen family have been recruited and become a high-ranking nobleman again, but the other party may not be willing to follow him to a place like Hueco Mundo. Of course, Kuchiki-shien believes that the Soul Society at this time can be said to be relatively safe and peaceful, so this is the best time to go out to practice, with Muyuen Genta's qualifications. Entering Hueco Mundo to practice and experience, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for him, so Kuchiki-shien will think of Muyuen Genta at the first time. Speaking of Muyuen Yuantai, the current Muyuen Yuantai has changed a lot from the past. Not only is he much stronger in strength, but he is no longer a little boy in appearance, as if he already has the appearance of a young patriarch. The first candidate is naturally Motoda Mahara. Even if Motoda Mahara agrees, there are still 3 vacancies. This problem makes Kuchiki-shien a little confused about how to choose. Although there are a few candidates in mind, it is in the end. Regarding the matter, apart from Muyuan Yuantai, the chances of other people accompanying him are even slimmer. But the odds are small, and the chances are small. As the captain of the expedition team, these things still have to be done personally. After all, once the share of Zanpakuto comes down, the expedition team must start in time. After Kuchiki Clan made his decision, he went directly to the current location of the Muyuen family. Because of the problem of the Muyuen family's choice of camp, Kuchiki-shien demolished half of the former Muyuen family's clan land, and the rest was generally left to be abandoned. The current location of the Muyuen family is a land that was originally controlled by the top 3 nobles, which was originally selected by the mother of Muyuen Yuan, and then became the clan land of the current Muyuen family. When Kuchiki-shien arrived, he was respectfully invited to the patriarch's yard by the members of the Muyuen family. Kuchiki-shien also met Muyuen Genta, who had been the patriarch for a long time at this time. "Brother Shien, you are here." Motoda Mahara said with a sincere smile on his face when he saw Kuchiki-shien. "Well, I came to see you for something." Kuchiki-shien said with a smile. After all, Motoda Mahara lived with Kuchiki-shien for a long time, and Kuchiki-shien also taught him a lot, saying that the relationship between the two is as close as brothers. "Okay. Oh, Brother Xian, you go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, and you have something to do with me? Let me guess, is it about your expedition team? Muyuan Yuanta invited Kuchiki Xian to take a seat, and poured a cup of tea in person, and then waved back, the servant said. Your guess is quite accurate, it is indeed about my expedition team. After all, I am the captain of the expedition team. There are still a few important positions left, so I naturally have to pay attention. Kuchiki said with a smile. Ask for flowers. I guessed it right. Brother Xian, what is it? Muyuan said in surprise. Kuchiki Xian took a look at Muyuan Genta, and then under his perception, there was no one nearby before he said in a low voice, as for me, there are still 4 teams under my team who have not found a captain, I hope you can become one of them one. Ah. The captain of the team. Me. Is it suitable? Muyuan Yuantai's still a little green face was full of surprise, and then continued, besides, Brother Xian, you also know that our new Muyuan family is now being treated with a lot of waste. Xing, I have to decide everything. I really don't know how to answer you about this matter. Of course I know your situation at this time, but... Kuchiki Xian said, his face suddenly became very serious, and his voice was lowered again, there is one thing, if it is not my relationship with you. I will not tell you. You should hear me clearly. Seeing Kuchiki Xian's expression and state, Muyuan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became serious, because he knew that once Kuchiki Xian talked to him in this way, it meant that the matter was very serious. He also takes it seriously. Seeing that Motoda Mahara was ready, Kuchiki Xian said in a low voice, the world of the Soul Society is about to change, and the opportunity one give you now is your capital, a soul society that will let the Muyuan family gain a foothold in the future. Otherwise, with the size of your current Muyuan family, you may be squeezed out by other nobles at that time. What? The Soul Society is going to change again? Who will fight with whom? After hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Muyuan Motoda was shocked, because it wasn't long before the Soul Society stabilized. Here we go. You're thinking wrong. Kuchiki Xian quickly said, it's not what you think, it's not that there will be another war, but the structure of the Soul Society will change, and the nobles will no longer be the masters, do you understand? Now if you can become an important part of the expedition team before the change, then your capital will be quite strong in the future, do you understand what I mean? Hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Moto who is as smart as Muyuan naturally understood what Kuchiki Xian meant, and because he understood the meaning, he took a deep breath. Brother Xian, is what you said true? Muyuan Yuantai asked. Of course it is true. Kuchiki Xian said flatly. Then. I understand, count me in for the expedition team. Muyuan said solemnly. Kuchiki Xian has already said the words for this sake, if Makihara Motoda still doesn't understand, then he is a bit out of his mind, but he is not a person without brains, so he understands the meaning of Kuchiki Xian's words. Well, okay, that's it. I'll let you know before we leave. I believe you won't have to wait too long. Hearing Muyuan Motoda's answer, Kuchiki Xian nodded with a smile and said. Okay, Brother Xian, you will inform me of September 20th, when the time comes, and I will start arranging family affairs now. Muyuan Yuanta nodded and said. After getting the answer he wanted, Kuchiki Xian walked out of the gate of Muyuan's house holding his straight wooden sword. Although Muyuan Genta's quota is confirmed, there are still 3 vacancies for Kuchiki Xian. It's really not easy to handle. Because each family of the big nobles has already filled part of the vacancies, it is difficult to let the 5 big not the 4 big nobles come out. Among the big nobles, the Tsunyashiro family has always stayed out of various things. The duty is to ensure the safety of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, and of course other great nobles are also happy to do so. So now the 4 nobles who are in charge are the 4 nobles who are in charge, but the 4 nobles have already produced many people, and it is not realistic to force the 4 nobles to recruit people. After all, the war just ended 100 years ago, and now the big nobles are also recuperating, and they don't have much spare energy to force people to come out. What Kuchiki Xuan can do now is to search one by one. Only when he himself nods and agrees to join the expedition team can he fill a vacancy. While Kuchiki Xuan was worrying about the candidates, he was walking on the way home when he passed by Shiba's house unknowingly. Yes, as a high-ranking nobleman, the Muyuan family's current residence is within the rule of the Shiba family, so it's not unusual for Kuchiki Xuan to walk to the Shiba family's clan place unknowingly. Hey, isn't this the grandson of Kuchiki Genda? A rough voice interrupted Kuchiki Xuan's thinking. Kuchiki Xuan followed the prestige and saw a big man with beard holding his zanpakuto standing on the wall of the tall courtyard of Shiba's house, laughing and said. When Kuchiki Xuan saw this person, he was also slightly startled. He was annoyed for a while, and then smiled on his face, and then said, "Who am I?" So it is the future patriarch of the Shiba family, Bo Yuan. Shiba Yenyuan is the son of the current patriarch of the Shiba family, Shiba Tangtora. Although he is not a few hundred years older than Kuchiki Xuan, the Shiba family has fewer people and a higher seniority. Therefore, although Shiba Yenyuan is not the patriarch, he is older than Kuchiki Qingtian one generation higher, that is to say, he is really the grandpa of Kuchiki Xuan, so every time I see this guy, Kuchiki Xuan has a bad face. Hey, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Kuchiki Xuan's teasing, the 5 big and 3 thick Shiba Hiko ape was immediately unhappy, jumped down from the courtyard wall, came to Kuchiki Xuan's side and patted Kuchiki Xuan heavily shoulder, then put away his smiling face and said, "You be asterisk 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 D, how did you get here?" Kuchiki Xuan felt the weight of the slap on his shoulder, and secretly remembered this time in his heart, but he said, "Hey. Really, I have been thinking about things, but I have come here and I didn't find it." "What are you thinking about so preoccupied?" Shiba Hiko asked. "Of course it's my expedition team's problem," Kuchiki Xuan said helplessly. "Why aren't there enough candidates?" Shiba Hikoman is a relatively serious person in essence, and only occasionally loses focus when meeting Kuchiki Gen. That's right, there are still 3 squad leader positions short. Kuchiki Xuan said with a sigh. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Shiba Hiko ape also forgot to joke with Kuchiki Gen, rubbed his chin with his hands and began to think. A moment later Shiba Hiko ape's eyes lit up, and he slapped his hands and said, "Hey. I figured it out." "What did you think of?" Kuchiki Xuan was startled, looked at Shiba Hiko and asked. After all, he didn't think that the guy who is usually careless could think of any good ideas. "Look at this," Shiba said with a smile on his face. "How about letting my son and 2 grandsons go with you, so that your first and second vacancies will be filled?" "Your son and grandson?" Kuchiki Xuan was taken aback when he heard Shiba's proposal, and then said with a look of astonishment. "What's the matter?" Shiba Hiko ape heard Kuchiki Gen's rhetorical question, and said with a face of course. "Your son? Is that the boy named Iron Owl?" Kuchiki Xuan said with a strange face. "Yes, what's the matter?" "He has a son." Kuchiki Xuan asked again. "Of course. Otherwise, where would I have a grandson?" Shiba Yen still had a look of course. Seeing Shiba's appearance, Kuchiki shook his head speechlessly. The point of what he said was not at all okay. "I'm asking you, your son doesn't matter, what's the matter with your grandson joining the expedition?" Kuchiki Xuan said, rolling his eyes. Oh, you mean this?" Shiba finally realized it, scratched his head and said, "It's actually very simple, and I have my reasons for doing this." "Tell me the story." "It's like this, I also know that my father is only one of my sons, he is not in good health recently, it seems that it won't be long, so I will be the patriarch in a short time." Shiba Yenyuan said 5.8 with an uneasy face. The old patriarch of Tonghu, is he in such poor health?" Kuchiki Xuan met Shiba Tonghu at his father's funeral, but he didn't expect this Shiba clan head who had just succeeded to the throne for only 100 years it's about to die. Time is really not forgiving. "Yeah, who would have thought of that?" Shiba Yenuan said with a melancholy face, "Don't talk about this, continue to talk about my things. Isn't it estimated that I will be the patriarch soon? I also only have one son, Tai Xiao. I am not very worried, but you also know that Tai Xiao is not a good patriarch, so I want to see if his two sons are capable." Hearing Shiba's words, Kuchiki finally understood that he wanted to start with his grandson by co-authoring this. Shiba Yenuan wanted to see from his grandson if he could find a good seedling for a patriarch. After all, Kuchiki Xian knew very well that Shiba Iron Owl could be a Shinigami, but being a patriarch was really not a problem. To use an old saying in Daxia, Shiba Taishao is a martial idiot, with good strength and talent, but he is not that material at all as the patriarch. So Kuchiki Gen can understand the mood of Shiba Hiko Ape. "Then what happened to your two grandsons?" Kuchiki Xian asked. "Oh, didn't I let that boy Iron Owl get married before the war started? You also know that my Shiba family is small, what if there is no one left?" Speaking of this, Shiba Yenuan looked at Kuchiki Xian sincerely said, "This is thanks to you. If you hadn't ended the war early, maybe how many people in my Shiba family would have died." "Okay, don't mention that, let's talk about the main point." Kuchiki Xian naturally knew the significance of what he did, so he didn't need Shiba Inuan to remind him. I know. Shiba Yenuan nodded and said, "No, Tai Xiao has 24 sons after he got married, one is Qin Wei and the other is Hong Xiao. Both boys are very talented. I want to see who is more excellent, so I want to use the expedition team to see the situation of the two. Aren't you afraid that all three of them, father and son, will stay in Hueco Mundo?" Hearing what Shiba said, Kuchiki couldn't help rolling his eyes. I haven't thought about it, isn't there still you?" Shiba said with a smile. "Can I keep an eye on the three of them all the time?" "You guys are really..." Kuchiki Xian said, shaking his head speechlessly. Hey. Shiba Hiko Ape kept smirking at what Kuchiki Gen said. Kuchiki Xian ignored him, he was now pondering the feasibility of what Shiba Yenuan said. Shiba Iron Owl Kuchiki Xian somewhat understood, he was indeed a good fighter in combat, but when it comes to Shiba Qingye and Shiba Red Owl, this little guy is only 100 years old. Is it really appropriate to join the expedition team at such an age? "What's the situation with your two grandsons now?" Kuchiki Xian asked after a moment of deliberation. It's not bad, already has the strength of the 5th level and is about to reach the 6th level. Shiba Yenuan said. "Oh. That's really a bit of talent." Kuchiki Xian said in surprise. "Hey, I don't dare to bother you without any talent, do I?" Shiba said cheerfully, obviously he is quite satisfied with his two grandsons. "Let me think about it. Although the strength of the 5th level is not bad, it still feels a little bit worse to be a team leader. If there is really no suitable candidate in the end, it can only be like this." Kuchiki Xian shrugged and said. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Shiba Hikoman nodded and said, "It's okay, anyway, my purpose is to let them go to practice, you decide." "Oh, that's right." Shiba Yenuan had finished speaking, but suddenly he slapped his head and continued, "I remembered, you should go to Shihuan's to see. I remember that there seems to be a guy in Shihuan's family who messed with the old guy has a bit of a headache, he really doesn't know what to do, can't you get him into the expedition team?" "Is that the case?" Kuchiki Gen asked, looking at Shiba Hikoman. "I also heard what our old man said." Shiba shrugged and said uncertainly. "Okay, I'll go to Shihuan's house to have a look. As for your two grandsons, just wait for my notice." Kuchiki Xian waved his hand at Shiba Hikoman, and then walked away. Shiba Yenuan saw that Kuchiki Xian was leaving in the direction of Shihuan's house, knowing that Kuchiki Xian had listened to his words, so he nodded in satisfaction, and then walked towards the main entrance of his house. Kuchiki Xian naturally took Shiba Hikoman's words to heart, and he began to think about the current situation of Shihuan's home. The current patriarch of the Shihuan family is Shihuan Shini, a very young patriarch. Kuchiki Xian knows this patriarch relatively well, because this Shihoin Shini is considered to be his peer. Shihoin Shini has 3 sons, Shihoin Shini, Shihoin Longer and Shihoin Husan. Among the 3 brothers, Shini has the gentlest personality and good talent. He is the best candidate for the next patriarch, although he is still young. Small, but already has a certain leadership qualities. And his 2 younger brothers, Long Air and Husan, although their aptitude and talent are slightly stronger than Shini, they are not good candidates for patriarch. Especially Husan is a bit irritable and uninhibited, he often does things as he pleases, which makes Shini furious. In Kuchiki's mind, if there is any problem, it should be on Husan. After all, although Long Air also has a stubborn temper, when doing things, he is not as freewheeling as Husan. Relatively speaking, Long Air is much better than Husan, at least Long Air is sensible, but Husan is completely unreasonable, so as his father and Shihoin's patriarch, Shihoin Shini is also quite a headache. Kuchiki Clan is quite clear about these things. Another point is that among the 3 sons of the patriarch of the Shihoin family at this time, Husan's talent is the best, and he is the youngest, but as far as 493 is concerned, his strength is the most strong. He is stronger than Shini and Long Air, and because of this, Husan has a lawless character. In Soul Society, a place where the weak pay attention to blood and strength is the best capital, but in Kuchiki Clan, come on, such people will soon be unable to get along in the Soul Society, because soon, this Soul Society will change, and by that time, old man Yamamoto will not need unruly people. Soon, when Kuchiki was pondering about the problem, he came to the site of Shihoin's family. The site of Shihoin's family is not too far from Shiba's house. Yes, so it is normal for Shiba's house and Shihoin's house to be close. It's close, but it's actually a lot of blocks away, but Kuchiki Clan's thoughts were all on the problem before, so he didn't realize how many blocks he passed. It seems that if you don't look for Shini, you can't do it. Okay, just let me solve the problem for him. Kuchiki Clan looked at the gate of Shihoin's house not far away, smiled and said to himself. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Clan shook his head, and walked towards the guarded gate of Shihoin's house. Kuchiki Clan soon met the head of the Shihoin family. Shihoin Shini had a kind face, but he was a very serious middle-aged man in his heart. Sometimes Kuchiki Clan doesn't quite understand the growth rules of these guys in Soul Society, anyway, the growth speed is weird, which makes people puzzled. As for the speed of aging, Kuchiki Clan has not figured it out until now, but there is one thing Kuchiki Clan knows very well, that is, as long as the strength is stronger, the lifespan will be longer, but the speed of aging does not seem to be included in this list. Among them, Yamamoto Shigekuni is an example. Let's not talk about the time before Soul Society. Counting from the time when he established Seireitei, this old man is already Whitebeard. After 2,000 years in Seireitei, he will still look like an old Whitebeard. Which is hard to understand. Kuchiki Clan didn't know it before, but now he knows very well that old man Yamamoto is less than 4,000 years old, except for the 2,000 years that Seireitei was established, that is to say, old man Yamamoto also lived for 2,000 years before, but Yamamoto is heavy half the time this guy in the country is in the state of an old Whitebeard, and there is no one else. Therefore, it is very wise that Kuchiki Clan did not think about this issue any further. After all, it is reasonable to say that youth and middle age occupy the most time in a person's life, and old age should be the least, but Yamamoto Shigekuni the old man completely violated this rule, so Kuchiki Clan decisively gave up this research. Just like Shihoin Shini in front of him, although he is not very old, but he is already middle-aged, which makes Kuchiki Clan even more powerless to complain. Great genius of the Kuchiki family, this is your first visit since I became the patriarch. Shihoin said to Kuchiki Clan with a smile. Well, you know, I don't usually like to go out. Kuchiki Clan also said with a smile. That's true. Shihoin nodded in agreement with Kuchiki Clan's words, so, what's the matter with you when you come to the door this time? That's natural. Kuchiki Clan nodded, I won't come if I have nothing to do. In fact, my purpose of coming is very simple. Although there are two purposes, in the end it is actually one thing. Oh. Would you like to hear more about it? Shihoin asked in surprise. As for me, I heard from Hiko-san that you have a bit of a headache recently. Kuchiki Clan didn't answer directly, but asked Shihoin Shini. This Hiko monkey. Hearing Kuchiki Clan mention Shiba Hiko monkey, Shihoin Shini said speechlessly, "What did this guy tell you?" "He said that you have a headache recently because of your son's affairs, so I am here to solve the problem for you." Kuchiki said with a smile. How to solve it? For a moment Shihoin didn't quite understand what Kuchiki Clan was going to do. Seeing Shihoin's situation, Kuchiki Clan knew that this guy must have been completely troubled by Husan's affairs, so he didn't make a fuss and said directly, "As for me, you should know what I'm busy with recently, right?" God Shihoin nodded his head to show he understood, but he didn't speak, meaning to let Kuchiki Clan continue. "This visit is precisely because of this matter. Actually it's very simple, my expedition team is short of people, and the source of your troubles is your third son Husan, so I think he is more suitable to enter among the expedition team." Kuchiki Clan said bluntly. "Huh? Expeditionary team?" God Shihoin froze as soon as he heard Kuchiki Clan's words. After being slightly surprised, Shihoin Shini asked after a moment of pondering, Can this work? What's wrong? His strength should be enough. Although there is a big problem with his personality, do you think? I can't handle it. Kuchiki said with a mysterious smile. And, do you think character is very important in a place like Hueco Mundo? Kuchiki Clan continued to give his reasons without waiting for Shihoin to answer. In fact, Kuchiki Clan has carefully considered these things. It seems that Shihoin Husan, as the strongest of the three sons of Shihoin Shini, is fully capable of entering the expedition team and becoming a small captain. The prerequisite for joining the expedition team is that he himself agrees, or, forcing him to agree. Putting it this way, it seems quite reasonable. After Kuchiki Clan said this, Shihoin suddenly understood what was strange, and his whole eyes lit up. To be honest, he, Shihoin Shini, as the new patriarch of Shihoin, has been devastated by his son Husan these years, and he has nothing to do, but if there is a way. It's not going to get to the Shiba guy's ears either. Now Kuchiki Clan has given a solution, and in his opinion, this solution is quite reliable, because as a father, he hopes his son can get exercise. The team is a good opportunity, but because of his son's bad temper, Shihoin is still a little worried. After all, if the current expedition team wants to recruit people, it must be approved by the person himself, otherwise it is a violation of the agreement. But, Husan, can he join the expedition willingly? Shihoin asked his worries. Is this a problem? Kuchiki Clan was laughed at by Shihoin Shini, and of course he was also angry. He also convinced this guy, and let his son lower his IQ. Indeed, the current expedition team has passed the selection stage. At this stage, if you want to join the expedition team, you must personally say the resources to join the expedition team. This is the result of discussions between various forces and must be followed. That's why Shihoin Shini asked such a question. Good Zhao. But you have Zhang Liangji and I have a wall ladder. If you disagree, I will force you to agree. This kind of thing is very normal among the nobles. Now Shihoin God always asks Kuchiki Clan about this kind of question, it can be seen what happened to Shihoin Shini by his son. If he doesn't agree, you force him to agree. You can ask this kind of question, how did your old man choose you as the patriarch? Oh, forget, your old man is only your son. Kuchiki Clan said with a disgusted face. I'm really sorry. When Kuchiki Clan said this, Shihoin was embarrassed, but at the same time he was very upset. Of course, this displeasure is for his D son, after all the reasons are because of his D son, otherwise how could he be laughed at by Kuchiki Clan here? How to do it specifically? Although Shihoin Shini was upset, he still asked what went wrong. It's very simple, you just let him sign up, if you don't sign up, you lock him up, if you don't agree, keep him locked up until you agree. Kuchiki Clan can be said to open his mouth about this kind of thing. Then I heard that your expedition team is about to leave? Shihoin asked again. That's right, that's right. Kuchiki said naturally, it's because we're about to set off that we're going to do this. When the time comes, you can say that as long as we set off and he hasn't joined the expedition team, then he will be gone forever. Just shut him up. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Shihoin was also shocked by Kuchiki Clan's scheming method. He really didn't expect that, as a genius, older generation, who met Soul Society, Kuchiki Clan would be able to come up with such a vicious method, which simply cut off all the back roads of Shihoin Husan, the Ghost Island expedition. How long does it take for the team to go to Hueco Mundo? After all, the problem of Hueco Mundo has not been dealt with for hundreds of years. However, Shihoin Shini also had to admit that the method Kuchiki Clan said should be a good one. After all, as his best son, Shihoin Shini also had to admit that if it was him, he would not be able to be so cruel. Hands. Hey, how's it going? What's your decision? Kuchiki Clan looked at the hesitant Shihoin and asked urgently. The method is a good way. But, can you guarantee that Husan will improve after the expedition team's training? Shihoin asked nervously. After all, if it doesn't work, it's not a waste of work. What are you worried about? Even if it doesn't improve, can it be worse than it is now? Don't forget, who is the leader of the expedition team? Kuchiki Clan narrowed his eyes dangerously when he heard Shihoin Shini's words, then he said something like this. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Shihoin was stunned. He just thought that the captain of the expedition team was the one in front of him, and the one in front of him ended the Soul Society ahead of schedule with his own efforts. A fierce man of war between nobles. If that's the case, then it's settled. Shihoin was not an indecisive person, and immediately agreed to Kuchiki Clan's proposal. Well, it's fine if you agree, then please go and do this. Kuchiki Clan said with a smile, Sita, when he heard what Shihoin said. In this way, the candidates for the last 3 positions are actually all in place. The son of Shiba Yenyuan, Shiba Iron Owl, is a team leader, and then his 2 sons, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao, are divided into a team leader, and the last position is the troublesome task of Shihoin's family. Muyuan Yuantai, who had passed, just filled the 4 vacant positions of the expedition team captains. I'm going. Shihoin was taken aback when he heard Kuchiki Clan's words. Am I going? Kuchiki Gen rolled his eyes and said. Okay. I'll go right away. Shihoin Shini got up speechlessly and walked towards the backyard, because he had indeed imprisoned Shihoin Husan for the past few days. At this time, this guy I am backing up, thinking about it. About half an hour later, Shihoin returned to the reception room with an ugly expression on his face, and sat opposite Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan looked at Shihoin's face and asked, why, things are not going well. As soon as Shihoin heard Kuchiki Clan's question, he sighed and said, strictly speaking, it worked out. Hearing Shihoin's words, Kuchiki was stunned. You still have this virtue if you succeed? Success is success, but... Shihoin's face turned ugly when he said this, that be **************** D. Husan, made a condition. What conditions? Originally, I used the method you taught me to persecute him. That kid originally refused to agree, but after I took out the trump card that would lock him forever, he compromised, but he put forward a condition. He wants to challenge you. That kid guessed it, you are the one who taught me this method. After speaking, Shihoin Shini's face became even uglier. After all, being threatened by his son in such a way, it is impossible for anyone to be in the mood. Okay. Oh. He. After listening to Shihoin Shini's narration, Kuchiki laughed. The reason was naturally Shihoin Husan himself. He knew that Husan was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Challenge me? Interesting, if you want to challenge, then come. Kaki Shuxian smiled and said. Do you agree? Shihuin asked in surprise. Why do I disagree? Kuchiki asked rhetorically. Well. Okay, take me there. After dealing with Husan's matter, it's a big thing in my heart to let go. Kuchiki Xian waved his hand indifferently and said. As soon as Shihuin heard what Kuchiki Xian said, he shook his head helplessly and got up and led Kuchiki Xian towards the practice field behind Shihuin's house. Half an hour later. At the practice field in the backyard of Shihuin's house, a handsome young man with a face similar to Shihuin's, but even more arrogant and unrestrained, was half kneeling on the ground with a knife in tatters. Gasping. At the same time, not far from him, standing is Kuchiki Xian, who is holding Yamamoto with a sword in his hand, a way of holding a sword, and in the distance is Shihuin Shini, who is watching a play. The half-kneeling young man was naturally the third son of Shihuin Shini, Shihuin Husan, and his tragic situation at this time was also caused by his challenge to Kaki Shuxian. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Shihoin Husanban knelt while panting heavily, while cursing unwillingly. And Kuchiki Clan looked at Shihoin Husan with a smile on his face. He agreed to Shihoin Husan's challenge half an hour ago, and then came here with Shihoin Shini. It turned out that Shihoin Husan had been waiting here a long time ago. Apart from anything else, Husan, who had an arrogant and wicked face, slapped Kuchiki Clan on his face as soon as he came up. But who is Kuchiki Clan, who has experienced the baptism of various forms in modern society? How could he care about this talk? Although it is not bad, but facing Kuchiki Clan, he has no chance to jump at all. In this way, while playing and inspecting Shihoin Husan's Kuchiki Clan, he tortured Shihoin Husan for nearly 20 minutes. Are you convinced? After repelling Shihoin Husan again, Kuchiki Clan asked lightly, carrying his own black sword Enma. And Shihoin Husan's hands were trembling at this time, and he was about to lose the Zanpakuto in his hand. I'll ask you again, do you agree? If you don't answer, then I'll take a serious shot. Kuchiki Clan smiled, but even Shihoin, who was watching the battle, felt the chill. Shihoin Shini, the 7th level powerhouse, Shihoin Hu 3, the 6th level perfect powerhouse, it can be said that the strength of both of them is not weak, but under the strong pressure of Kuchiki Clan, the two feel like children. The reason why Shihoin Husan challenged Kuchiki Clan before was because he was the captain of the expedition team, and the other reason was that he was not qualified to participate in the original war, but for Kuchiki Clan, who was blown into the sky, he had a natural affinity. Not convinced, so there is such a challenge. Of course, because he knew that since his father Shihoin Shini said such words, it meant that it was impossible for him not to join the expedition team, so he followed suit and put forward such a condition. But what he didn't expect was that in the half-hour fight, he was abused from beginning to end, which can be called a disgrace to his life journey of hundreds of years, but he couldn't do anything about it, because no matter how upset he was, no matter how blindly confident he was, I can also see the gap between him and Kuchiki Clan. Convinced. Shihoin Husan replied tremblingly, holding the knife in his hand. Hearing Shihoin Husan's words, Kuchiki Clan smiled slightly, put the sword back into its sheath, and said, "Don't forget, when the expedition team gathers, I will notify you. Shini, I'm going first." The latter sentence was naturally said by Kuchiki Clan to Shihoin Shini, because the matter has been dealt with, and Shihoin Husan's matter has also been resolved, and there is no point for Kuchiki Clan to stay here any longer, so he simply left. Shihoin looked at Kuchiki Xuanyuan's figure, and then glanced at his own son, then shook his head and left the practice field. He knew that although Husan was persuading with his mouth, he still didn't know what he was thinking. But he is also very clear that Shermuxuan definitely has the means and ability to educate his third son, who is not worried. Only Shihoin Husan was left on the training ground at this time. After seeing both of them leave, he fell to his knees with a plop, and he had no extra spiritual body to support himself. Because most of his spiritual power was swallowed by Kuchiki Clan, although the battle has always been tepid, but Kuchiki Xian's Enma ability is too exaggerated, and he is often attacked. Husen won't suffer too much damage, but the spiritual power sucked away is real, so Shihoan Husen is now so weak that he can't even support his body. Really? What a horrible B********************************** D. Shihoan Husen said cursingly. Yes, he has already personally experienced the horror of Kuchiki Xian. He used to think that Kuchiki Xian, who was not much older than him, was blown as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, which was completely nonsense, but now he does not. You have to admit it, because the gap is too huge. Facts have proved that rumors may not be true, and Shihoan made the most direct proof with his own personal experience. Shihoan Husen originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to compete with Kuchiki Xian, but he didn't expect that he was being abused the whole time, and it was abused without any suspense, or Kuchiki Xian could be abused as much as he wanted. A blow to Shihoan Husen's self-confidence. However, as a maniac who does his own thing, Shihoan Husen's psychology is quite strong, so he decided that the expedition team must go, and only if he gets close enough to Kuchiki Xian can he have a chance to defeat him. Kuchiki Xian left Shihoan's family land. After dealing with Shihoan Husen's problem, the manpower problem of the expedition team was basically solved. The rest is to wait for Ermiawu Wangyue to make Zanpakuto alive. Of course, before that, Kuchiki Xian still needs to go to Shiba's house. After all, he has not informed Shiba Yenyuan about Shiba Iron Owl and Iron Owl's two sons, Qing Mei and Hong Xiao. After notifying Shiba Yenyuan, the only thing that really affects the departure of the expedition team is the popularization of Zanpakuto. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to truly popularize the Soul Society, and it is also possible for the expedition team to use it. Because of the urgency of the situation. Asking for flowers, 0. After Gongsun Yi arranged everything, someone from Lingwang Palace also sent news that the production of the first batch of Zanpakuto at Ermiawu Wangyue was nearing completion, and the expedition team could prepare for departure. After receiving this news, Kuchiki Clan immediately notified the chiefs of the clans and the relevant expedition team members, and all the members gathered once, the purpose of which was to let everyone get acquainted with each other's teammates. The team leader is also fully equipped. The 4 new additions, Motoda Mahara is the captain of the 7th team, Shiba Iron Owl is the captain of the 8th team, and Shiba Qinghe and Shiba Hongxiao are arranged by Kuchiki Xian to become the 9th team, the captain and deputy captain, and finally Shihoan Husen became the final captain of the first team. 0. The captains of the other 6 teams are actually members of the major families, but for these people, Kuchiki Xian knows the team leaders of the next 4 teams better. On the 3rd day after the assembly of all members, the first batch of Zanpakuto, who were rushed out of the 2 pieces of House Wangyue, were sent to Soul Society. Everyone is full of curiosity about Zanpakuto. As the first generation of imprint Zanpakuto, before using it, the user must inject his own soul fragments into Zanpakuto, so that he can bind his spiritual knife to Zanpakuto among them, that is, the complete imprint becomes Zanpakuto, so that Zanpakuto can always exist in the outside world without consuming the user's own Ryatsu. Soon, the entire expedition team had already equipped Zanpakuto. Originally, extracting soul fragments was a technical task. With the Soul Society technology at this time, no professionals could not do it, but Ermiawu Wangyue had already thought of it in view of this, while making Zanpakuto, a simple soul extraction device was also made. Anyway, it is not to preserve the soul fragments, just extract them and inject them directly into Zanpakuto, without too high technology. When the expedition team goes out and the 101 people from Kuchiki Xian, the captains of Qing Nu and Hong Xiao, have all branded Zanpakuto, it means that the expedition team is about to set off. The expedition set off. The expedition team consisted of 102 people, and after they were all equipped with Zanpakuto, they set out from Soul Society. To come to Hueco Mundo from Soul Society, there is only one way for Soul Society at this time, and that is to enter the outermost edge of Hueco Mundo through the barren land between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. The location of the barren land is next to the dead forest, one of the four major dangers of the Soul Society. The so-called four major dangers of the Soul Society are the maggot hole, the lair of maggots, the dead forest, the crypt space and the soul. There are four places in the abyss. Kuchiki Clan knew before that the so-called maggot hole should be the lair of maggots that imprison some prisoners in later generations, which is the place that Urahara Kisuke managed before becoming the captain of the 12th Division, and also the captain of the 12th Division after Urahara Kisuke Kuratsuchi, the place where Mayuri 077 was held. Except here, the other three places, the dead forest, the crypt space and the soul abyss, are dangerous places formed by extremely special natural environments. The specific Kuchiki Clan is not very clear, but the reason why they are called dangerous places is also it means that anyone with a weaker strength enters, basically there is no return, just like the dead forest next to the barren land. Only spiritual power users with spiritual power above level 6 can enter, but those who enter Hell level 6 basically have no return. The former Soul Society also organized the exploration of the four dangerous places. These are all conclusions after the exploration, but even after the exploration, there is still no relatively detailed information on the four dangerous places, because of the maggot holes and dead silence. Outside the forest, the dangers of the selected space and the soul abyss are even more strange and disorderly, that is, the uncertainty of the danger, so that the Soul Society dare not explore these places too much. Of course, the maggot holes and the danger of death in the four dangerous places are relatively small, but these are things to come. Now I want to talk about the barren land between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. As the name suggests, there is nothing in the barren land, just like a dead desert. Although it is not as desolate as Hueco Mundo, it is not far behind. The barren land is very vast. As the connection between the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, it is guarded by the Soul Society all the year round, and often goes to Hueco Mundo for expeditions through here. But this time, it is the first time for such a systematic and mobilizing crusade. For 100 years, no one is willing to allocate troops to deal with the problem of Hueco Mundo. It has been delayed until now. In the past few hundred years, the development of Hueco Mundo is also very rapid. The number of ghosts is increasing day by day. It is conceivable how huge the number of Hueco Mundo is at this time. Even Kuchiki Clan felt that such a lineup might not be enough. Although the previous crusade was only a few dozen teams, the situation was different. The collective coping patterns are certainly different. Under the leadership of Kuchiki Clan, a group of people wrapped in capes and hoods on their heads, marched quickly in the barren land like a desert. After marching for about 3 days, the group finally came to the junction of the barren land and Hueco Mundo. It is more like a thin layer of world separation than the junction. After everyone passed the world barrier, everyone in the expedition team also came within the range of Hueco Mundo. Kuchiki Clan looked at the desolate scenery of Hueco Mundo, which was even worse than the barren land. Hueco Mundo was more like the Gobi Desert than the barren land. Feeling the complex but rich spiritual energy of Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Clan took a deep breath. It is really a good place for experience. Brother Clan is right, this place is indeed richer than Soul Society's spiritual seeds. The one who spoke was naturally Kuchiki Clan's younger brother Motoda Mahara. Except for Motoda Mahara, no one would call Kuchiki Clan big brother. And hearing Muyuan Yuantai's words, Shihuan Husan, who was not far behind Muyuan Yuantai, curled his lips in disdain. He thought that Muyuan Yuantai was a sycophant. Although his strength was good, he was too flattering. Of course, it's because he doesn't understand Kuchiki Genta's help to Makihara Motoda, if he knows. He still thinks so, because that's who he is. In fact, along the way, Shihuan Husan showed his thorny nature early on. Of course, Shihuan Husan naturally targeted Kuchiki Clan before, but Kuchiki Clan ignored him for the sake of the overall situation, but as the younger brother of Kuchiki Clan's loyal supporter Makihara Motoda quit. The age difference between the two is not right, and the strength is also similar, so the two are completely matched. Of course, Kuchiki Clan doesn't care about it. It's a good thing to have competition. As long as Shihuan Husan doesn't do too much, then there will be no problem. The other captains, when they saw the conflict between Shihuan Husan and Muyuan Yuanta, they should have not seen it, because among the captains, Shihuan Husan and Muyuan Yuanta's strength is among the best, except Shiba's Iron Owl, no one is stronger than the two, and Tai Xiao kept his father's words in mind, and took his two sons, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao, to follow Kuchiki Xian. Wrong step, Shiba Iron Owl naturally obeyed his father's words. As for Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao, they are two handsome teenagers. Although their strength is not bad, they can only be regarded as the last among the captains of the 10 teams, so they don't have much right to speak. Naturally, their father, Tai Xiao, would not express his attitude indiscriminately. Okay, now we have entered the scope of Hueco Mundo. The spiritual power of people in our soul society is fundamentally different from that of Su. Soon a large number of Su will find us. From now on, everyone all must be prohibited by the spirit, or don't blame me for being rude. What Kuchiki Xian said is very accurate and important. As a captain, you really need to have an overall planning ability of 5.1 and an iron fist, otherwise the team will be very difficult to lead. Of course, before departure, everyone in the expedition team already knew who Kuchiki Xian was and what kind of abilities Kuchiki Xian, the captain of the expedition team, had. Kuchiki Xian's words are quite caring. Okay, now, all of you go forward. Remember, if there is a battle, don't fight alone, you must cooperate with each other, you have to treat the lives of your companions as your own, because you won't know which battle, which companion will save your life. Set off. After Kuchiki Xian gave the order, everyone wrapped their hoods again and headed towards the depths of Hueco Mundo. There is no difference between day and night in Hueco Mundo. Only after Aizen entered Hueco Mundo and established the Void Knight Palace in later generations, under the design of Aizen, there is a difference. Hueco Mundo is different from Soul Society, it is a barren land, full of sand, a barren and desolate scene. There are no plants here at Hueco Mundo, what looks like dead twigs are actually quartz. Critters do, and they also have masks and holes in their chests. Since Hueco Mundo has a higher density of spirit particles than Soul Society, those small things can survive as long as they absorb spirit particles in the atmosphere, instead of constantly devouring souls to fill the emptiness in their hearts like Su. Outside the Shuya Palace is a large white desert, where few creatures survive. What look like dead branches are actually the tops of trees in the Minos Grande forest. In Shuya Palace, there is another world created by Aizen, with the blue sky white cloud. Each espada has its own palace in the empty night palace. So the current Hueco Mundo has nothing, if you insist, the forest of Minos Grande is an obvious landmark. Where Jillian and Below live in the Hueco Mundo. The burial place of the rest of Shinigami Asido's companions who came with the expedition one time in the original book. It is called Forest of Death, by Nilu and his party. The forest of Minos Grande is where the Minos Grande lives, beneath the yellow sands of the Hueco Mundo, a world unreachable by the Soul Society's decisions. In the process of chasing and killing Su, he strayed into the Minos Grande forest. Later, Shinigami Asido, who had been stationed here, told Rukia Kuchiki that the Minos Grande forest was Su's lair. In the forest of Minos Grande, as long as the void here is reduced, the harm to the world will be reduced accordingly. The protagonist and his party entered the Minos Grande forest by mistake, and then left with the help of Asido. This is the information of the Minos Grande forest known to Kuchiki Xian. For the rest, it is up to Kuchiki Xian and the others to explore by themselves. After the expedition team came to Hueco Mundo, under the command of Kuchiki Xian, they first selected a basin with fairly good terrain and designated it as the camp for the expedition team. Although everyone is a powerful spiritual power user, but it is also impossible to fight without sleep in a place like Hueco Mundo, so the choice of camp is extremely important. After the camp was set up, Kuchiki Xian took a few team leaders out to explore the way, and the other team members stayed in the camp to set up tents and so on. Soon, under the leadership of Kuchiki Xian, the group found out the situation of Fang Yuan around the camp, and also grasped the location and situation of the Minos Grande forest. This also means that the crusade against Hueco Mundo has officially begun. The reason why Kuchiki Clan did not choose to continue to renew the contract in depth, but set up camp 100 miles away from the Minos Grande forest, is to avoid Minos Grande, the powerful superior in Hueco Mundo, not to mention Vastolord, even if it is an Ajuchas, for everyone in the Soul Society during this time period, it is also an extremely powerful existence. You must know that the weakest Ajuchas also has the strength above the 6th level of perfection, not to mention the powerful Ajuchas like Espada in the original book. To be on the safe side, Kuchiki Clan did not let people go too deep into Hueco Mundo. At the same time, he also thought that the mission of the expedition team was to reduce the number of Hueco Mundo. There is no hard requirement for the quality, so Kuchiki Clan did so. It is completely reasonable, yes, after all, the expedition team is not the most elite unit of the Soul Society, so it is good to be able to reduce the number of common voids. It would be even better if some Minos Grande like Jillian could be eliminated. Therefore, based on this principle, the policy formulated by Kuchiki Clan is already very friendly to the members of the expedition team. With the formulation of the Crusade plan, Kuchiki Clan also ushered in the long-lost rewards. Kuchiki Clan has not seen systematic rewards for more than 100 years. The reward this time is also a random reward, and the name of the reward is also very strange, because Kuchiki Clan participated in the establishment of the expedition team and the reward given for the first crusade against Hueco Mundo. The reward is quite practical. It is a constitution-type ability called Super Healing Body, randomly obtained. It is a very simple type of skill. Rapid healing of injuries, so to speak, is a very simple but very practical and powerful ability. Of course, the specific healing speed is not clear to Kuchiki Clan now, and only when he is injured in the future can he clearly understand it. The camp was also settled, and the rewards were received, and the crusade against Hueco Mundo's ghosts was approaching. However, Kuchiki Clan didn't expect that it would take so long from the beginning, drag. 100 years later. Time flies, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The century of Hueco Mundo and the century of Soul Society are not the same concept. Hueco Mundo is too desolate. The members of the expedition team who came to Hueco Mundo have no other choice but to fight Su. Unlike at Soul Society, there are other things to do. 100 years have passed, and the situation of the expedition team has changed a lot. Even Kuchiki Clan himself has become a lot more mature than the original boy. Of course, it's not just Kuchiki Clan's appearance that has changed, Qiande's, his information has also changed more or less. After 100 years, Kuchiki Clan finally broke through from the lower level of the 8th level to the middle level of the 8th level, but from the middle level of the 8th level, the progress of spiritual power is even slower. You know, this is Hueco Mundo, which is the ratio of the concentration of spiritual particles. The higher place of the Soul Society, here, is assisted by various abilities. Kuchiki has only broken through the lower rank of the 8th rank and reached 15% of the middle rank of the 8th rank. It is conceivable that the 8th rank how slow is the speed of cultivation afterwards. Now Kuchiki Clan finally understands why it took the old man Yamamoto thousands of years to go from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Even if he is a cheater like himself, it took hundreds of years for a lower rank from the 8th rank to reach the middle rank. Years, not to mention the down-to-earth old man Yamamoto. 100 years is not long or short, especially in a place like Hueco Mundo, without any adjustments or other things to do, the time is easily stretched infinitely. Over the past 100 years, the expedition team's achievements can be described as very brilliant. Numerous Sus, large and small, have been killed by members of the expedition team. This kind of battle has also made everyone understand that Su is also an elusive thing. Just like their Zanpakuto, they don't know what kind of abilities the other party will have. However, this kind of experience is the experience summed up by the members of the expedition team with their own blood. In 100 years, the number of members of the expedition team has shrunk by more than half. At this time, the number of members of the expedition team is more than half that of the 102 people when they first arrived in Hueco Mundo. At this time, the expedition team has grown from the original 10 teams were reduced to 4 teams, and the 4 teams were not fully staffed. Counting Kuchiki Clan himself, the expedition team at this time only had 38 people left. The degree of staff reduction can be imagined. In the past 100 years, it's not that Kuchiki Clan never thought about asking for help from the Soul Society, but when he thought about what old man Yamamoto was going to do, he let go of this idea. Of course, in the past 100 years, Kuchiki Clan is not the only one who has become stronger. The surviving members of the expedition team can well-deservedly say, lousy are all elites. Yes, the survivors are the elite. The current 253 expeditionary team has only 4 teams. This is the team replanned by Kuchiki Clan after the serious downsizing. The captain of the small team is Shiba Iron Owl. After 100 years of fierce fighting, Shiba Iron Owl, his current strength, has already surpassed the Iron Owl's father Yan Yuan that Kuchiki Clan met 100 years ago. This tough guy who didn't talk much, brought his 2 sons to Hueco Mundo, and his strength at this time is already in the middle of the 7th rank. It can be said that he is the strongest in the expedition team, except for Kuchiki Clan. Immediately afterwards, the captain of the 2nd team was Shihuan Husan, the thorn in the head. Originally, when he first came to Hueco Mundo, this guy was still dissatisfied with this and that, but with the coming of the battle, especially when his own life was involved when the battle came, Shihuan Husan's lawless and do-it-yourself character has been smoothed out a lot, especially after being rescued 3 times by Kuchiki Clan, once by Shiba Iron Owl and once by Muyuan Motoda in the battle. He became less talkative, more diligent, and stronger. At this time, Shihuan Husan is indeed the guy with the best aptitude and talent among the 3 of their brothers. After 100 years of fighting, Shihuan Husan's talent has been fulfilled. At this time, he is also in the middle of the 7th rank, the strong man, although his physical strength is not as good as Tai Xiao, who has already entered the 7th level middle position, but among the 4 captains, his strength can be regarded as the 2nd. The next captain of the 3rd team is naturally Kuchiki Clan's younger brother Muyuan Yuanta. Because Muyuan Yuanta is younger than Shihuan Husan, the blood of the family is not as good as Shihuan's family, but Muyuan Yuanta's talent is really not weak. Although he didn't reach the middle level of the 7th level, he surpassed his father back then and reached the level of the lower level of the 7th level. At the same time, he also mastered his own Bankai, which is also a rare master. The last 4 teams are naturally taken care of by many parties. The 2 brothers of the Shiba family are already quite mature, Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao. The 2 brothers were quite uncomfortable when they came to Hueco Mundo, but to be honest, the battlefield is really the best place to train people. Although the 2 brothers were taken care of a lot in the previous battles, but after with the intensification of the battle and the downsizing of the expedition team, the 2 brothers began to grow rapidly. Up to this time, the 2 had already reached the level of perfection of the 6th level, and they could break through to the 7th level anytime, anywhere. As for the members of the remaining 4 teams, some were former team leaders, and some were only members of the common. There have been earth-shaking changes. If the Jingling Court has been established at this time, when these people return to the Jingling Court, they are all the 5th and above seats, and most of them have the ability to become vice-captains. At this time, Sib, Kuchiki Clan, sitting in the camp, looking at the unchanging sky of Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Clan waited for Shihuan Husan's report. Today is the 100th anniversary of coming to Hueco Mundo. Before that, Kuchiki Clan asked the team to gather up, because this batch of supplies has run out again. Kuchiki Clan sent the 4th team of the Shiba brothers back to the Soul Society to obtain the material map. When I came here 100 years ago, more than 100 people used up the materials they brought with them for more than 10 years. After that, every 10 years Kuchiki Clan would send people back to deliver the materials, because people with spiritual power also need to eat, otherwise will starve to death, so supplies are essential things. Every time Kuchiki Clan sends people back, it is actually a means to contact the Soul Society. Although there are means to contact the Soul Society directly, it is not a routine method after all, and the cost of contacting once is not small, so it is not a last resort. Kuchiki Gen won't use that way. Kuchiki Xian is very concerned with the Soul Society's dynamics. After all, he has been waiting for Yamamoto Shigekuni. Oh no, he has already handed over to Yamamoto Genryosai. This news is the information brought back by the Soul Society team last time. After getting this information, Kuchiki Xian knew that the old man Yamamoto was about to establish the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, and after the appearance of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, the Jinglingting was established. Kuchiki Xian has been waiting, so this time he pays special attention to the returning team. Just when Kuchiki Xian was thinking about something, footsteps sounded not far away. Kuchiki Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked towards the direction of the footsteps. It turned out that the person who came was Shihoin Husan. At this time, Shihoin Husan was much more mature than 100 years ago, and the madness on his face was also reduced a lot, replaced by maturity and perseverance. Seeing that it was Shihoin Husan who came, Kuchiki Xian also showed a smile on his mature face, watching Shihoin Husan come over. Captain. After coming to Kuchiki Xian, Shihoin Husan bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. You know, this kind of situation was completely impossible 100 years ago, so Kuchiki Xian has always believed that if you want to change a person, you must fundamentally make him question himself, otherwise, it is very difficult for this person to have big change. Shihoin Husan at this time is the best example. The current him is completely different from the previous him. This is seen by all members of the expedition team. Let's say, if there were people who questioned Kuchiki Xian's appointment of Shihoin Husan as the squad leader, now everyone agrees with Shihoin Husan. Husan, Qing Nu, and their team haven't come back yet? Kuchiki Xian asked. Well, not yet, I've been paying attention to that side. Shihoin Husan replied seriously. Okay, keep paying attention. Where is Iron Owl? Kuchiki Xian nodded and continued to ask. Brother Iron Owl has been paying attention to the movement of the Minos Grande in the Minos Grande forest. Since this morning, there is a timer to distinguish the morning and evening. The movement of the Minos Grande forest is a bit unusual, so the Iron Owl brother, he took someone to watch. Shihoin Husanyi frowned slightly when he mentioned the Minos Grande forest, because for him, every time his life was in danger in the past 100 years came from the Minos Grande forest, therefore, his impression of the forest of Minos Grande is very bad. Also, it is worth mentioning that although Husan and Tai-O are 2 generations behind, under the strong request of Shiba Tai-O, they became friends with each other. Of course, Kuchiki Xian has no control over this, and they are not the same family, there is no need to be so clear. As for the Minos Grande forest, there is also something worth mentioning. The current Hueco Mundo has not been given by Aizen Sosuke, so the Minos Grande forest is still free, not a dog that obeys orders, so the Minos Grande forest is chaotic, causing a lot of trouble to Kuchiki Xian's expedition team. Moreover, although the Minos Grandes of the Minos Grande forest do not have a master, some powerful Vasto lords can control some of the Jillians and commons of the Minos Grande forest. This is true, because Kuchiki Xian had met such a Vasto lord before. This Vasto lord is already very close to the appearance of a human being. It is about 1.75 meters tall, with slender limbs, a human face, and a mask about the size of a leaf on its head. If it weren't for his empty heart, it can be seen at a glance, otherwise Kuchiki Xuandu may not be able to discover the identity of the other party at a glance. This Vasto lord is very powerful, but not very aggressive. He was discovered by Kuchiki Xian when he went deep into Hueco Mundo 50 years ago. At the beginning, Kuchiki Xian did not dare to approach him. You must know that Vasto Lord none of Minos Grande is easy to deal with, and besides, approaching the opponent rashly without knowing the ability of the opponent is no different from courting death. Although, at that time, Kuchiki Xian had successfully broken through to the level of the 8th level median, but based on the analysis of the Ryatsu fluctuations emanating from Fang Yin, Kuchiki Xian's strength against the opponent would definitely not be below the 8th level median. In the end, after the other party showed some kindness first, Kuchiki Xian let go of his guard, and finally a Shinigami and a Minos Grande actually started to communicate. In the process of communication, Kuchiki Clan knew the name of the other party. Vasto Lord's name is very powerful, really very powerful, and it is called Kamui Cleese, Kamui for short. Kamui is the first Vasto Lord that Kuchiki Clan came across in Hueco Mundo. Originally, Kuchiki Clan also searched extensively, but did not find any more Minos Grande of Vasto Lord level. Kamui is the only one that Kuchiki Clan met, relatively sane, and the logic of thinking is quite clear, so Kuchiki Clan did not immediately start a fight with this Vasto Lord named Kamui, but started talking. In this way, they came and went, and the two became a relationship of half friend and half enemy. After all, the identity of people and Su as enemies in Soul Society cannot be changed, and what can be changed is only one's position. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan actually took the initiative to befriend this Kamui consciously, because Kuchiki Clan knows very well that if he is going to face the attack of Quincy in the future, the more allies on Su's side, the better. After all, in terms of biological species, Genka is more similar to the human Quincy, and the Quincy belongs to Shinigami, who is a member of the Soul Society. In the process of getting in touch with Kamui, Kuchiki Clan found that although Kamui is a powerful Vasto Lord Minos Grande, he is different from other Vasto Lord Minos Grande. He has his own thoughts. To describe it in a postmodern term, what Kamui pursues is his own strength, that is, the so-called autonomous Arankarization in the original plot of the later generations that he has been groping for. Kuchiki remembers that there are only two truly independent Arankars in the original book, one is the number 1, Coyote Stark, in Espada, and the other is the number 4, Oquiora Sifo. So what Kuchiki Clan didn't expect was that during this time period, he could meet a Vasto Lord Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo who had already started thinking about Arankarization. Asking for flowers. Through communication with Kamui, Kuchiki Clan learned that since Kamui gained self-awareness in Jillian's time, he has not evolved by devouring the void, which Kuchiki Clan admires very much. You must know that Su, in the environment of Hueco Mundo, does not need human souls to supplement its own spirit particles as it does in the present world, but if it does not devour its own kind, then Su's evolution rate is very slow, and it is not only 10 times slower than the evolution rate of devouring the same kind. So it is obvious that the evolution process of Kamui is definitely extremely difficult. After all, Hueco Mundo is cruel. Once the Jillian-level Minos Grande has self-awareness, it will naturally embark on the road of devouring the same kind, even if Kamui cannot go. Devours the same kind, but other needs he encounters will also attack him and want to swallow him, so Kuchiki Clan knows that Kamui can go all the way without swallowing a similar kind, it really needs great perseverance courage. It is precisely because of this that Gong Sun Yen became friends with Kamui, and of course this was kept from the vast majority of the expedition team. Kuchiki Clan has many secrets, and so many secrets cannot be known to others, because he wants to live, no matter what identity he uses to live, no matter what kind of world he lives in, Kuchiki Clan's highest goal is always to be alive. It is precisely because of this reason that Kuchiki Clan desperately made himself stronger and found a way to deal with the adversity, whether it was to preserve the vitality of the nobles, or to make friends with Minos Grande like Kamui, to put it bluntly, it was all for the future. Just get ready. The former Ouyang Xuan was actually a cheerful person who liked to laugh and make trouble, but as he traveled through worlds one after another, he began to hide himself, to hide his true self. He knew all this, but he couldn't help it. If he doesn't do this, he is not qualified to live. Don't think that with the help of the system, you can live without worry after traveling to these worlds. Kuchiki Clan knows very well that if he has such an idea, then he is not far from death, and it is precisely because Kuchiki Clan is very knowing this, he is what he is today. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki Clan glanced at Husan who was still by his side, and then said, "You should also take a rest, pay more attention to the situation of the task force, the team returning to Soul Society. Once they come back, inform me immediately." "Okay, Captain." Shihuin Husen nodded to Kaido, then turned and left. Kuchiki Clan looked at Shihuin Husan who was going away, and frowned slightly, because he was thinking about one thing, thinking about something he had been thinking about for a long time. This matter is related to Kuchiki Xian's follow-up plan, although his so-called plan is only a prototype. After all, even the old man Jinglingting Yamamoto has not yet established it, and it is too early to talk about the plan. But now that the prototype has been formed, Kuchiki Xian will naturally start to think about his own plan. The plan is actually very simple. It is nothing more than selecting a few, 5 or 80, talented guys, cultivating them, and hiding them at the same time. Because Kuchiki Xian knows very well that when the Shinigami and Quincy fight, the Shinigami side does not have an overwhelming advantage. To be more precise, the Soul Society is actually at a disadvantage. According to inaccurate information, in the original battle, only the old man Yamamoto and Unohana Yachiryu, the captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu, were the only prisoners who participated in the battle and survived. Of course, these are all guessed by Kuchiki Xian himself based on some information. After all, Jingle Chunshui, the captain of the 8th team in the original book, said that only Unohana Retsu and Hikifune Kiryu, later former 12th team, have been captains for more than 400 years. After the captain was promoted to Team 0, there are only 2 people, but with the promotion of Hikifune Kiryu, there is only Unohana Retsu left. Of course, the old man Yamamoto is not included. Changed. So it can be seen that the bloody battle where Yamamoto led everyone to extinction was so tragic and terrifying. From this, Kuchiki Xian deduces that the strength of the Soul Society is actually not dominant. If Yamamoto Shigekuni's strength is not too strong, it is very likely that the Soul Society will lose in that battle, and there will be no future generations. Of course, there is another point. Kuchiki Xian deduced that at the time of the battle, the old man Yamamoto's Bankai had not yet reached the 3rd stage, but whether Ryatsu had reached the 9th stage, Kuchiki Xian was not sure. Of course Kuchiki Xian was inclined to that at that time. The old man Yamamoto should have just stepped through the threshold of the 9th level, but before he could cultivate Bankai to the 3rd level, the war broke out. Bach will not know the reason why Yamamoto's old man Bankai remains too hot. Obviously, the old man Yamamoto faced by Yuobak back then, at that time, the old man's Bankai was still at the stage of Sword of Great Fire, and had not reached the stage of Sword of Remnant Fire at all. If Yamamoto at that time was already in the stage of Remnant in the Bankai stage of the Fire Sword, then Kuchiki Xian thinks that Yuobak is impossible to escape anyway. After all, if the cruelty of the Fire Sword is said to be the second in the anime on the planet, Kuchiki Xian probably would not dare to be the number 1. That's it, except for the one-punch anime like Dragon Ball. It is said that in the original battle, it was because Yamamoto Shigekuni was too powerful that Yuobak took his remnants into the shadow of Seireitei and established the Invisible Empire. Hitachi, on the one hand, it is impossible for Yuobak not to know, and on the other hand, Yuobak simply cannot escape from the remaining Fire Taidao. Based on the above, what Kuchiki Xian has to do is to accumulate his own strength as much as possible, and at the same time help Soul Society develop its own strength. When the first bloody battle comes, it will not be the end of the fight that only Yamamoto and Uno are left. Take 2 people. On the other hand, Kuchiki Xian wanted to see if it was possible for him to completely kill Yuobak in the first bloody battle. Of course, this kind of thing is just a matter of thinking about it. After all, it is Yuobak. Although his so-called omniscient and omnipotent is a bit bragging, it is also an ability to see the future. Under the premise, if it weren't for the terrifying ability of the old man Yamamoto's remnant sword, it would be difficult to keep Yuobak directly. Kuchiki Clan himself is not sure. After all, it took the old man Yamamoto so many years to enter the 9th level, and it took an unknown amount of time before he understood the remnant fire sword. Even if Kuchiki Clan knew that there was a system to help him, he didn't have that kind of confidence can walk in front of old man Yamamoto. Therefore, he is not only preparing for the first bloody battle, but also preparing for the bloody battle after the Shinigami plot begins. Following Kuchiki Xian's suggestion to establish a regular expedition team, the energy of the expedition team was seen by Kuchiki Xian. After all, Hueco Mundo is really a treasure for the Soul Society, not to mention Hueco Mundo among them. the Shinigami's cultivation speed is faster, that is, the endless stream of virtuals is the best experience for Shinigami, and only in the battle, the growth of strength is the fastest. So, Kuchiki Clan has been thinking about whether the expedition team needs to leave a group of people permanently stationed in Hueco Mundo. In Kuchiki Clan's view, this is not a permanent station, but a means of accumulating strength. After the establishment of the Lingting court, no matter whether it is noble or strong, the positions that can be occupied in it are limited, there are only so many positions, and there are only 12 captain positions, which really cannot satisfy Kuchiki Clan's ideas. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan has long set his sights on Hueco Mundo, a place that can experience people. Like Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Clan only knows one demon spirit world at present, and this place is even more mysterious than Hueco Mundo. Until now Kuchiki Clan has never really come into contact with the demon spirit world. However, this is not urgent, the most urgent thing is what kind of people Kuchiki Clan wants to stay in Hueco Mundo as a permanent resident. The first person Kuchiki Clan has actually thought about it a long time ago, is Shihuan Mingsan, who just left before. Although Shihuan Husan's temperament 3.6 has smoothed out a lot over the years, but as the third son of the Shihuan family, the possibility of him inheriting the head of the family is very small, not to mention that his notoriety has spread throughout the Soul Society. Even this time going back, the possibility of development is not great. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan believes that Shihuan Husan is more suitable to stay in Hueco Mundo to help him watch the expedition team, and at the same time, it can also make Shihuan Husan's strength steadily improve. Kuchiki Clan believes that Shihuan Husan will agree to such an arrangement. This is not a problem. The problem is that only one candidate is not enough. The second candidate to stay in Hueco Mundo is Kuchiki Clan's headache. After all, Kuchiki Clan also guessed it won't be long before he will meet the Soul Society. Maybe, when the task force returns this time, it may bring the news that Kuchiki Clan wanted to hear. Yes, what Kuchiki Clan really worries about is the second candidate to stay in Hueco Mundo. Among the few remaining captains, Kuchiki Clan is really a bit difficult to choose. Genta Muhara, who has the best relationship with Kuchiki Clan, is not weak, but don't forget that there is a new Muyuan family in the Soul Society waiting for him to lead, and Kuchiki Clan also wants Yuenta Muyuan to cultivate some talents from the Muyuan family. Fortunately, in the catastrophe of the Soul Society, I played my part. You know, the Muyuan family was saved by Kuchiki Clan himself, otherwise the Muyuan family would really become history. You must know that there is no such family as the Muyuan family in the original book, so Kuchiki Clan didn't want his hard work to go to waste. It is absolutely impossible for Motoda Mahara to stay in Hueco Mundo. Then, there is only one Shiba Iron Owl who is suitable to stay, because the next candidates are only two brothers Shiba Chingya and Shiba Red Owl. But Kuchiki Clan knows very well that although Iron Owl is two brothers the father of human beings, but Shiba Yenyuan also said before that the Iron Owl does not have the talent to be the head of the clan. So 24 asked Kuchiki Clan to bring the two brothers Qing Nu to Hueco Mundo to exercise, and then the clan head will start from here born between two brothers. So Shiba Iron Owl stayed in Hueco Mundo, the most suitable second candidate. After all, Shiba Iron Owl returned to Soul Society. Apart from losing the battle he loves, he can't be the patriarch. His son will inherit it at that time, although he doesn't care, but the outside world will inevitably have some slights. So after considering everything, Kuchiki Clan decided that the two candidates to stay in Hueco Mundo at that time are Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl. Of course, it is not enough to keep only two people. At least Kuchiki Clan will keep at least two common players, but this will not be such a headache, it will be directly selected at that time, or just let them sign up. As Kuchiki Clan's thoughts raced, the task force sent back to the Soul Society to deliver supplies had already returned to Hueco Mundo. Spotted by a person watching the Hueco Mundo junction. Soon, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao returned to the camp of the expedition team. When they returned, Shihuan Husan immediately brought them to Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan looked at Shiba Qingnu and Shiba Hongxiao whose expressions were obviously different, and already guessed what they were about to say, and it was the thing that Kuchiki Clan was thinking about day and night. Captain, this time when we returned to the Soul Society, a big event happened in the Soul World. Shiba Qingxiao said strangely. Oh, it's about old man Yamamoto, right? Kuchiki asked with a smile on his lips. Hey. Captain, how do you know? Asked Shiba Hongxiao in surprise. He, Kuchiki Clan smiled meaningfully, but did not answer Shiba Hongxiao's words. But Shihoin Husan on the side moved his eyes slightly. When the expedition team was established, he also learned from the side that the original expedition team's attack on Hueco Mundo should be led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, but it seems that Yamamoto Shigekuni, what important matter, unable to leave, finally persuaded Kuchiki Clan, and Kuchiki Clan replaced Yamamoto Shigekuni and became the leader of the Crusade team. From this point of view, Shihoin Kozo can infer that what Yamamoto Shigekuni wants to do must be supported by Kuchiki Gen, so even if Shihoin Kozo is not clear about what happened, he still thinks Kuchiki Clan at this time should be one of the important grounds for knowing what Yamamoto Shigekuni did. However, although Shihoin was sure that Kuchiki knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni had done, he also understood this truth over the years. Since Kuchiki didn't explain it, there was no need for him to talk about it. Shiba Qinghe and Shiba Hongxiao didn't know about this, and Kuchiki Clan and Shihoin Husan were not interested in explaining. Of course, after seeing that Kuchiki Clan had no interest in explaining, they stopped asking this question, but keep talking. It's like this. This time, when our team returned to the Soul Society, we heard that Lord Shigekuni Yamamoto had applied for the Lingwang Palace. He applied for the establishment of a school called Mao Spiritual Art Academy. The predecessor it is the Yuan School Dojo of His Excellency Yamamoto. In the words of His Excellency Yamamoto, it is to abandon sectarianism, let capable people learn everything about psychics, and make the Soul Society even stronger. While narrating in an admiring tone, Shiba Qinghe shook his head in admiration, obviously admiring Yamamoto Shigekuni's generosity. And Shihoin Husan, who heard this, also showed a surprised expression, but he was not too shocked, because he knew that if it was just such a small matter, it would not take people like Yamamoto Shigekuni to prepare for it for hundreds of years. Shihoin Husan believes that this is just the first step for Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General. Sure enough, what Shiba Qinghe said next confirmed Shihoin Husan's conjecture. Of course, His Excellency Yamamoto Yuan Rozai's feats don't stop there. He also applied to the Soul King Palace for a more grandiose plan, which is to build a building in the Soul Society, Seireitei. When the word Jingling Ting was uttered by Shiba Qinghe, Kuchiki Clan, who had no expression at first, suddenly broke into a smile, and the laugh became louder and louder. He, ha 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 ha. Kuchiki Clan looked up to the sky and laughed. Okay, old man Yamamoto, you have finally come to this point. Shihoin Husan looked at Kuchiki Clan, who was laughing up to the sky at this time, and he knew that he had guessed right. At the same time, Shihoin Husan took a deep look at Kuchiki Clan and buried some thoughts in his heart. Captain, did you know that His Excellency Yamamoto was going to do this? Shiba Hongxiao asked, puzzled. Ha ha ha, of course, otherwise, why do you think that old man Yamamoto will let me be the captain of the Hueco Mundo Crusade this time? If it is not a more important thing, he will give me such an important matter of the expedition team. Kuchiki Clan explained with a happy smile. Okay, after waiting for 100 years, old man Yamamoto finally acted. It's great. Kuchiki Clan said excitedly. The Shiba brothers and Shihoin Husan beside him didn't quite understand why Kuchiki Clan was so excited at this time. Of course, Kuchiki Clan didn't need them to understand, anyway, he just needs to understand. Oh, that's right. Shiba Qinghe looked at the smiling Kuchiki Clan and continued, Your Excellency Yamamoto specially informed us to ask you, the captain, to bring people back to the Soul Society as soon as possible, because the review at the Lingwang Palace will be over soon. Your Excellency Yamamoto will need you when the time comes. These are His Excellency Yamamoto's words. He, okay, since that's the case, then we're ready to head back. Notify, everyone gathers in the center of the camp, Iron Owl's side. Husan, you go and notify. Kuchiki Clan said with a smile when he heard that Yamamoto Shigekuni asked him to return. Yes. The Shiba brothers and Shihoin Husan immediately took orders and went to work. At this time, Kuchiki Clan was sitting alone, but with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Obviously, the news that the Jingling Court will be established is too important to Kuchiki Clan. It is no less important than the Millennium Sign-In announced by the system. Because of the establishment of Jinglingting, it may be just a change in the structure for the Soul Society, but for Kuchiki Clan, it is different. The establishment of Seireitei means that Kuchiki Clan's witness sign-in reward will be available again, and it also means that Kuchiki Clan can start his real layout. It can be said that whether Jing Lingting suggested or not is a matter of great significance to Kuchiki Clan. Of course, Kuchiki Clan also knows that it is completely impossible for locals to understand his ideas. Kuchiki Clan has never, after thinking about it this way, Kuchiki Clan didn't bother to explain many things, but it was easy to say too many mistakes, and not explaining is the best choice. Soon, the Shiba family brothers and Shihoin Husan gathered all the remaining members of the expedition team, and even a Shiba iron owl, which was watching outside the forest of Minos Grande, returned. At this time, only 38 members of the expedition team had gathered together and came to the open area in the middle of the expedition camp, waiting for Kuchiki Clan's speech. Kuchiki Clan glanced at the 37 people present, and slowly said, "Today, the task force has returned, and everyone must have seen it. What I want to say next is that we have left the Soul Society for 100 years. After the big event, because of the impact of the big event, we are going back to Soul Society, but I think we should not throw away the frontline camps that we have worked so hard to build for 100 years, so I decided to keep a batch of people come to the front line." As soon as these words came out, even after 100 years of training, everyone who had engraved the order and prohibition in their bones began to whisper. Because some of them already knew what happened to the Soul Society when the task force returned, but when Kuchiki Clan said that he would keep some people in Hueco Mundo, people still didn't understand why, and they would naturally start whispering. "Everyone be quiet for a while, let me explain." Kuchiki Clan pressed his hands to everyone and said, "The reason why we want to keep a group of people is this. Although some of us are going back, don't forget, the matter of Hueco Mundo is not over after we crusade this time. I believe you all know that in the past 100 years, Hueco Mundo's ghosts have been replenishing all the time, so the cause of our expedition team will always be there is no end to it, in order to create a good condition for the subsequent expedition members, so I decided to keep half of the brothers." Wow! When they heard that half of the people would be left behind, everyone exclaimed, but because the rules have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, they did not start whispering this time, but continued to listen to what Kuchiki Clan said. "Of course, except for the 2 captains I selected, all others are voluntary. The half-brothers I mentioned are not mandatory requirements. Those who want to stay sign up by themselves. I don't force myself, but here, I want to announce the remaining 2 captain candidates." Kuchiki Clan said lightly, "The 2 captains I want to retain are Shiba Iron Owl and Shihoin." Wow! Hearing the 2 names, everyone immediately focused their attention on the 2 figures standing in the front. These 2 figures are Shiba Iron Owl and Shihoin Husan. On the other hand, the 2 people involved did not show any expressions or reactions after hearing Kuchiki Clan's announcement. It can be said that there was no disturbance to this matter. Kuchiki Clan, who had a panoramic view of the performance of the 2, exhaled lightly. After all, he was not sure what kind of reaction the 2 would have after hearing the news, but initially, it seemed that the 2 did not repel one's own arrangement. "What do you 2 think? Let's hear it." Kuchiki Clan asked the 2 after pondering for a while. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's question, Shiba Owl was the first to speak. Shiba Iron Owl glanced at Shihoin Husan, spread his hands and said, "I don't have any ideas, and I think it's good to stay here. You know my situation, the captain, so I think your arrangement is very reasonable." "Great." Hearing Shiba Iron Owl's answer, Kuchiki Clan nodded. He knew that Shiba Iron Owl would definitely support his decision, but on Shihoin Husan's side, Kuchiki Clan was not so sure. After Shiba Taishao finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Shihuan Husan, who hadn't spoken and didn't respond. After all, everyone knew how bad Shihuan Husan was. Now Kuchiki, as soon as Xian's decision was made, people wanted to see what Shihuan Husan meant. Shihuan Husan frowned slightly when he noticed that people's eyes were on him. He didn't want to say anything, but in this atmosphere, he had to say something. "Captain, I want to know, what is the real reason for your arrangement?" Shihuan Husanyi opened his mouth and asked the question to the point. Although, after hearing Kuchiki Xian's arrangement, he had some ideas of his own, but he was sure that the real reason for Kuchiki Xian's doing so was definitely not simple, and it was definitely not the possibility he thought, so even if he was forced to opening his mouth, he also wanted to ask something he really wanted to know. And Kuchiki Xian raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing Shihuan Husan's question. He didn't expect Shihuan Husan to think about so many questions in such a short period of time, which made Kuchiki Xian a little surprised, and also a little bit surprised. By Zhao Qian, it shows that the current Shihuan Husan is really different from before. Also shocked were the other 36 people around. They really didn't expect Shihuan Husan to say such a thing, which was really surprising. Among them, the one who thinks the most is of course Shiba Iron Owl, who is also the party involved. He agreed with Kuchiki Xian's decision before, but he didn't know the specific reason. Now that he is asked by Shihuan Husan, he naturally wants to know the reason. After Kuchiki Xian nodded slightly, he said, "Of course I will tell you the reason, but I will only tell you in Tai-O. As for the others, you can start signing up. Report your names to Muyuan Yuan Tai. As for you, Cho-san and Tai Xiao, come with me." With that said, Kuchiki Xian turned and walked towards his tent. Kuchiki Xian turned and left. Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl glanced at each other, followed Kuchiki Xian and left. The 34 people who remained in the open space began to sign up for those who voluntarily stayed under the call of Muyuan Yuan Tai. For the tasks assigned by Kuchiki Xian, Muyuan Yuan Tai has always been meticulous. Kuchiki Xian was in front, followed by Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl, and walked into the tent where Kuchiki Xian used to rest. After entering the tent, Kuchiki Xian motioned for the two to sit down. After all, there was only one mat in their tent and nothing else. After the three of them sat down, Kuchiki Xian took a look at the two of them, and then said solemnly, "Even if I don't ask Husan's question, I'm going to talk to you two before we set off." Since Husan asked, "All right, let's talk about it now, but there is one thing you two have to remember." Speaking of this, Kuchiki Xian's face became very serious, and he raised a finger. Seeing Kuchiki Xian's solemn look, Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl also tightened their hearts, and they all focused on getting along. After 100 years, the two have been able to tell when Kuchiki Xian is serious and when he is joking. Once Kuchiki Xian is in this state, it means that what Kuchiki Xian wants to say now is very important. Seeing that the two of them became serious, Kuchiki Xian nodded, and began to say, "The reason for keeping the two of you is naturally after my careful consideration. The reason is too specific, and I can't explain it now, but one thing you have to remember, those of you who stay in Hueco Mundo, you must not slack off, you must improve your strength as much as possible, and also urge those who stay and those who will be sent over to make progress together, you understand?" What Kuchiki Xian said was very solemn, but it was also very vague. Kuchiki Xian didn't know if the two of them could understand what he meant, but he really couldn't say too much. Zili things. Shiba Iron Owl and Shihuan Husan both frowned after hearing Kuchiki Xian's narration. Shiba Iron Owl's brain must not be as good as Shihuan Husan's, but instinctively made him feel that Kuchiki Xian doing this, and saying that, must involve some big things, otherwise, with Kuchiki Xian's character and approach, he would not have done or said that. As for Shihuan Husan, his brain is much more flexible than Shiba's Iron Owl. He analyzed the vague situation described by Kuchiki Xian, and he analyzed two situations, Seb. The first point is that Kuchiki Xian has his own calculations. He regards the expedition team as his own private soldiers, either against the Soul Society, or against some big nobles. The second point is that Kuchiki Clan hopes to make the expedition team a team that is not too restricted by the Soul Society. After all, in Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society has no control, so that the expedition team will be much less restricted, there will be a lot of freedom, and the purpose of doing this is that Kuchiki Clan is planning for a rainy day and preparing for a certain day or something in the future. As for other possibilities, Shihuan Husan's understanding of Kuchiki Clan is basically an unlikely option, so Shihuan Husan directly passed the other possibilities. Seeing that the two were lost in thought, Kuchiki Clan naturally knew that the two were thinking about what he said, but Kuchiki Clan would not explain any further, he could only add a sentence symbolically, "Why on earth would I have such a decided, you just need to do what I say, then after you become stronger, you will know the reason why I did this in the future, so what you have to do now is to make yourself stronger." The two people who were originally lost in their own thoughts, after hearing Kuchiki Clan's additional words, both nodded secretly. No matter what purpose Kuchiki Clan had, they couldn't figure it out now. Similarly, if Kuchiki Clan had any thoughts about Soul Society, they are also powerless to stop it. So, after listening to Kuchiki Clan's follow-up words, no matter what Shiba, Iron Owl and Shihuan Husan thought before, but then they all accepted Kuchiki Clan's explanation. Seeing the slight changes in the faces of the two, Kuchiki Clan knew that the two had at least let go of some thoughts and guards, and Kuchiki Clan also understood that his explanation only played half or less of the effect, and really made the two of them agree. The reason is actually that they can do nothing but believe what Kuchiki Clan said. However, no matter what the reason was for the two of them to believe his words for the time being, Kuchiki Clan felt that it didn't matter, anyway, it would be like what he said in the end, and the future could witness everything. Kuchiki Clan had nothing to worry about either. "Okay, you go to your own affairs. Before I leave, I still have some things to deal with. If I don't deal with it, I won't feel at ease even if I go back to Soul Society." Kuchiki Clan raised his head and looked at south of the camp. Seeing Kuchiki Clan's actions, Shiba, Iron Owl and Shihuan Husan were taken aback. As the two of Kuchiki Clan's most trusted captains, the two of them naturally knew that Kuchiki Clan met farther south in the Minos Grande forest. Past a Minos Grande of Vasto Lord level. How powerful a Minos Grande of this level is, the two of them can only think about it in their minds. To be honest, they even have very few chances to meet a Minos Grande of the Ajucha's level, but it is not uncommon. A life-and-death crisis for Shihuan Husan was when he ran into the Minos Grande of the Yazwanka's level who came to pray in the Ten-Song dynasty when he was attacking the Minos Grande forest. This is an Ajucha's like a praying mantis. As soon as they met each other, 4 members of the team led by Shihuan Husan died. Killed, that was the closest Shihuan was to death, so he had the clearest understanding of the strength of Hueco Mundo Superior, Minos Grande. He knew that the Ajucha's level Minos Grande almost killed him, a 7th-order powerhouse, let alone the even more powerful Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. To explain, everyone in the Soul Society of this era lacks combat, lacks experience, and lacks the grasp of their own abilities. Under the same level of Ryatsu, they are much weaker than the Shinigami of later generations. So, when they knew that there was a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande wandering in the Minos Grande forest, they rejected that location from the bottom of their hearts. And now the two of them also know that what Kuchiki Clan said is naturally to arrange that Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, otherwise after Kuchiki Clan leaves, no matter what kind of people will be sent to Hueco Mundo, as long as it is not Kuchiki Clan and old man Yamamoto, it means that no one can withstand the attack of the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. Therefore, the two got up very wisely and walked out of Kuchiki Clan's tent, while Kuchiki Clan stood up, sighed slightly, and then took his heavy wooden sword, Yen-Mo, which was placed aside in his hand. For a long time, Kuchiki Clan and Kamui got along very peacefully and harmoniously, and they both kept the habit of meeting and talking. This time, Kuchiki Clan knew that he might not be able to return to Hueco Mundo for a long time, so he had to make some arrangements, especially for Kamui. Kamui is the first Vasto Lord Minos Grande that Kuchiki Clan has seen, and it is also a Vasto Lord Minos Grande that is about to become an Arrancar, which makes Kuchiki Clan attach great importance to this guy. You know, under Aizen's plundering in future generations, Hueco Mundo also met 2 Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande of Arrancar, and even speaking, the real Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande is in Aizen's camp. There are only 5. It can be seen how rare Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande is, but Kuchiki Clan does not think that Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande is so easy to die, and Kuchiki Clan also thought about it. Those Vasto Lord-level Minos Grandes of Hueco Mundo are not at all. It can't be that they are all dead, but there must be a place where Minos Grande who surpass the Vasto Lord level exists. Otherwise, a lot of things really don't make sense. Is there only 5 Vasto Lord level Minos Grande for thousands of years in such a huge Hueco Mundo? No one will believe it. Of course, they were not dispatched either. After the establishment of Seireitei, the Soul Society made great efforts to eliminate Hueco Mundo, oh yes, and Quincy's ruthless elimination of Minos Grande. But in any case, the Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level is very precious to Kuchiki Clan, and it will be the trump card to deal with the Quincy in the future. Don't you see, in the Millennium Bloody War of the later generations, before attacking the Soul Society, Yamamoto sent people to capture the Virtual Circle first, and then launched the war against the Soul Society. After the war, the only remaining Arrancar Grimmjow played a big role. Therefore, any Minos Grande of Vasto Lord level who might become an ally, Kuchiki Clan will not let it go easily. Moreover, at this time, Kuchiki Clan had already set his mind on the later generations of Coyote Stark and Ulquiorra West Buddha, but what Ho Xian had to do was to arrange Kamui's affairs first. Kuchiki Clan carried Yan Mo on his shoulders, walked out of the tent, and headed towards the Minos Grande forest. To see Kamui, he had to pass through the Minos Grande forest. Fortunately, the Minos Grande forest has nothing for Kuchiki Clan. Minos Grande forest is not always visited by a Juchas level Minos Grande. Soon, Kuchiki Clan passed the Minos Grande forest, and he didn't want to waste time on the road at all. Except for the Minos Grande forest, Kuchiki Clan went south all the way, and walked about one more distance from the Minos Grande forest, and came to a near the rocky basin bunker. Kuchiki Gen felt the Reiki floating in the air gradually becoming violent, and he knew that Kamui must be nearby. Because Kamui is very special, as long as you get close to him, you can feel that Reiko, who is usually relatively peaceful in the atmosphere, will become very violent. At the earliest time, Kuchiki Clan didn't know the reason for this, but as he got in touch with Kamui longer, Kuchiki Clan became more and more sure, Spirit's Rage and Kamui definitely have something to do. Although the appearance of Kamui that Kuchiki Clan saw was as ordinary as a person wearing armor and a mask, Kuchiki Clan's powerful spiritual sense allowed him to see the essence of Kamui. Kamui's Ryatsu is huge and violent, although it can't be seen from the outside, but Kuchiki knows that Ryatsu's abnormal rage is influenced by Kamui's Ryatsu. You must know that a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande who is about to be independent of Arrancar, the scope of his Ryatsu influence is very huge, just like Coyote Stark before Arrancar in the original book. There is no weak living space around him, but anyone who is far away from him, those who are close to Su, will be crushed to death by his Ryatsu. That's the reason. So combined with Stark's situation, Kuchiki Clan analyzed that although Kamui's Ryatsu does not know whether it will crush other Minos Grande to death, it is certain that his Ryatsu can affect the surrounding spirits. Soon, Kuchiki Clan saw Kamui in a small basin following Lingzi's violent situation. Kamui Cleese is very special. He is very small, not tall, only 1.7 meters tall, with thin arms and thin legs. It is impossible to tell from his appearance that he is a man with extremely violent Ryatsu Minos Grande at Vasto Lord level. With the arrival of Kuchiki Clan, Kamui naturally also found Kuchiki Clan's figure. Ask for flowers. You're here, Clan. Discovering the arrival of Kuchiki Clan, Kamui, who had turned his back to Kuchiki Clan, turned around and said, Kamui's virtual hole is on the left eye, which is very similar to a guy in the original book, but the difference is that Kamui's virtual hole is on the left eye. There is a lightning-shaped scar on his face, and apart from this scar and a golden eye, no other features can be seen on the face covered by White's mask. Well, here I come. Kuchiki Gen looked at Kamui, nodded lightly and said. What are you looking for me this time? Kamui's golden eyes showed a faint doubt. Kuchiki Shien looked at Kamui, he sighed. Kamui is a Minos Grande, can clearly express human emotions. Kamui is really a special Minos Grande. 000. You must know that things like emptiness lack emotion. Their emptiness represents their missing heart, which means that they have nothing but desires, let alone human beings. Feelings. But Kamui is different. From the day Kuchiki Shien met him, he has been very close to human beings, not only physically, but also emotionally. I'm here this time to say goodbye. Kuchiki Shien said after a moment of consideration. Bid farewell. After Kamui heard this sentence, there was obvious confusion in his golden eyes, and he asked, Are you leaving Hueco Mundo? Yes. Kuchiki Gen nodded. Oh, are you going back to where you came from? Kamui pressed. Yes. Kuchiki Shien continued to answer. Oh. Kamui didn't continue to ask, because he didn't know what to ask, and the blankness in his eyes became more serious at this time. Kuchiki Shien also found out before that Kamui's lack of affection is not serious, but sometimes he will show confused emotions from time to time, which Kuchiki Shien is more concerned about. After all, every Su, or after Arankar, always there is an emotion that represents itself. If Kamui is confused after taking over Arankar, Komukshuan really can't guide him because of it. However, this is all for the future. This time Kuchiki Shien came to Kamui not only to arrange for Kamui, of course Kuchiki Shien also came with another purpose. That's fight with Kamui. Yes, he and Kamui have known each other for more than 50 years, but the two have never played against each other, and Kuchiki Gen has never really played against a Minos Grande of Vasto Lord level. When Minos Grande reaches the level of Vasto Lord, their talent characteristics have matured to a terrifying level, so Kuchiki Shien has always wanted to fight Kamui once, but all the time, Kamui has been showing confusion, although Kuchiki Shien also can feel that Kamui does want to fight with him sometimes, but he can't find a reason to fight, so until now, there has not been a single fight between the two. 327, Kuchiki Shien also tentatively asked Kamui, but Kamui's answer left Kuchiki Shien speechless. Kamui said, although I have been pursuing my own strength. But fighting with you, I don't see that I can get what I want. The meaning of Kamui is very simple, and Kuchiki Shien also understood it. During the conversation before, Kamui mentioned his own situation. Since he became self-aware, he has never devoured any of his kind. What he pursues is himself. Although he sometimes fights with his kind Minos Grande, he never devours his kind. Kamui fought with the same kind to recognize himself, but he didn't see what kind of benefits he could get from fighting Kuchiki Shien, so he never mentioned fighting Kuchiki Shien. Kuchiki Shien looked at Kamui. He naturally knew what Kamui was thinking, but he was going back to Soul Society soon, he didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Kamui, do you believe me? Kuchiki Shien didn't talk nonsense, and came up to play the emotional card directly. I believe in you. Kamui nodded, saying this without much thought. For Kamui's answer, Kuchiki Shien naturally has a deep understanding in his heart, but after all, the effect of speaking from Kamui's mouth is different. Kuchiki Shien nodded and said, since you believe in me, then fight with me. This is not only about my possible arrangements for you, but also your exploration of the way forward. Exploration of the road ahead. When Kamui heard Kuchiki Shien's last words, the only gold eye lit up. Kuchiki Shien, do you know what we should do next? Kamui asked eagerly. It's natural, fight with me, and then I'll tell you. Kuchiki Shien said with a light nod. Okay, let's fight. Kamui agreed to fight with Kuchiki Shien without any hesitation. The creature, let's call it a creature, is actually very simple. When it is unconscious, it just devours and devours it again. After gaining self-awareness, although they still devour, they all have their own ideas, but most of these ideas are straightforward, just like Kamui at this time. Although he is on the verge of becoming independent from Arankar, but ideologically, or get used to the straight thinking mode. Okay, let's play a game. After the game, add what I want to tell you, think about it, you will be able to reach that level in a short time. Kuchiki Clan smiled on his face while talking slowly. Pull Yamamoto out of the scabbard in his hand. Seeing Kuchiki Clan's actions, Kamuyui's eyes moved slightly. Since he promised to fight, he will take this battle seriously. Kamuyui can be said to be the most exaggerated that Kuchiki Clan has seen so far. One of them. Be careful Kuchiki Clan, I'm very strong. Kamuyui leaped back and reminded Kuchiki Clan that he was very strong while jumping away, which showed that Kamuyui really regarded Kuchiki Clan as a friend. In fact, it is no wonder that as a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande, even if he is not going to devour any voids, other voids, those who are slightly stronger will definitely turn their heads and run away when they see him, and those who are weaker may be directly given by his Ryatsu. He was crushed, he had no real communication at all, let alone friends, and this situation was not improved until the appearance of Kuchiki Clan. Kamuyui regards Kuchiki Clan as his only friend, so he attaches great importance to this friend Kuchiki Clan, although he knows that Kuchiki Clan is also very strong, but he must remind the other party of what should be reminded. Very good, the stronger you are, the happier I am, Kamuyui. At this time, Kuchiki Clan had completely pulled out the knife from the scabbard, and with the blade drawn out, Kuchiki Clan was also ready to attack. I saw Kuchiki Clan holding a long knife in his right hand, with the blade up and the back of the blade facing down, and placed it horizontally in front of his eyes, while his left hand held the scabbard and placed it under the right hand in the same way, and Kuchiki Clan's body followed the movement of his hand. Bow slightly, then take a half step forward with your left foot, bend your right foot slightly, and make a typical kicking gesture of thrusting. The next moment, Kuchiki Clan disappeared in place with a bang, and when he reappeared, Kuchiki Clan had already come before Kamuyui's eyes, and Kamuyui was startled by Kuchiki Clan's sudden terrifying speed, but surprise was nothing but surprise. Kamuyui's reaction was it wasn't slow at all. The moment Kuchiki Clan appeared, Kamuyui exerted force on his feet, and was ready to jump out of Kuchiki Clan's attack range towards the rear. But how could Kuchiki Clan make Kamuyui what he wished, and Kuchiki Clan's swift attack was not a thrusting technique at all, but a horizontal slash. I saw Kuchiki Clan's long knife drew an arc from bottom to top, and cut towards Kamuyui's neck. Kuchiki Clan knew very well that the steel skin of Minos Grande at the Vasto Lord level was unimaginably hard. Now he has not liberated his own Zanpakuto, if he does not slash towards the place where the defense is relatively weak compared to 3.0, Ouyang feels that even if he slashes with his own knife, it will not have any effect in all likelihood. It was too late and then too soon. Originally Kamuyui also thought that Kuchiki Clan's knife was a stabbing, but Kuchiki Clan played the card out of common sense, using the thrusting hand to create a horizontal slash effect. Kamuyui was slightly caught off guard. However, Kamuyui is also a fierce man who has fought all the way. If he is caught off guard, if he can't avoid it, then he doesn't avoid it, just block it. With a sound of dang, Kamuyui raised his left arm at the critical moment, and blocked Kuchiki Clan's beheading knife with the exoskeleton, steel skin, on his wrist like a metal armor. Hehe, the reaction is good. Kuchiki Clan held the knife in one hand, and slashed at Kamuyui's neck, but was blocked by Kamuyui's raised hand, which seemed a little understatement. In fact, the real situation is not so simple. You must know that in order to block the knife, Kamuyui used his reaction speed to the ultimate level, and was able to block Kuchiki with the powerful steel skin on his right arm before the blade touched his neck. Clan's blade. Humph, I was almost cut down by you. Kamuyui was not angry at Kuchiki Clan's words. After all, how could a guy who regards fighting as enjoyment and pursuit, be angry because of the disadvantage of fighting? Obviously not possible. Just like Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team in later generations, the stronger the enemy, the happier he is. Although Kamuyui and Zaraki Kenpachi are slightly different, the essence of pursuing battle is the same. Sure enough, you are very strong Kuchiki Clan, much stronger than any opponent I have encountered before. Just after fighting for one move, Kamui found that Kuchiki Clan was more difficult than he imagined, and he knew that people from the Soul Society can do magic tricks, Zanpakuto Jigong. However, although you 24 are very strong, but if not the knife in your hand. Oh, I told you, the weapon called Zanpakuto. Change. Oh, free yourself, but you can't beat me. Kamui said while swinging the blade on his right arm away, and then jumped a few positions and said. This is natural, and I know this very well, so the move just now was just a greeting, and the next step is the real battle. Kuchiki Clan smiled slightly, and brushed the blade of the long knife with his left hand while smiling. With the movement of Kuchiki Clan's left hand, the long knife changed its appearance in an instant. Mo, but Kuchiki Clan never sang Jifanjiu from the beginning to the end. Seeing this scene, Kamui narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, I remember you said that you must cooperate with the transformation of the sword in your hand. Then what? Oh yes, Jifanjiu, right? But, what are you, what? Kamui doesn't understand Kuchiki Clan's situation. After all, the liberation of Zanpakuto requires the cooperation of liberation language. This is what Kuchiki Clan told him personally. Kamui doesn't suspect that Kuchiki Clan lied to him. After all, if you want to lie to him, there is no reason at all. And to deceive him, wouldn't it be fine if you didn't say anything at the beginning, why bother? Hee hee. Kuchiki Clan held the changed Mo in his hand, smiled lightly, and then explained, I did say that the liberation of Zanpakuto requires the cooperation of liberation language. Similarly, my sword has changed. Naturally it is the liberation of my Zanpakuto. As for why I don't use the liberation language, I will tell you this time that the powerful Shinigami in the Soul Society can directly liberate Zanpakuto by ignoring the liberation language. Remember this point, but since you asked, I'll say it again. As he spoke, Kuchiki Clan waved the black sword Mo in his hand, and the form of Mo returned to the shape of Shiraki holding a long sword. Then Kuchiki Xuan held the long sword and chanted, the fire of karma is burning, clear the troubled world. Purify it. Mo. With the chanting of the liberation language, the Shiraki-handled long knife in Kuchiki Gen's hand was instantly swallowed by Black's flames. When the black flame gradually became thinner, Enma, who had disappeared before, reappeared in front of Kamui's eyes. However, Kamui found something interesting during the whole process, and then Kamui Gold narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Kuchiki Gen, I found you twice. Liberating the difference. Oh. Hearing Kamui's words, Kuchiki Clan was slightly startled. After all, he never mentioned this point. If Kamui can really see it in two different liberation methods, then Kamui is really very scary. Yes, there is actually a difference between the two liberations. Kuchiki Clan knows this very well, and everyone above the 7th rank in the Soul Society also knows that the difference lies in the degree of Shirkai's Zanpakuto liberation after forced liberation and chant liberation. The same. In other words, Zanpakuto that has not been liberated from Shirkai, although the shape and nature of Zanpakuto have changed at the beginning, but the internal Zanpakuto is not fully awakened, and the Zanpakuto that is forced to be liberated will be liberated by 50% to 50% from person to person. The quality of Shirkai ranging from 95 will gradually increase to 100% as the liberation time increases. But if there is a difference, there is a difference, and Kuchiki Clan knows this very well. If Kamui can tell the difference with just this one glance, then Kamui is really scary. Your sword, liberated through chanting, is slightly stronger than your direct liberating. Although the gap is limited, I can really see the gap. Kamui said confidently. Oh hee hee. Hearing Kamui's words, Kuchiki Clan certainly knew that what Kamui said was true, and this further proved the horror of Kamui's own strength. You're right, there is indeed a gap, but compulsory liberation has its advantages. Although the disadvantages are obvious, at least it cannot attract people's attention. Kuchiki Clan slowly raised Mo in front of him and said, at a moment, Kuchiki Clan shot suddenly, and with Kuchiki Clan's swing of the knife, the black flame on the black sword Yanma devoured towards Kamui like a dragon. Kamui naturally felt the horror of the black flame, and quickly jumped back in an attempt to avoid the black flame's attack, but Kamui still underestimated Kuchiki Xian's black flame, and saw the flame dragon chasing and devouring Kamui as if alive. Seeing this situation, Kamui narrowed his eyes slightly, then opened his not-so-big mouth, and let out a low growl, "Zero." The next moment, a powerful gold light erupted from the gold light ball in front of Kamui's mouth, directly blasting towards the Yanlong formed by the black flames. But with the contact of Jin Guang and Yanlong, the situation Kamui expected did not happen, the situation where Zero and Yanlong attacked and exploded did not happen, and the situation where Zero killed Yanlong did not happen, but Yanlong did not happen when he came into contact with Zero. In an instant, Zero was wrapped in it, and then Zero was digested by Yanlong, and as Zero was digested, Yanlong became even bigger. Seeing this situation, Kamui exclaimed, "What? Swallowed my Zero?" You must know that Zero is the signature attack skill of Minos Grande. It has the characteristics of powerful power and amazing destructive power, so it is easy to destroy Zero, but it is not an easy task to swallow Zero. At this moment, Kamui had the most intuitive understanding of the black flame produced by Kuchiki Gen Zanpakuto. What a horrible flame! Kamui narrowed his eyes, and quickly backed away the next moment, because after devouring Zero, the black flame dragon continued to pounce towards Kamui, forcing Kamui to retreat first. But, is Kuchiki Xian's black flame dragon so easy to dodge? After Kamui retreated, Yanlong continued to chase Kamui as if he had spirituality. This scene made Kamui frown. In this situation, Kamui also knew that if he didn't kill the black flame dragon, he would face endless pursuit, but what method to use to deal with the flame dragon was a problem. Obviously, pure Zero cannot solve the problem, but without long-range energy attacks, Kamui dare not try it himself. He still hasn't figured out how far the black flame has eroded. In this case, how could it be possible to try the law with one's own body and use the flesh to fight against the black flame Yanlong? Since common Zero is not good, then try to increase the power. Kamui may act silly in normal times, but in battle, Kamui is very scary. His brain at this time the running speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people. No, Kamui immediately thought of another way to test, but to release Zero that is stronger than the basic Zero, Kamui must show his true fighting posture. Yes, the Kamui who looks very human at this time is not his real posture. As a talented Vasto Lord Minos Grande, Kamui has an advantage that other Minos Grandes cannot match, that is, the ability to change his own form advantage. Like other Minos Grandes, they all have their own characteristics, and although Kamui does not have particularly distinctive characteristics, he has other non-existent things, and there are still two. First of all, the first point is that Kamui can adapt to the battle by changing its own form, and it is suitable for all kinds of battles. In this regard, other virtuals can't do it, even if they are well-informed. Guan, Kuchiki Xian has never seen a Minos Grande who can change his form at will. The only way to change the shape by yourself is to condense your core into the shape of a knife after Arankar, and become Arankar. When you liberate your knife, you can complete the shape change. Other methods, not to mention Kuchiki Xian, may not be able to do it even if Aizen is here. After all, Kamui's shape-changing ability is also his innate ability, which is the same as Barragan's Decay, Helibel's Water Flow, and Stark's Infinite Zero, are their respective innate abilities. As for Kamui's second special feature, I won't introduce it here. After all, it will be a matter of the future, and Kamui is not ready to use his second feature yet. Judging from the current situation, Kamui knows that if he maintains his current state, he will largely be unable to fight Kuchiki Xian, so Kamui is also prepared to stop hiding his clumsiness. I saw Kamui screaming, disappeared from where he was originally, and appeared in a place farther away from the black flame dragon in an instant. Then, yellow, blue and purple arcs began to flash on Kamui's body. With the flashing of the arc, Kamui's feet arc-shaped runes of the same color as the arc began to appear on the exoskeleton-like steel skins of the arms. Seeing the changes in Kamui, Kuchiki Clan narrowed his eyes slightly in the distance, because the powerful spiritual sense told him that the strength of Ryatsu on Kamui began to increase at this time, and in just a moment, the amplitude of Ryatsu on Kamui was a few steps away from before. Times. The next moment, Kamui's body also began to change with the appearance of the runes. The first thing that changed was the shape of Kamui's arms. With the appearance of the runes, sharp thorns like daggers began to grow on Kamui's arms, and the legs became thicker and full of mystery as more and more runes appeared. When Kamui stopped changing completely, the appearance of Kamui at this time has changed a lot compared to the previous one. The most intuitive change is that there are many mysterious runes in red, yellow and blue on Kamui's body at this time, and Kamui, whose appearance was closer to humans before, now has some hideous appearance and powerful power of Vasto Lord Minos Grande, but Kamui's face didn't change much at this time, except that a half-length gray and white hair suddenly grew out of his previously bald head. The next moment, Kamui, who had clearly transformed, threw out a straight fist with lightning speed, and then a huge golden Ryatsu fist formed from Kamui's right fist, and suddenly blasted towards the black flame dragon that had pounced on again. Boom! There was a loud bang, the moment the Ryatsu giant fist formed by the golden Ryatsu bombarded the dragon's head of the black flame dragon, a huge bang exploded, and at the same time a huge sound wave and shock wave were produced. Of course Hueco Mundo's the yellow and white fine sand all over the ground bombarded and flew all over the sky. Because of the relationship between the dust and the dust, Kuchiki Clan couldn't see the situation of the giant fist and the black flame dragon fighting for a while, but the Yanlong was made by Kuchiki Clan with Ryatsu after all, so Kuchiki Clan accepted it. At the first time I got the feedback from my own Ryatsu, the black flame dragon was shattered. Kuchiki Clan, who got this result, was slightly surprised. After all, the black flame dragon was already considered a very powerful move for Shirkai's Yen-Mo at this time. Such a move, after Kamui's transformation, Generally Common's punch was smashed, which shows how much Kamui's strength has improved after transformation. The original huge body of the shattered Yanlong still disappeared, leaving only sporadic black flames, which fell on the sand and began to burn the unique white fine sand of Hueco Mundo. Great punch! Before the dust settled, Kuchiki Clan, who was standing in the distance holding Yen-Mo, squinted his eyes and said, "Variety War Demon, First Form, Explosive Fist." After hearing Kuchiki Clan's praise, Kamui, who was behind the dust, also spoke slowly. Following the conversation between the two, the dust finally slowly fell back to the good ground, leaving only a huge sand pit at the position where Yanlong and Gold's giant fists bombarded just now, and there were still sporadic stars in the pit. The black flame is burning tenaciously. First Form? Kuchiki Clan asked with his head tilted slightly. Yes. At this time, Kamui was full of fierceness, and with the light yellow mysterious runes emerging from all over his body, the color of the runes will stabilize at one color after the transformation is over, adding a sense of mystery and power. This is the first form of fighting since I was conscious. After I reached this stage, I recondensed this form, and added my own unique ability after changing the form. The enhanced rune made me this. The form has reached true perfection. The punch just now is my new application for Seiro in this form. Kamui explained to Kuchiki Clan faintly. That punch just now was actually Seiro's app. Regarding the answer given by Kamui, Kuchiki Clan was quite surprised, to be honest. After all, the feeling that Kuchiki Clan gave to that punch just now was completely incompatible with Seiro. That's right, it's the application of Seiro. Kamui nodded again, affirming the answer he gave earlier. Also, it's really surprising. Kuchiki Clan no longer doubted, although he had seen Seiro before when he read the original book, and he had seen a lot of Seiro after coming to Hueco Mundo, but to be honest, Kuchiki Clan has no doubts about Seiro. This understanding of Minos Grande's unique offensive ability is still too shallow. It's nothing surprising, Seiro is something that every Minos Grande knows, but some people can develop it, and some people can't develop it, like me, with the blessing of special abilities. My other combat abilities have been greatly improved, and I will naturally not put a lot of effort into developing these aspects, so I will reapply Zero in the combat form. These should not be surprising. Kamui he spread his hands out of course and said. Well. Okay, boss, you have the final say. Kuchiki Clan complained slightly in his heart, but he couldn't refute Kamui's words. Originally, Kamui's body was very strong. After the shape change, Kuchiki Clan also felt that 887 Kamui's body had been further improved, so Kamui said that there is nothing wrong with developing other things. What's more, Kamui, Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, has the final say on the virtual matter, and Kuchiki Clan is not very clear about it. I'm getting more and more interested in your fighting form. Kuchiki Clan turned his thoughts and said to Kamui with a smile. I'm also very interested in your black flame. Your black flame is too strong. Kamui also nodded and said. My black flames are naturally very strong. This is the ability of my Zanpakuto Yen Mo, after liberation. These black flames are called karma by me. They have the ability to burn everything and devour all energy. Now that Kamui has introduced his situation, Kuchiki Clan naturally will not be stingy with his ability, and he will not tell Kamui. After all, it is not rude to come and go, not to mention that the two are now competing, not fighting to the death. The ability is nothing. What's more, isn't the situation at this time in line with the manga style of the Yamamoto nation? Everyone reported their family background before, and Kuchiki Clan used to complain about this point before, but he got used to it. Anyway, just look at it, it doesn't feel awkward anymore. Sure enough. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's explanation, Kamui also nodded. He had already discovered the characteristics of black flame through observation before, so he transformed directly, and then used the powerful moves after transformation to kill Yen the Dragon Blasted. You black flame is not easy to deal with. Kamui shook his head and said, he has experienced the difficulty of black flame himself, unless the attack formed by black flame is directly broken by the powerful Ryatsu skill with super high destructive power, otherwise black flame will devour the Ryatsu attacking itself to strengthen oneself. As far as this point is concerned, Kamui himself thinks that this is the most threatening point. Kuchiki Clan nodded to Kamui's words, did not explain, but said again, the black flame dragon before is already the strongest attack I can make in my current state, that is to say, I have to come up with a more powerful attack. Your strength is coming, Kamui, you have to be careful. When Kamui heard Kuchiki Clan's words, he was slightly startled, but also smiled on his face. Are you going to use the most powerful ability of your Shinigami? Kuchiki Clan mentioned to Kamui before, after they liberate Zanpakuto, they will have a more powerful ability. This ability is called Bankai. Bankai, like Shirkai, is an advanced form of Zanpakuto, but its power is very different from Shirkai. Following Kuchiki Clan's reminder, Kuchiki Clan slowly raised the black knife to his eyes, and then the black flame scattered on the ground slowly floated back to the Tsebe under the traction of the black knife Enma. Yen Mo's sword body was absorbed by the sword body. Look, Kamui. This is the first time you've seen our Bankai, so remember it clearly. When Kuchiki Clan said this, the Ryatsu on his body began to climb rapidly. The black Ryatsu soared into the sky, mixed with a terrifying scorching aura. A huge phantom of a skull was formed by the jet black Ryatsu behind Kuchiki Clan. It looked scary and breathtaking. Bankai, Fusion, Daenma, Endless Karmic Fire Hell. Following Kuchiki Clan's voice, raging black flames suddenly erupted from Enma, and as Kuchiki Clan Ryatsu skyrocketed, more and more black flames, almost to the point of overwhelming the sky. Kamui is also looking at Kuchiki Clan solemnly at this time. He can feel that although Kuchiki Clan's Ryatsu has improved several times, but this is not the end. He knows it, because Kuchiki Clan told him that once Shinigami, Bankai, then Ryatsu will be raised many times in an instant, instead of slowly raising Ryatsu like Kuchiki Clan is now. Kamui watched very seriously, just like Kuchiki Clan said, this is the first time he saw Bankai, and it was also a good opportunity to know Shinigami Bankai. He didn't want to give up such an opportunity, so what he watched was incomparable serious. At the moment when Kuchiki Xian's Ryatsu ascended to the top, Kamuy's expression moved slightly, because Kuchiki Xian, whom he had been paying attention to, also moved. As Ryatsu gradually stabilized, Kuchiki Xian held the knife in his right hand, and the black flames all over the sky were instantly absorbed by black Zenma. In the next second, Kuchiki Xian's hands lightly waved the Enma, and the stream was 10 times larger than before. Double Ryatsu, with Kuchiki Gen's light wave overwhelmingly suppresses Kamui, at the same time, with Kuchiki Gen Ryatsu's instant transformation, where he is covered by Ryatsu, the surrounding colors begin to move towards pure black and white transformed. This. Kamui noticed the change in his surroundings, and his complexion changed for the first time, because what Kamui felt was not a simple color change of the surrounding environment, but everything he knew was changing, and this change made him very feeling uneasy. The first thought in my mind is to escape from this growing, black and white space. Hey, it's late. When Kamui really realized something was wrong and was about to run away, Kuchiki Xian showed a smile on his face and said a word at the same time. But Kamui, who heard this sentence, really changed his face this time, because the next moment, a black lacquered blade appeared in front of Kamui's eyes. The next moment, Kuchiki Xian, who was still far away, appeared in front of Kamui's eyes, and along with him came the black blade in Kuchiki Xian's hand. The moment Kamui reacted, the blade had already reached Kamui's eyes, and the next moment Kamui felt that the pores of his body seemed to be air-conditioned, and gusts of cold air emerged from his body. Kamui knew very well that if he can't stop it, then the consequences will be what he may not want to see. With a huge sense of crisis approaching, Kamui's brain reaction can no longer keep up with Kuchiki's sudden attack, but the fact that the brain reaction can't keep up doesn't mean that Kamui's body instinctive reaction can't keep up either. The next moment, when the blade was about to hit Kamui's cheek, the golden runes on Kamui's legs suddenly burst into light, and then the runes on Kamui's legs burst out with a bang, and a powerful push broke out, causing Kamui, who was already leaning back as hard as possible, to get a huge reverse thrust in an instant, directly making Kamui's body away from Kuchiki Xian in an instant. Kuchiki Xian didn't expect that Kamui would retreat to dodge his own blow in such a way, and he was slightly dazed for a while. As for Kamui, he obviously knew that he would have such an instinctive reaction in such a situation. After the runes on his legs erupted to push back, he quickly raised his upper body, allowing his body to recover from the original backward position. Back to balance, turned into a slight forward leaning, and then stood still. Kuchiki Xian, who was dodged by Kamui, did not pursue after seeing that one blow failed, but instead focused on the legs that instinctively reacted just when he was in danger. The luster emitted by the runes in the place is a bit dimmer, and at the same time, there are bursts of steam coming out of Kamui's legs. It can be seen that the temporary consumption is not small for Kamui's legs. Kamui III is aware of his situation. Following Kuchiki Xian's gaze, he also looked at his legs, and then said, "Oh, the hands and legs will burst out in various directions in an emergency, but every time a burst will consume the energy of the runes on both legs, and in this situation, it is a sign of a slightly higher consumption." While speaking, Kamui raised his right foot and tapped his toes lightly against the ground. Following Kamui's movement, Kuchiki Xian found that the originally slightly dimmed rune luster, under Kamui's movement, very quickly soon it was back to normal. "It seems that you can replenish the consumption just now?" Kuchiki Xian asked intentionally. "Well, that's right." Kamui nodded, and then asked, "Your blow just now really caught me off guard, and the speed like that is a bit strange. Can you solve the problem?" "I'll tell you if I want to know." Kuchiki Xian smiled slightly and said indifferently. "The speed that was as fast as ultimate just now is actually not the speed, but some transformations of my own Bankai combined with some applications of space. Originally, my Bankai was actually just to create a field space that can make black flames appear everywhere, but can be invisible, but with my understanding of Bankai, I found that if the field of Bankai is not qualitatively changed progress, then the power of my Bankai will stagnate, and the same shortcomings will be very obvious. So, after a long time of comprehension, I decided that if I can't get a qualitative change directly, then I should start with other aspects, for example, comprehensiveness. Yes, since the aspect of depth couldn't work out before, I decided to try to make myself wider. After all, whether it is Shirkai or Bankai, the original purpose is to defeat the opponent, so since Bankai can't directly achieve the final for qualitative change, then start with the quantitative change first, and use the quantitative change to drive the qualitative change, so my Bankai has just now cut. As for, the knife that appeared in front of you just now is an ability of my latest Bankai domain, which I call, Flash Goddess /. Hearing Kuchiki Xian's explanation, Kamui nodded half-comprehensively, Flash Goddess? It's a very appropriate name, and the speed is really fast. Oh no, it should be teleportation. Yes, it's teleportation. As I just said, before my Bankai domain could only create invisible black flames in a very small area, but after my hard work, the current domain is not only larger than before. I have improved a lot, and I have also improved the functionality of the black flame a lot. Now, as long as I am in the field I created, I can exchange positions with the black flame that appeared out of thin air. Kuchiki Xian spread his arms, with the knife in his right hand stretched out, his left hand spread out with the palm facing up, he said with a smile. Ask for flowers. Of course, this Bankai is not perfect, because with the expansion of the domain, although the production of black flames is much more than in the previous domain, it is because the space has expanded, and the invisible black flame cannot spread to the domain. All corners of the world, so if you want to exchange teleportation in some places, you must make black flames in advance, so, it will affect the time of teleportation. After Kuchiki Xian explained the advantages, he also talked about the disadvantages. Since it is an explanation of the competition, there is no need for Kuchiki Xian to hide it. After all, the process of telling is also a process of reflection, which is beneficial to Kuchiki Xian's subsequent development of Bankai. 00. Well, there are indeed pros and cons. Kamui nodded in the same way. He had already understood, and also knew what kind of flaws there were in Kuchiki's seemingly incomprehensible abilities. Kuchiki Xian said very clearly that although the black flame is invisible, it is impossible to completely cover up the existence of the black flame for Ryatsu's sensitive powerhouse. If you want to avoid it, it is not impossible to dodge it. After discovering the existence of the black flame, it is still very easy to avoid it. Moreover, although with the development of Kuchiki Xian, the scope of the black and white space field has been expanded by more than 10 times than before, the disadvantage is that the production of black flames cannot keep up with the expansion of the field. In the very narrow field before, black flames can do it is impossible to fill it up, but with the scope of the current field, this is simply impossible, so this is the biggest flaw that Dr. Kuchiki said. It takes time to make black flames. Although black flames seem to be generated out of thin air in the field, they are all made by Kuchiki Gen through Ryatsu. Every piece of black flame in the field must be produced by consuming Kuchiki Gen's Ryatsu. This is the defect that Kuchiki Xian said, because knowing that it takes time, if this point is caught by the enemy, then the threat level of Flash Goddess / will be greatly reduced. Of course, those who can completely evade the Flash Goddess / in the true sense are definitely the best of the best. Regarding this point, Kuchiki Xian said that it is not completely worried. After all, there are so many high-level experts in the world. Woolen cloth. Of course, although it is hard to find a master, it is not impossible, and this cannot be the reason for Kuchiki Xian to carry it. After all, Bankai is not perfect if he is not perfect. This is indisputable. Just like the Kamui facing Kuchiki Xian at this time, although Kuchiki Xian did not have the intention to kill Kamui in the previous knife, but it also proved that even if he did not have the intention to kill, Kamui could rely on his own excellent strength, abruptly cracked Kuchiki Xian's knife. Although it was Kuchiki who made the move and did not continue to attack, otherwise Kamui may not be injured, but a mess is unavoidable. Moreover, Flash Goddess / is not all about the new Bankai after Kuchiki Xian's enlightenment for 100 years. Kuchiki Xian's explanation before is only an explanation of the basic ability, and it does not mean that all the abilities of his new Bankai are here. First of all, Kuchiki Xian's new Bankai is far superior to the previous Bankai in terms of 5, 6, 7 abilities in all aspects. This is beyond doubt. Secondly, the expansion of the field and the increase of black flames are also a great improvement. There are too many, but considering Kuchiki Xian's ever-changing strength, it may not be a big flaw. As for other abilities, Kuchiki Xian felt that what he had just explained was enough, and the next step was the real battle between him and Kamui. The warm-up is over, Kamui. Next, I hope you and I can show our real strength to fight. It's not in vain that we have known each other for so long. Kuchiki Xian looked at Kamui and said lightly. That's exactly what I mean. Kamui bowed slightly, and the runes on his body began to emit brighter luster. Obviously, Kamui was ready to start a real battle. After all, he had been suppressed by Kuchiki Xian before, which made him. Kamui was very upset. After all, he was a Minos Grande who made his living by fighting. How could he endure being suppressed all the time? Up. Up. Boom. The next moment, the speed of the two exploded at the same time, rushing towards each other. On the other side, in the camp of the expedition team, as the battle between Kuchiki Xian and Kamui started, Ryatsu's soaring became more and more powerful, and he was discovered by the expedition team members in the distance. But because Shihoin Husan, Shiba Iron Owl and others also know the existence of Kamui, maybe they haven't guessed what Kuchiki Xian did before, but after feeling the soaring Ryatsu of the two sides, even if they are stupid, they will know what did Kuchiki Gen go to do. At the main entrance of the camp, Shiba Iron Owl, Shihoin Husan, and Makihara Motoda were standing side by side outside the main entrance, talking about something in the direction of the Minos Grande forest. Wow, such a Ryatsu, I can feel it from such a distance. It seems that the strength of Vasto Lord Minos Grande that Brother Xian met is really terrifying. Motoda Mahara felt the Ryatsu of Kuchiki Xian and Kamui one after another, with an exaggerated expression said. Humph, what do you think? That's Vasto Lord, not something Minos Grande like Ajuchas can compare to. Shihoin Husan sneered, and yelled at Motoda Mahara. Now Shihoin Husan still retains the same Mu Yuan Yuantai's old habit of bickering and other styles are almost gone. And Mu Yuan Yuantai also understands Shihoin and Husan's personality. After all, they have fought side by side for 100 years, so how could they not understand each other? So Mu Yuan Yuantai didn't bother to argue with him. Okay, I understand, didn't you almost die in the hands of an Ajuchas decades ago? As for being so brooding. Regarding Mu Yuan Yuantai's soft counterattack, Shihoin Husan could only snort coldly with a livid face. After all, this is also the truth. They were indeed helpless against Ajuchas back then, which is nothing compared to now. At this time, they have completely ignored the weaker Ajuchas. Only the truly strong Ajuchas will pose a threat to them. We'll never forget. Don't make any noise. Look, I haven't seen Ryatsu released by Captain Kuchiki in this way for decades. This is Bankai, right? Instead, focus on the other side of the battle. Following Kuchiki Gen's Bankai, everyone here also felt Kuchiki Gen's huge, terrifying Ryatsu that seemed to overwhelm the sky. Phew, it's true, although I was lucky enough to see the Bankai of Brother Xian once when Brother Xian had just mastered Bankai, but compared to now, the Bankai at that time was far worse than it is now. Feeling Kuchiki Genta's terrifying Ryatsu, Makihara Motoda took a deep breath and said in shock. In the past 100 years of battle, as Kuchiki Xian's closest comrade in arms, everyone has naturally seen Kuchiki Xian's Bankai, but those are not Kuchiki Xian's full-strength Bankai. After all, there is no other Minos Grande except the Vasto Lord level. Minos Grande can use all the strength of Kuchiki Gen. In 100 years, the few Bankais that Kuchiki Xian has used are all forced to save people, so basically, if it is not necessary, Kuchiki Xian will not Bankai at all. Ah yes, for so many years, the chief captain, Bankai, has always been to save people. There is no Minos Grande who can let the chief captain be a real Bankai. Shiba Iron Owl shook Zanpakuto at his waist, and said with emotion. Because Shiba Iron Owl has the most intuitive perception of Kuchiki Xian's strength, and he doesn't want to recall the details, but Shiba Iron Owl always remembers that on Ajuchas, whom he regarded as a death calamity, Shiba Iron Owl for the first time, Owl really saw the violent and terrifying Ryatsu of Kuchiki Gen, and the Bankai who drove the fear into his bone marrow. I really want to see. How strong is Vasto Lord? Shihoin Husan sighed and said with some envy. Don't think about it, Husan, with our current strength, we are not enough to face Vasto Lord, even the weakest one, so listen to the words of Captain Kuchiki, stay here and make yourself stronger go. Shiba Iron Owl patted Shihoin Hui on the shoulder and said. It can only be like this. Shihoin Husan nodded 2.4. After all, he knew that what Shiba Iron Owl said was right. Those who have not even reached the 8th level are not qualified to stand in front of the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. The three stopped talking, but turned their attention to the place where Kuchiki Xian and Kamui fought. Originally, everyone in the expedition team wanted to go to the battlefield, but they were stopped by the three of them. In the end, Shiba Qinghe and Kamui, the two brothers Hong Xiao, continued to organize the registration, while Shiba Tai Xiao and the three of them stood in front of the camp and felt the Ryatsu fighting against each other from a distance, expressing a burst of emotion from time to time. In fact, the three of them also wanted to go to the place where they fought, but they knew very well that it would not be an easy job to go through the forest of Minos Grande, not to mention whether they could stand Ryatsu in the place of battle, so the three of them only I can suppress the impulse in my heart, and then plant a seed in my heart. For the next quarter of an hour, the Ryatsu collision between Kuchiki Xian and Kamui almost never stopped, which made the three people who were already very yearning even more unbearable. Wow, it's been so long, they've been fighting for so long. Could it be that the Ryatsu of two people is a bottomless pit? Motoda Mahara was the youngest of the three, and he naturally spoke the most wanton. Yeah, it's been so long and has maintained such a high-intensity Ryatsu output, are both of them monsters? Shihoin Husan finally didn't hate Muyu and Yuenta, but agreed. Well, the two guys are indeed terrifying and abnormal. If we maintain such a high-intensity Ryatsu output, if it were us, our spiritual power would have been exhausted long ago. How could we continue to fight? Shiba Iron Owl is the most calm one among the three, but for the monster-like performance of Kuchiki Xian and Kamui, they are also quite speechless. The three of them also mastered the character of Bankai, but they asked themselves, let alone fighting an enemy stronger than themselves, even an evenly matched enemy would not be able to fight for such a long time. After all, there is a saying that is applicable both in ancient and modern daxia and abroad, that is, the duel between the strong is often determined 24 times in an instant. The words may vary due to geographical issues, but the reason is the same. The reason why the strong are strong is because they can cause very serious harm to others, so they are called strong. A duel is often a battle that can determine the outcome in one round. Therefore, the longer this kind of battle lasts, the more it represents the terrifying strength of the two warring people, which is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just when the three were wondering how long Kuchiki Xian and Kamui would fight, the huge Ryatsu collision suddenly stopped. The cessation of Ryatsu's collision meant that the battle between the two had ended, but judging from the disappearance of Ryatsu's collision, the three of them understood that the battle had stopped, but the outcome might not necessarily be decided. After the three looked at each other in surprise, they found the blazing 8 trigrams fire in each other's eyes, and all three wanted to know the result of the fight. Hey, tell me, who won? Shihoin Husan spoke first. I don't know. Shiba Iron Owl shook his head and replied. After all, the Ryatsu collision disappeared at the same time, and because the distance between the fights was very far, if it wasn't for the extremely huge Ryatsu collision, the three of them would have been able to discover it. The distance is too far, it's too difficult to distinguish. Muyu and Motoda also shook his head regretfully and said. After some discussion, the three of them shook their heads at the same time, because it was indeed too far away, and it was impossible to distinguish the situation of the two of them in detail, so the only thing the master could do was to continue. Standing here waiting for Kuchiki Gen's return. Not long after, a figure appeared on the sand dunes in the distance, and the three of them became excited. After all, there should be no one else who could appear here except Kuchiki Clan. Sure enough, when the figure gradually became clear, the three of them saw Kuchiki Clan, who looked a little tattered and his upper body clothes disappeared, walking slowly towards the camp. When the three saw Kuchiki Clan's situation, they all showed shocked expressions. In their impression, Kuchiki Clan had never been in such a state of embarrassment. Because of Kuchiki Clan's situation, from the side confirmed the strong strength of that vasto lord-level Minos Grande. When Kuchiki Clan stood in front of the three of them completely, the three of them could see clearly the situation of Kuchiki Clan at this time. At this time, Kuchiki Clan's hair is still in good condition. After all, it is protected by the silver headband, and there is no big change. From the hair below, Kuchiki Clan's tragedy begins shown. First of all, the face. At this time, Kuchiki Clan's face was bruised on the left cheek, and the right chin was red, and there was still blood at the corner of the mouth. It can be seen that Kuchiki Clan's face should have been hit more than 2 times. And then down, to the torso of Kuchiki Clan, the clothes on the mountain have long since disappeared, and the only remaining fabric is a little hem tied in the waistband of the trousers. There are also some abrasions on the body, and there are also bruises and purple spots, but they are not serious, and they are all just skin trauma. Further down are the legs covered by the trousers. The trousers below the waist are still in good condition, and it seems that they have not been taken care of too much. Therefore, it can be concluded that the attacked parts of Kuchiki Clan are concentrated above the torso. But just this is enough to surprise the three of them. Hey, I'm talking about the captain, is that vasto lord so strong? Have you been injured so much? Who won when you fell to the ground? Shiba Iron Owl spoke a little bluntly, and asked directly. Shihoin Husan and Muyuan Motoda glared at Shiba Iron Owl respectively, blaming this guy for being too straightforward, but they also wanted to know the result of this battle. Kuchiki glanced at the three of them speechlessly. He had already noticed the fire of 8 trigrams in the eyes of the three of them. After rolling his eyes, he began to ask, "You 3 guys are also like 8 trigrams? What are 8 trigrams?" The 3 asked at the same time. It's okay, you want to know the result? Kuchiki Clan knew that he had slipped the tongue when he heard it. The words 8 trigrams are something that only came later, so Kuchiki Clan immediately attracted the 3 people's attention to them things of interest. Sure enough, after hearing this sentence, the attention of the 3 people was drawn to other places, and they immediately began to ask questions. Yeah, how is it? Which of you won? Kuchiki wiped his sweat secretly, thinking that he almost dug a hole for himself. You must know that this was 2,000 years ago. If this is entangled, it will not be easy to be fooled. Secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Kuchiki Shenjing straightened his face, coughed and said, "As for the result, we should be considered to be undecided." Oh no! The 3 exclaimed at the same time, but after thinking about it quickly, they realized that it should be true that there is no winner. After all, the Ryatsu of the 2 sides converged at the same time, and it was obvious that the 2 did it deliberately, so the result is not unacceptable. Naturally, there is no winner, and we didn't fight each other with death. Isn't it hard to accept such a result? Kuchiki Clan was a little disappointed when he saw the reaction of the 3, and asked rhetorically. Oh, it's nothing, we actually guessed part of the outcome. Muyuan Yuanta had the fastest brain, and immediately said. Well, don't dawdle, I've been delayed for some time, hurry up and see if the registration is over. Saying that, Kuchiki Clan raised his feet and walked towards the camp. After all, he was also a little anxious to go back to Soul Society. Seeing that Kuchiki Clan obviously didn't want to say more, the 3 of them didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, the 3 of them got the answer they wanted, so there was no need to ask any more questions. Immediately, followed Kuchiki Clan walked into the camp, and walked towards the location of the expedition team members. The other side. At the basin where Kuchiki-gen and Kamui fought before. Kamui was lying in a sandpit without any image. At this time, Kamui had already released his first form, and his body was full of tatters. Hoo. Kamui was lying in the sandpit, panting heavily. The battle between him and Kuchiki-shien was indeed a tie. Kuchiki-shien was forcefully punched by him several times, 2 of which were still in the face. It can be said that the record is shining. But, likewise, he got hit by Kuchiki-gen a bit miserably. Kamui used to fight with his fists, but Kuchiki-gen didn't. Kuchiki-gen's bankai hitting him was no joke. From Kuchiki-shien bankai to when the two really started fighting, until the end of the battle, Kamui can be said to have been cut by the black flame several times, and the result is that the place where the knife was cut was swallowed and digested in an instant. Even if Kamui has runes strengthening the steel skin and body are not too strong to withstand the erosion of the invisible black flame behind Kuchiki-shien bankai. The result is that during the battle, in order to maintain his fighting power, Kamui has been expending a lot to regenerate his body super fast. Even so, Kamui is a little miserable here. However, even though it was miserable on the surface, Kuchiki-shien also controlled his strength, and the damage he caused to Kamui was also superficial damage, and there was almost no internal damage. At this time, Kamui was lying in the sandpit panting, but it is because of the large consumption of Ryatsu. After all, ultra-fast regeneration also requires the support of Ryatsu. Kuchiki-shien. What a scary guy. After panting for a few times, Kamui sat up from the unrecognizable lying down, and looked at the original body on his body at this moment. Only a few scattered pieces of the mighty steel armor were left, and he said to himself with a wry smile. But, the last thing he said, Aaronkar. And, war degree. At this point, Kamui narrowed his eyes and began to think about what Kuchiki-gen said before leaving. Yes, before the fight, Kuchiki-hyun promised that he would tell Kamui something about the breakthrough after the fight, as long as Kamui fights him. But more than that, Kuchiki-shien also said a lot of things about Su and Soul Society's fate. People have basically established a deep trust in decades of getting along. Autonomous. Aaronkar, and Quincy. Kamui tilted his head, and finally added, interesting, 1. Kuchiki-shien first returned to his tent, took out a replacement martial arts outfit and changed into clothes, then used his passive ability to remove the bruises on his face and body, and then came to the place where people gathered. At this time, according to the statistics of Shiba Chingha and Hongxiao, the number of people who voluntarily stay in Hueco Mundo has been determined. Although the number is too small for Kuchiki-shien to stay, overall, it is not bad. According to the voluntary registration, apart from Shihuan Husan and Shiba Taishao, the remaining 36 people except Kuchiki-shien, Miyuan Yuanta, Qing Nu, and Hong Xiao, there are only 32 players left. 14 people, and the remaining 18 people are unwilling to stay. Originally, Kuchiki-shien meant that he didn't force it, and Kuchiki-shien was already very happy that 14 people could stay on their own initiative. Kuchiki-shien looked at the people present, and slowly said, I have already understood the situation of voluntary registration, and I am very pleased that there are 14 good men from the Soul Society who are willing to stay in Hueco Mundo and continue to contribute to the Soul Society. Again, on behalf of the entire expedition team, and the entire Soul Society, I, Kuchiki-shien, would like to say thank you. After all, Kuchiki-shien bowed to everyone present, and the team members did not evade or say anything. After all, this is what they deserve. In the end, those who stayed in Hueco Mundo, plus Captain Shiba Iron Owl and Captain Shihuanhu, there are a total of 16 people. At that time, the two of you will be assigned by yourself and continue to be divided into 2 teams. What to do? Don't change the style of the expedition team just because I'm gone. I hope that when I see you next time, you will be different. Kuchiki-shien said in a complex tone. Yes. The remaining 14 players, together with the 2 captains, gave Kuchiki-shien the final answer. Hearing everyone's answers, Kuchiki-shien nodded with satisfaction, "Okay, I won't talk nonsense, the remaining brothers, you continue your business, and the rest, get ready quickly, we, go home." The phrase, "go home," made all the members of the expedition team laugh. They have been away from Soul Society for too long. When they came, there were more than 100 people. At this time, there are only 38 people left. Such a reduction rate, although in terms of a time span of 100 years, it is not a big deal, but when the team members watch their comrades die one by one, this kind of feeling is really uncomfortable. Therefore, after hearing Kuchiki Xian's announcement of returning home, everyone was very excited whether they stayed in Hueco Mundo or returned home. Those who stay in Hueco Mundo are naturally excited to write a sentence for the endless crusade, and at the same time excited for the new faces who are coming. After all, watching these people every day for 100 years, it is inevitable that they will be tired. Needless to say, the group who returned home has been around for 100 years. Although people in the Soul Society, those with spiritual power, generally start at the age of 400 or 500, 100 years is equivalent to 1/5 of the shortest lifespan. This kind of time was spent in the crusade against Hueco Mundo, and he did not go crazy directly, which is considered to be an excellent psychological endurance. Of course, among these people, although none went crazy directly, there were not a few who had problems in their hearts. Of course, a large part of them had already died in the battle. You know, in the next batch of candidates who will return to Soul Society, there are several problems, and among the group of people who choose to stay in Hueco Mundo, there are also some problems, but these are based on Kuchiki Xian observed and should have noticed his own problems, so he chose to stay in Hueco Mundo. For this, Kuchiki Xian is very pleased, at least these people have self-knowledge. At least Kuchiki Xian feels that such a long time of guidance and getting along with each other has not been wasted. As for those who are planning to return to the Soul Society, Kuchiki Xian will not just let them go. The most basic thing is to report to the old man Yamamoto and the various families after returning to the Soul Society, so that they can pay close attention. Most of the members of the expedition team have aristocratic backgrounds. Soon, the crowd dispersed and began to pack their bags and prepare to go on the road. Under the full motivation of going home, the members of the expedition team who were about to go home quickly cleaned up. Speaking of which, there was actually nothing to clean up. Everyone casually packed their dry food and a few combat uniforms on the road, and gathered in the open space in the center of the camp. Soon, 21 people, including Ouyang Xuan, Shiba Qinghe and Shiba Hongxiao, gathered in the open space. At this time, two camps were clearly formed in the open space. On one side were Ouyang Xuan and Shiba brothers. The going home group is headed by Shiba Taishao, and Shihuan Husan. On the other side is the left behind group. Kuchiki Xian looked at Shiba Iron Owl, Shihuan Husan, and the 14th Life team members who chose to stay. Even Kuchiki Xian, who has been tempered for 400 years, has a heart as hard as steel, and his eyes couldn't help turning red. Uncle Iron Owl. Kuchiki Xian looked at Shiba Iron Owl, who had no fluctuation on his face, and felt mixed feelings for a moment. After all, they are brothers who have been together for more than 100 years. How could Kuchiki Xian have no feelings in his heart? Hearing Kuchiki Xian's appellation that was obviously contrary to his identity, Shiba Iron Owl's iron-blooded face couldn't help showing a sad look. "Ah Xian, don't be sad, we stayed behind, for you and 937 Soul Society, you promise, go back and take care of the two bastards, I'll guard the rear for you." Shiba Taishao rarely showed a trace of tenderness on his face, especially when talking about his two sons. Hearing Shiba Iron Owl's words, the eye sockets of everyone present were also red, especially Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao, who lowered their heads silently, tears streaming down their cheeks, because they knew that I don't know when I will see my father again, and it is possible that I will never see my father again, but as members of Shiba's family, if there is no sacrifice of Shiba's Iron Owl, they will never be able to become Kuchiki Xian's closest partner. They all understand that when all three of them, father and son, were able to come to the expedition team, they had this idea in mind. After listening to Shiba's words, Kuchiki Xian's eyes turned red, and he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Iron Owl, I will take good care of them both. I promise that as long as I am, there will be Shiba's family." Although the words are not serious, none of the people present are uninformed. They know that since Kuchiki Clan said such a sentence today, it means that as long as there are no major problems of principle in the Shiba family, Seth, then their family will sit back and relax. After all, this is what Kuchiki Clan said. Because there are 10 people who were saved by Kuchiki Xianbao in the expedition team, Makihara Genta. What happened to the Muyuan family back then, more or less everyone present knew something about it. With the lessons learned by Muyuan Motoda, no one would doubt what Kuchiki Clan said. Husan. Kuchiki Clan looked at Shihuan Husan, ready to say something, but was interrupted by Shihuan Husan raising his hand. "Captain, needless to say, I understand everything. You can go back at ease, take care of the old man in my house, and for the rest, Brother Tai Xiao and I are here, so don't worry." Shihuan Husan said with a smile. "Good." Kuchiki Clan felt the hearts of Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl, so there is no need to say more. "You two take care, and take care of the remaining brothers. We'll just go first." Kuchiki Clan added at the end. "Treasure. Treasure." The two parties said goodbye to each other, and then under the watchful eyes of the left-behind team, Kuchiki Clan took the lead, leading the home team, and left towards the barren land at the border between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. On the other side, the Soul Society side, which had been waiting at the junction of the barren land and the Soul Society, had already gathered elder-level figures from the major families and began to wait at the junction. Although the expedition has been in Hueco Mundo for 100 years, there will be an exchange of materials and information every 10 years, which also lets everyone in the Soul Society know what the expedition is in at this time. The current Soul Society is not the Soul Society of later generations, it has many surveillance methods, and most of the current Soul Society still uses enchantment as a means of warning, and there is no other way of communication except for a single communication method. So at this time, everyone in the Soul Society does not know when Kuchiki Clan's team will return to the Soul Society. However, although there is no exact time, they can calculate the time needed for a round trip, so the nobles of the Soul Society arranged manpower at the border early to prepare for the return of the expedition team. At this time, the Soul Society has once again experienced a century of development, and there have been great changes before Kuchiki Clan and the others set out. Great changes have also taken place in the power system of the major families. However, none of these will affect the expedition team that Kuchiki Clan belongs to at present, but after he returns, it will be another matter. At the forefront of the welcoming line at this time was, of course, Yamamoto Genryusai with the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka on the handle of the purple scabbard. After all, he begged Kuchiki Clan to go out on his behalf, so no matter what their personal relationship is, he must appear at the forefront of the welcoming team at this time. Moreover, without the replacement of Kuchiki Clan, it is impossible for him to complete his vision so quickly. As for why he has not fully started to act, because Yamamoto Shigekuni feels that such a grand event must be completed under the witness of Kuchiki Clan, is considered a complete merit and virtue. At this time, the waiting line was huge, and as time passed by every minute, some nobles in the waiting line were a little impatient, but because of the presence of Yamamoto Genryusai, they dared not do or say anything. With the operation of the old man Yamamoto for 100 years, the Soul Society at this time, in addition to the decision-making level and the Lingwang Palace, the remaining voices are ultimately the old man Yamamoto and the Kuchiki family. Of course, there are only Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Gen who can really shake the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Gen has not been in the Soul Society for 100 years, if Kuchiki Clan wants to do something, Yamamoto Shiguni has no objection under the circumstances, no one can stop him, this is, the power of the war hero Kuchiki Gen. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and another 2 hours passed. At this time, the return time of the expedition team was much later than expected, and the commotion of the welcoming team was getting bigger and bigger. However, Shigekuni Yamamoto, standing at the forefront of the team, was still as immobile as a mountain, as if the passage of time did not exist at all. Just when some people in the team thought that they should take a break first, standing at the front of the team, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his own little eyes. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Ha! It can be regarded as coming back." Came back. Yamamoto Shigekuni's words made the chaotic team instantly quiet down. Then everyone turned their eyes to the distance at the junction, and they all wanted to see how Kuchiki Clan, who had been away from Soul Society for 100 years, had changed. To be honest, when Yamamoto Shigekuni asked Kuchiki Gen to go to the Soul Society on his behalf, it was equivalent to obliterating everything that Kuchiki Gen had done to the Soul Society, because even though it had been a long time since the Battle of the Nobles at that time, but at that time also it's just that the Soul Society has just finished recuperating, and it's a good time to establish its own power. However, due to his own reasons, Yamamoto Shigekuni let Kuchiki Gen, Rising Star, leave the Soul Society for 100 years. Of course, what he doesn't know is that Kuchiki Clan doesn't care about these at all, because Kuchiki Clan understands that these things are imaginary, and the only way to survive and help the Soul Society to survive is the eternal pursuit. It's just that power corrupts people's hearts, and the Soul Society, which has gone through 100 years of peace, will naturally breed some discordant voices. These voices dare not target 24 Yamamoto Genryusai, who is both powerful and powerful, so many people will the idea hit Kuchiki Clan, who had secretly become the second speaker of Soul Society at the beginning. At this time, at least half of the welcoming team came to observe Kuchiki Clan, and half of them came with another intention. However, everything, the moment Kuchiki Clan returns, is doomed to let them down. Soon, when everyone was waiting for their eyes to see through, a team of figures appeared in everyone's sight. When people saw the shadow of the team, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the team approached, a very depressing feeling suddenly overwhelmed everyone. Yamamoto Genryusai at the front of the team felt the most direct. I saw Yamamoto Genryusai's face moved slightly, and he took a deep look at the approaching team whispered, "Shin is a shrewd brat." Yes, old man Yamamoto has already discovered what this pressure is all about. It is the Ryatsu pressure released by Kuchiki Gen across the boundary and barrier between the two places, so although everyone felt a slight pressure, but it was impossible to tell what caused it, and because the pressure was very light, some people who were not too strong and not sensitive to Ryatsu ignored the existence of this pressure. Of course, there are many powerful people in the team. Apart from the old man Yamamoto, there are also people who are aware of the source of this pressure, especially those who are familiar with Kuchiki Clan, such as representatives of the Kuchiki family, representatives of the Shihuin family and representative of the Shiba family. Oh ho ho ho, that's interesting. From this point of view, the boss of our family still knows that some people in the Soul Society are too jumpy. The person who spoke was a very feminine, delicate face, and a soft-spoken, but it was a male Kuchiki family who whispered. This guy is called Kuchiki Zihua, he is the younger brother of the current patriarch Kuchiki Aoda, and he is also the grandpa of Kuchiki Clan, but this guy is sometimes too motherly, and his brains are very good, so the general Kuchiki family will not let him show his face. One time, it was because Kuchiki Aoda couldn't come because of something, so this Kuchiki Zihua, who is not low in status, was allowed to appear on the stage. However, although Kuchiki Zihua's voice is low, the guys around him are not weak. The Shihuin family is naturally the eldest son of the head of the Shihuin family, Seiyuin Shinichi, a handsome man in black clothes. He naturally heard what Kuchiki Zihua said, and also felt the Ryatsu from Kuchiki Clan, so he also said in a low voice, "Oh, the Ryatsu of Boss Clan is really scary, except on the body of Mr. Yamamoto occasionally, I felt it once, that is, I felt it on Boss Clan." This has not passed the boundary and enchantment, and there is pressure. Then when Boss Clan really comes over, this group of people will have to fight again. More than half of it will be crushed to the ground. Kuchiki Zihua glanced at Shihuin Shini, nodded slowly, and said in a soft voice, yes, this one is not easy to mess with. My patriarch brother in our family would not dare to mess with this one. These lifeless guys actually dare to play tricks. Heh, it's too long to die, don't you think so, old man Yenyuan. After Kuchiki Zihua hummed a few words in a mocking manner, she brought the topic to Shiba Hiko Ape, because although Shiba Hiko Ape's age is not that exaggerated, but his seniority is too old, and he is of the same generation as Kuchiki Zihua, so naturally, there was no reaction after being ridiculed, but she said, Zihua is right, this guy, Xian, is something that those ghosts and ghosts can covet. Shiba Yenyuan is a 100% supporter of Kuchiki Xian. He was the one who sent the two brothers Tai O and Qin Nu into the expedition team. At this time, he has become the patriarch of the Shiba family. As far as the bed is concerned, this time he personally led the team to welcome the return of Kuchiki Xian, and at the same time, he also wanted to see what happened to his main descendants. Soon, as the team approached the border, the pressure on everyone suddenly increased a lot. At this time, no matter how dull everyone was, they could feel what the pressure was all about, so at this time the team had a different idea. The faces of the people in this group have become ugly, but if they turn around and leave at this time, it is not in line with their original intention, so they can only bite the bullet and stay here at 850, waiting for the next development. As the team approached the border bit by bit, the pressure on everyone was also increasing. Although it was not as uncomfortable as Ryatsu directly pressing on the body, but because there were many people with ghosts in their hearts, the pressure from inside and outside added up. Next, someone is already sweating. On the other side, the expedition team led by Kuchiki Xian actually discussed the issue of the Soul Society when they were on the road. After all, every time the task force returns to the Soul Society, it is not just a simple acquisition of materials, but also a collection of Soul Society. A function of society intelligence. At this time, Kuchiki Xian is naturally aware of the undercurrent of the Soul Society. It seems that the old man Yamamoto is the only one, but in fact he is not. There is never a lack of such things as ambition. So, before reaching the border, Kuchiki Gen has already released his huge Ryatsu, just to scare all those with evil intentions. The people who came back from the expedition also knew what was going on, so they all supported Kuchiki Xian's approach. When the members of the expedition team crossed the border and entered the barrier of Soul Society, Kuchiki Xian's huge Ryatsu directly shattered the barrier set at the border. Also directly, the people who greeted the team, especially those who harbored evil intentions, fell to their knees on the ground in awe, out of their wits. The huge Ryatsu directly fills the space between the Soul Society's world. In a split second, it has a certain blocking effect on the boundary that was originally set up, but the greater effect is to crush the barrier that was used as a warning. The moment the barrier was shattered, the terrifying Ryatsu directly acted on the members of the welcoming team. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they all felt a pressure like a mountain falling on their shoulders. The only person who can stand this kind of pressure without changing his face is Yamamoto Genryosai, who stands at the front of the line and leans on Zanpakuto with both hands. Hey, old man, long time no see. Kuchiki Xian's first words back to Soul Society were to old man Yamamoto. Hee, you brat. Yamamoto Genryosai looked at Kuchiki Xian, who was the same as before, and said with a rare 953 smile on his face. Good, back in full. Thanks to your old man, nothing happened, and his strength has grown a lot. Kuchiki Xian said with a grin. Of course, while talking, he looked at the team behind the old man Yamamoto, and found that many people looked at him with ugly faces, and the smile on Kuchiki Xian's face became even stronger. The next moment, the even bigger Ryatsu on Kuchiki Xian's body soared into the sky. Such a sudden and terrifying Ryatsu directly crushed half of the people in the team to their knees. However, this is not over yet. When Kuchiki Xian raised his own Ryatsu again, all the members of the expedition team behind him also released their own Ryatsu. The combination of Ryatsu and Ryatsu increased the pressure on the welcoming team. In the welcoming team, there was a sound of falling down one after another, and even the high-ranking nobles standing in front of the team resisted these huge Ryatsu with stern faces. Of course, among these high-level executives, apart from the stern expression, those who have a good relationship with Kuchiki Xian, among them, Shiba Yinyan's face is more gratified. Okay, today is the big day for you to come back, so don't be too ugly on the scene. When more and more people fell to the ground in the welcoming team, the old man Yamamoto spoke. He knew that the effect of deterrence had already been achieved. At least for now, the forces with ulterior motives had received the most direct answer, that is, Kuchiki Clan, you can't afford to mess with it. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki squinted his eyes slightly, nodded after a while, and said, in this case, then I will give you 10 face to the old man. After the words fell, Kuchiki Clan took the lead to put away the Cyclonus Ryatsu, and at the same time, all the members of the expedition team also put away their own Ryatsu in an instant. This scene made everyone who welcomed the team tremble. Obviously, Kuchiki Xuan's control over the expedition team exceeded their expectations. But the next words made it even more difficult for many people to accept. Old man Yamamoto, after 100 years of crusade on the expedition team, there are only 38 surviving members including me. I only brought back 22 people when I returned this time. The other 16 people were left by me in Hueco Mundo. The remaining members of the expedition team, because I think that the crusade against Hueco Mundo is a long-term task, and it is not enough to rest easy after one crusade, so I will keep them at the same time, and I suggest Soul Society in the future from time to time, add personnel to the Hueco Mundo expedition team and conduct small-scale crusades. The above is all I want to report. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Clan didn't even look at the faces of the other people, and walked straight to the back of the welcoming team. When he walked up to Yamamoto Shigekuni, he turned around and said, "Oh, that's right. Members of the expedition team, at this point, disband." After that, I carried my Zanpakuto on my back without looking back. The remaining 21 members of the expedition team began to disperse slowly after receiving the order from Kuchiki Clan. Similarly, they did not respond to anyone in the welcoming team, whether they were members of their own family or not, even if they were greeted, and did not make any response. Because this is an attitude towards leaders you recognize, and an attitude towards Soul Society. They want to tell the Soul Society, don't think that we are fighting in Hueco Mundo, and you can make troubles in the Soul Society with peace of mind. If you want to make troubles, you must first ask us pioneers who threw their heads and blood to agree. After all the members of the expedition team left gracefully, there were voices in the welcome team, many of them angrily scolded Kuchiki Clan and others for being arrogant and going too far. Of course, there are also people who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, such as Kuchiki Zihua, who is obviously such a person. It's really scary, the owner of the branch house of our Kuchiki family is Haki, it's really fun, a bunch of trash want to be king, huh. After Kuchiki Zihua sneered, Sure Shiran left the welcome team and returned to Kuchiki's house with a group of retainers. Shiba Yenyuan and Shihuan Shini glanced at each other, and found the seriousness in each other's eyes, and took them home without saying a word. After all, they found out that some of the people they sent were left behind. In Shuchuan, Iron Owl from Shiba's family didn't come back, and Husan from Shihuan's family didn't come back either. Of course, the news that the two were still alive had already been sent back to the Soul Society, otherwise no one would have come to greet them with great fanfare, right? After all the three nobles headed by the Kuchiki family left, the old man Yamamoto Genryuzai also took a look at the already sparse welcome team, and left without saying a word with a few disciples. It can be said that this time the welcome ceremony can be regarded as a bad breakup. Of course, all discerning people don't care at all, they just need to know the attitude of Kuchiki Gen, like the Kuchiki family, the Shiba family and the Shihuan family, as long as they know that Kuchiki Gen also supports Yamamoto Genryuzai, it's enough. After all, Kuchiki Gen is the one currently the external pillar of the three major families. Although Kuchiki Clan has never admitted this relationship in 1.9, but even if he doesn't want to, his identity is here, so he can't help but not stand in this position. Here, after Kuchiki Clan left, he walked towards the direction of his home, at a leisurely pace, as if he was not in a hurry to go home at all. Soon, Makihara Motoda caught up from behind, and came to Kuchiki Clan's side. Brother Xian, it seems that the situation of the Soul Society is more turbulent than we thought before. Motoda Mahara frowned while walking beside Kuchiki Xian. Humph, it's just a bunch of jumping clowns. Kuchiki Xian said with a cold snort of disdain after hearing Muyuan Motoda's words. Yes, in Kuchiki Xian's view, jumping without strength is like a clown jumping on the beam, and it is simply humiliation, so Kuchiki Xian didn't take them seriously from the beginning. That being said, Brother Xian, if they are too evasive, will it affect your plan? Mu Yuanyuan said in a low voice. Kuchiki Xian took a look at Motoda Mahara and said, it's okay, they can't hinder the general trend. Don't forget, although the Soul Society will soon have a new power system, if old man Yamamoto wants to overthrow someone, it's just a matter of one sentence. Motoda Mahara nodded, because he was the first direct descendant of Kuchiki Xian, so he knew a lot of things, and Kuchiki Xian never shy away from him, and would tell him everything he could tell, so Motoda Mahara also knew quite a few secrets. Well, I can feel at ease now. Brother Xian, I'm leaving first. I haven't come back for 100 years. I don't know how our family is doing. Mu Yuanyuan said with a smile. Well, go, but don't worry, as long as I don't fall, no one will dare to touch your family. Kuchiki Clan said with a wave of his hand. It's natural. Muyuan Yuantai said with a smile from the heart, then bowed slightly and went in another direction. Kuchiki shook his head with a smile, then continued walking in the direction of his home, returning to the place where the family was without any disturbance along the way. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar clan land in the distance, Kuchiki Xian was full of emotion, but before he could feel it, two strange Ryatsu appeared within his perception range, and then Kuchiki Xian found that the two were gorgeously dressed. One, you can see that someone with advanced aristocratic status is standing at the gate of his yard. Kuchiki Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't think anyone would dare to touch his brow at this time. If there were, then Kuchiki Xian really didn't mind having their family removed, but Kuchiki Xian also knew that even if they people who are not clear-headed will not come to trouble him at this time, the chance is too small. But for the specific situation, Kuchiki Xian needs to contact and see for himself. As Kuchiki Xian appeared in the sight of the two nobles immediately became respectful and excited. This scene made Kuchiki Xian feel that he would not be a courtier. When Kuchiki Xian walked to the door of the house, two members of the nobles came to the vicinity of Kuchiki Xian with small steps, bowed respectfully, and then spoke their identities and purpose. His Excellency Kuchiki Gen, we are ordered by the Patriarch, Tsuneyashiro Sato, to come here with a word to your Excellency, the older of the two said respectfully. Oh. Tsuneyashiro. Kuchiki Xian smiled slightly. He didn't expect that it was the Tsuneyashiro family who came to him first, and then said, what's the matter, tell me. For the Tsuneyashiro family's approach, Kuchiki Xian still approves of it. He didn't talk about the matter as soon as he came up, but let the clansmen wait here. He also felt very comfortable, so Kuchiki Gen didn't mind listening to Tsuneyashiro's meaning. Yes, what the Patriarch gave you is that the Patriarch knows that you have just returned from Hueco Mundo, and you must be very tired, so our Tsuneyashiro family does not dare to disturb too much at this time, but there are some things that you need to clarify. When you are not busy in a few days, please take into account your old friendship and come to my Tsuneyashiro's house to clarify your doubts. Above. The elder Tsuneyashiro's family respectfully after finishing speaking, he bowed his head and waited for Kuchiki Xian's reply. Kuchiki Xian listened to the whole meaning of the speaker, then nodded, and said, okay, I understand, I will go to visit the nobleman when I have time, please rest assured. Thank you very much for your understanding. The two of us will not disturb you. Please forgive me for disturbing you. The leader immediately said happily when he heard Kuchiki Xian's reply, and then lowered his posture even more. Okay, let's go. Kuchiki Xian nodded, indicating that the two can leave. After the two bowed to Kuchiki Xian again, they left happily. Kuchiki Xian shook his head and let out a laugh. He also felt a little flattered by the attitude of the Tsuneyashiro family. Although the Tsuneyashiro family has always been an insignificant role among the nobles, if you really underestimate the Tsuneyashiro family. If so, you will pay the price. As for the new patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, Tsuneyashiro Ryo, this guy Kuchiki Gen knows that when he first visited the Tsuneyashiro family, the patriarch at that time was the guy's father. Now it seems that in the past 200 years, the Tsuneyashiro family also underwent a change of power. As for the meaning of Liang Xueliang, in fact, Kuchiki Gen has already understood it. It is nothing more than the recent situation in the Soul Society, which made the Tsuneyashiro family feel a crisis. To keep them from falling into the arms of the Onitsuka family, so this time the Tsuneyashiro family wanted to use the friendship between the two parties as a bridge, and asked him to go and get to know it. Rather than explaining the confusion, it is better to say that he hopes that Kuchiki Xien will give their family a reassurance. For such an idea, Kuchiki Xien understands it very well, so he does not reject giving an explanation in the past, but all this will have to wait for him and after old man Yamamoto finished talking. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Xien tilted his head and said, "Here you come. Now that you're here, you must have heard what Tsuneyashiro's family said just now." As soon as Kuchiki's abrupt words came out, two figures appeared on the side street. One of them was leaning on Zanpakuto with both hands, the other was wearing a star band on his head, with a pure white Zanpakuto around his waist. The two of them were not in a hurry. He walked towards the direction of Kuchiki Xien's yard without slowing down. Naturally, these two people were Kuchiki Aota, who did not appear in the welcome team, and Yamamoto Genryosai, who also left the welcome team early. "Of course I heard it." The old man Yamamoto answered Kuchiki Xien, "This Tsuneyashiro family, although they don't participate in anything, but, maybe, they have a very sensitive sense of smell." "Yeah, Your Excellency Yamamoto, no, I've already found Xien." Kuchiki Aota, who had matured a lot, said with a smile, and a middle-aged man. "Okay, since you're here, stop talking nonsense and come in quickly." Kuchiki Xien rolled his eyes when he heard what the two said, and urged, and opened the gate of his own yard while talking. Entering the gate, looking at the familiar yard, Kuchiki Xien took a deep breath. It's better to be at home. Hueco Mundo's place is nothing but sand, it's so boring. This courtyard is unique to Kuchiki Xien. Before he left, he gave his servants permission to enter, and the requirement was that the appearance of the courtyard should not be changed in any way. It seems that the servants of the family have completed the Kuchiki very well. Kuchiki Xien is very pleased with the task assigned by Xien. After Kuchiki Xien entered the courtyard, Yamamoto Genryosai and Kuchiki Qingtian also entered Kuchiki Xien's courtyard. This was the first time that this courtyard welcomed so many guests. You must know that no one could enter Kuchiki Xien's small courtyard before. Bringing the two of them into the house, looking at the spotless room, Kuchiki Xien nodded slightly, and sat on the main seat. Yamamoto Genryosai and Kuchiki Qingtian didn't care, and sat on the left and right lower seats respectively, waiting for Kuchiki Xien to make tea. But after waiting for a long time, Kuchiki Xien did not move. Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't sit still, coughed and said, "Little ghost, where is the tea? You have been in the virtual circle for 100 years, and you have forgotten your manners?" After being reminded by Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Xienkai came to his senses, and then slapped his forehead and said, "It's really. I have been used to the life without tea for 100 years, and I am still not used to it when I come back." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Xien hurriedly stood up to make tea. Seeing how busy Kuchiki Xien was, old man Yamamoto and Kuchiki Aota also shook their heads helplessly, but they all understood, after all, who has lived in such a place for 100 years, it will also change a lot of habits. Soon, Kuchiki Xien brought up the brewed tea. 907. "Forgive me, I'm not used to it." Taking the teacup, Shigekuni Yamamoto snorted and said, "Okay, I know it's not easy for you kid in Hueco Mundo, so I don't care about you. You old man, didn't I go to Hueco Mundo to help you?" Kuchiki Xuan replied directly after hearing Yamamoto's words. For Kuchiki Xien's reply, the old man Yamamoto was speechless for a while. After all, if Kuchiki Xien did not go out on behalf of him, it would take another 100 years for him to get to the current situation. To be honest, he accepted it. Affectionate. Okay, Xuan, let's get down to business. Kuchiki Qingtian came out to smooth things over. There were some things the two of them could talk to each other, but he couldn't listen, so he quickly brought the topic to the main topic. Kuchiki Xuan is naturally not a person who has no importance, nodded and said, well, tell me, what do you think? Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, white beard and beard had already started to appear on his mouth and trembled. I have already finished all the preparations, and I have also completed the declaration and approval for the Lingwang Palace. Yes, but before, because some newly promoted nobles wanted to get more right to speak because of this matter, and the old man wanted to wait for you to come back, and only started to act under your witness, so it was delayed until now. Let a certain some unruly people thought there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, so they came out and jumped. Hee, looking for death. After hearing what Yamamoto said, Kuchiki sneered and made his evaluation of these clowns. Yeah, they're looking for death. Kuchiki Qingtian nodded, and said in agreement, they don't understand it at all. They think that with a little power, they feel that they can exist as the master of the soul society. Humph. Kuchiki Xuan heard what Kuchiki Xuan Qingtian said, and smiled disdainfully. This person, once he has no scruples about survival, he will think about things that shouldn't be thought at all. Really? Kuchiki Xuan didn't continue to talk. After all, everyone here understands this truth, so Kuchiki Xuan just shook his head helplessly, and didn't continue to say more. After the three of them were silent for a while, Kuchiki Xuan saw that the scene was a little cold, so he said again, you two, just talk if you have anything to say. Why don't you talk? You came to me not just to let me make a pot of tea, it's that simple, right? Hearing Kuchiki Xuan's words, Kuchiki Aota smiled and did not speak, while Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was already showing some aging, took a sip of tea and slowly said, actually, I have nothing special to say when I come to you, I just want to tell you some details. As for those clowns, I have never paid attention to them. Kuchiki Xuan nodded, he admitted that these are the truth, but he didn't say anything. He knew that old man Yamamoto must still, have something to say. Sure enough, after Yamamoto Shigekuni saw that Kuchiki Xuan didn't answer, he continued to speak, I think you also know exactly what this old man is going to do, so this old man would like to ask you, what do you think about this matter? Hearing Yamamoto's question, Kuchiki Xuan pondered slightly, and then said with a serious face, I have always been 100% supportive of what you are going to do, because I know that everything you do is for the sake of the Soul Society, but even so, I still have some questions that I want to ask you. As for my attitude afterward, it has a lot to do with the answers you give. Okay, you ask. Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to have known about Kuchiki Gen's behavior for a long time, and Yamamoto Shiguni was not surprised when Kuchiki Gen raised his doubts. After getting approval, Kuchiki Xuan asked him some doubts about the details, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also answered them one by one, and after a while. How is it? Any other questions? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki Gen and asked. Well, basically nothing, I know everything I need to know. Kuchiki Xuan nodded and said after getting a basically satisfactory answer. So, next, when are you going to start? This is Kuchiki Xuan asking when Yamamoto Shigekuni is going to start the big move, because he already knows that Yamamoto Shigekuni has already prepared 80% of the things, and the rest is a thorough establishment, a place with rules, and then let the relevant personnel move there. Moreover, Kuchiki Xuan knew very well that at this time, the old man Yamamoto had reclaimed a certain slum area in the past 100 years, and built a large number of residential complexes and palaces there. As for why Kuchiki Xuan would know, because this matter was not done by the old man Yamamoto alone or by a family, with the help of the Kuchiki family and the Shihuan family, otherwise it would be impossible to clean up such a magnificent and vast land of later generations and start built. It's almost time. The old man originally wanted to start the action after you came back, but because of those clowns, it may take a few days. Yamamoto Shigekuni said indifferently, Master Wei Queen, we will see the outcome after the Lord's death. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's cloudy and misty words, Kuchiki Clan felt a little uncomfortable, and gave the old man Yamamoto a hard look. At this moment, Kuchiki Clan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's bald forehead as if he had discovered a new world. Because Kuchiki Clan suddenly discovered that a new scar was superimposed on the J-shaped scar that had existed on Yamamoto's head for a long time, and from the scar, it seemed that this scar should have been formed not long ago. Suddenly Kuchiki's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Yamamoto's forehead and shouted, Cross Sai. Cross Hill. Kuchiki Clan pointed to the scar that had formed a 10 on Yamamoto's forehead, and shouted excitedly. It doesn't matter when he shouted, Yamamoto Shigekuni's complexion immediately turned black, and at the same time, a blue vein with the word hashtag appeared on his forehead. On the other side, Kuchiki Tian held back a smile with a weird face. He thought he knew what was going on, but Kuchiki Clan dared to laugh. He didn't dare to laugh, he could only work hard there with a weird face hold back the laugh. Hole. Yamamoto Shigekuni scolded Kuchiki Clan, "You little brat, you don't have any numbers at all. You don't go first, hurry to scold, ha 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 ha." Kuchiki Clan smiled and pointed at Yamamoto Shigekuni's forehead, the scar is new, who is it? It's really interesting who can leave such a scar on your forehead, old man, you haven't been injured for 1,000 years, right? Kuchiki Clan laughed looking at the 10 scar on Yamamoto's forehead, but in fact he knew who caused this scar on Yamamoto. Although the memory of Shinigami has passed for more than 400 years, Kuchiki Clan has no doubts about it. The previous memories have not been forgotten at all, on the contrary, they are remembered more and more clearly, which is why Kuchiki Clan can clearly remember all the plots in the original work. Of course, for this point, Kuchiki Clan himself is not very clear about what is going on. After all, things like memory, according to common sense, should become more and more vague. Don't worry about these strange places, anyway, people have traveled through it several times, and there is nothing to investigate in some strange places. Let's talk about the person who left the scar on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head. This person is Chojiro Sasakabe, the deputy captain of the 10th Squad who has no role in the original work and has no strength. Of course, in Yamamoto's later memories, the real ability of this Chojiro Sasakabe was exposed, because this guy is not weak at all, although in the manga, because of the relationship between the hostile protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in the early stage, he was killed by the protagonist when he rescued Rukia, but Kuchiki Clan knows very well that this guy is definitely not simple. Isn't it nonsense, the person who can leave an unhealed wound on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head, can it be a simple person? Chojiro Sasakabe is the vice-captain of the later Gotei 13th Division. Died in the Millennium Blood War chapter. Thunderbolt Zanpakuto, a Western sword type, can shoot purple electric shocks. According to the timeline of later generations, about 2,000 years ago, in order to become Yamamoto's follower, Chojiro Sasakabe took pains to hone his own strength, and complied with the request of the other party, and successfully practiced Bankai within a month. Later, when Yamamoto was about to accept the result and asked him to try to use Bankai to knock him down, Chojiro used the newly trained Bankai to injure the opponent's forehead. At the left and right of Yamamoto. Later, Seireitei was established and was extremely loyal to the former captain of Yamamoto. He once swore that as long as the former captain of Yamamoto was still alive, he would always serve as the vice-captain of the 10th Division. Trying to stop Abarai Renji from saving Rukia Kuchiki at Bipolar, but was knocked down by Ichigo along with Omida and Yun. In the Battle of Karakura Town, he was in charge of guarding the barrier. After realizing that the battle situation was becoming more and more dangerous, Vizard was allowed to join the battle through the barrier. In the Acting Shinigami Disappearance chapter, follow Gotei 13's principal and deputy captains to instill their respective Ryatsu, and assist Urahara Kisuke to make a spiritual knife that helps Ichigo restore Shinigami's power. Later, in the Millennium Blood War chapter, in order to resist the people of the Invisible Empire, Bankai was captured by Dalisk Bell and threw a giant spiritual spear through his body. Before he could tell Yamamoto that the other party would use his ability to steal Bankai's information, he was injured died from overweight. The remains were formally cremated on a makeshift wooden platform. Chojiro's death prompted Yamamoto to order Gotei 13 to crusade against the Invisible Empire, determined to avenge Chojiro, and finally Yamamoto was annihilated by Yuobak. Jingle Shunsui, Ise Nanao, and Okiya Genjiro took over the post left by his death and became the successor Gotei 13 vice-captain of a team. Although there are not many roles for this character in the original book, to be honest, Kuchiki Clan still admires this character very much. In terms of loyalty, Chojiro Sasakaibe definitely deserves the word Wu Xuan. Kuchiki Clan smiled and recalled the information about Chojiro Sasakaibe, then looked at Yamamoto with a dark face, and said, "Tell me, what's going on, old man? Asking for flowers." "Ha!" Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, but he still started to talk. "This is 2 years ago, before I was going to transform the Yuanjijuku, a guy named Chojiro Sasakaibe came to my Yuanji Zishu. He is very obsessed with my Yuanlu." Yamamoto began to tell a long story. The process of the two getting acquainted was exactly the same as what Kuchiki Clan knew before. At the beginning, it was Chojiro's entanglement. It was really entangled. A test. This test is to learn Bankai within a certain period of time, and take it out to the old man Yamamoto for testing. 0. Originally, Yamamoto gave Chojiro Sasakaibe plenty of time, because Chojiro Sasakaibe's strength at that time was not too far away from comprehending Bankai, and it was also difficult. But who would have thought that this Chojiro Sasakaibe completed at the 6th level, and after a month, not only reached the level of entering the 7th level, but also learned Bankai. After hearing the news, Yamamoto Shigekuni was directly stunned. He thought this Chojiro Sasakaibe was another Kuchiki Gen. At that time, Yamamoto took Chojiro Sasakaibe to the Bankai inspection, and finally, due to various reasons, Yamamoto Shigekuni gave an evaluation of Bankai who is as weak as a baby, but Chojiro was accepted. In the end result, Yamamoto was both happy and disappointed. The happy thing is that this Chojiro Sasakaibe has something. The country's first genius. However, Yamamoto is very clear that Chojiro Sasakaibe is not Kuchiki General. Although the talent is good and the perseverance is good, there is still something missing after all. This is also Yamamoto's way of bringing him by his side, rather than laissez-faire like Kuchiki Clan. In other words, Sasakaibe may become a good subordinate and a good helper in the future, but he will definitely not be a good leader. His character, it is decided for him, no matter how talented he is, he will not be the next Kuchiki Clan. After listening to Yamamoto Yuanryasai's narration, Kuchiki Gen and Kuchiki Aota both experienced joy and disappointment from Yamamoto's words. Yamamoto is pleased that the Soul Society has a large number of talents, but disappointed that such talents are only suitable for being a practitioner, not a pioneer. Be content, old man, if you have such a loyal following you, just laugh. Kuchiki Clan said to Yamamoto Shigekuni with a smile. Well, you are right, maybe I don't have to be too harsh on this guy. Yamamoto nodded. Since he accepted Chojiro, he has been very harsh on Chojiro. But this is for the good of Chojiro. Yamamoto Shigekuni is not clear about the previous situation, but Chojiro learned Bankai's ability and talent in that month. If Yamamoto is not strict, he is afraid that Chojiro's high-quality talent will be wasted. Well, let me tell you, everyone has their own 067 method, you can't force it, old man. Kuchiki Clan said with a smile again. Well, it makes sense. Yamamoto also nodded approvingly. Just like Kuchiki Clan, not every talented person can become Kuchiki Clan. In the same way, not everyone can become Yamamoto Genryosai. Hey, I've said everything I need to say. If you two are fine, just leave. I just came back from Hueco Mundo. I'm going to take a rest. Anyway, you also said it, old man. We'll see the outcome in 3 days. It just so happens that I also rest for a few days. After thinking for a while that there was nothing to continue talking about, Kuchiki Clan began to serve tea to see off the guests. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Tian got up without any nonsense, and then Kuchiki Gen sent the two out of the yard, and then Kuchiki Gen closed the door and returned to the house. The two who were driven out by Kuchiki Xian left slowly, one in front and the other in the back. On the way, Yamamoto Shigekuni said to Kuchiki Tian, "Patriarch Kuchiki, you should pay more attention to the matter on your side. If there is any problem with those guys within a few days, don't hold back, you can cut it first and play later." "Yes, I understand, Your Excellency Yamamoto." Kuchiki Aota nodded with a stern expression at this time. "Don't be too nervous, we have already achieved a great deal. Once 3 days later, Lingwang Palace officially issues the approval document, we will be justified. Even the newly formed Central will not be able to completely restrain us." Yamamoto Yuanlusai said, faintly glancing at Kuchiki Tian, he said with confidence. "Yes, I understand, and I also hope that one day, the Soul Society can really come down to peace." Kuchiki Tian said devoutly. Kuchiki Aota, with a gentle personality, has always been a pacifist, but the power struggle of the Soul Society has never stopped, so he had to stand behind Yamamoto Shigekuni and work with him to rectify the Soul Society, because he knows that only when the Soul Society becomes the Soul Society that Shigekuni Yamamoto said, then can the Soul Society be truly stabilized. Although at that time, the Soul Society will still be divided and have classes, but at that time the rules are greater than the class. Although the people in power are still nobles, it is much better to appear in the Soul Society where the nobles speak. At that time, it's time for me to let go of the burden. Kuchiki Tian thought silently in his heart. Soon the two parted ways and went back to their respective families to deal with matters. After all, these two are also the two busiest people in Soul Society. On Kuchiki Xian's side, after sending Yamamoto and Kuchiki Tian away, he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Yes, Kuchiki Xian's room is a bed, not the traditional tatami of Soul Society. He doesn't like the way of sleeping directly on the ground, so he made a bed himself. Soon, Kuchiki Xian fell asleep. For 100 years, Kuchiki Xian had never slept soundly at the place of Hueco Mundo. After 100 years of exhaustion, Kuchiki Xian fell asleep instantly as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight hit Kuchiki Xian's face, Kuchiki Xian opened his eyes. After a few seconds of dazed state, Kuchiki Xian's eyes finally began to focus. "Hey, I've been in Hueco Mundo for a long time, and I'm not used to sleeping soundly." Kuchiki Xian rubbed his eyes, and lightly complained, "Yes, just because I didn't get used to it, I forgot where I was for a while." Originally such a state should not appear on Kuchiki Xian, but because it has been too long in Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Xian has never had a good rest for such a long time, so he returned to Hueco Mundo again after 100 years. My own nest, Kuchiki Xian felt a little uncomfortable sleeping this time. Getting up from the bed, Kuchiki Xian stretched his muscles and bones, then took the zanpakuto leaning against the bed in his hand, and walked towards his small yard. Coming to the sakura tree where he used to sit, Kuchiki Xian looked at the blooming sakura on the tree, and sighed, unknowingly, it has been 400 years since he came to this world. For 400 years, Kuchiki Xian didn't dare to slack off. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect himself in future wars. "I hope that in the next 2 check-ins, I can get something to settle down." Kuchiki Xian sat under the sakura flower tree, looked at the sakura flower on the tree, and said to himself. "Having said that, let's go to Tsunoyashiro's house to save these guys from worrying. After all, we talked very happily at the beginning. If we don't give an explanation, they will feel very nervous. In this way, if there is any trouble caused by their family, it will not be good. Forget it, just today." As he was talking, Kuchiki Xian stood up again. He had decided to visit Tsunoyashiro's house today. How can he say that the Tsunoyashiro family still gave him Kuchiki Xian's face, so let him know in advance if he has anything to save face. It's all passable, isn't it? Kuchiki Xian felt that he was really a restless person. He had just returned home and hadn't had a good rest, so he started a busy life of 0.0 again. Fortunately, Kuchiki Clan knew that yesterday's deterrent effect was still good, at least until now. No one who is not open-eyed dares to disturb him, which saves him a lot of energy. It's better for you to be so well-behaved all the time. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xuan secretly thought with a smile on his lips. Going back to the house, I made some food for myself. One advantage of Soul Society is that food generally does not spoil, because everything in Soul Society is made of spirit seeds. Made of spirit seeds, how can things be corrupted? So the food that Kuchiki Clan eats is all ingredients that have been stored in the yard 100 years ago, so there is no need to worry about inedible things, and you have to go out to find others. Before Kuchiki Clan left Soul Society, he told his family members and servants that his yard should be kept as it is, and that there is no need to do anything other than some unnecessary sanitation. There is no such thing as dust in the Soul Society, because even dust is tiny spirit particles. For places where people with spiritual power exist, such small free spirit particles will not exist for a long time at all, and they will be destroyed by people with spiritual power. They absorb it, so there is no such thing as dust and dust in Soul Society. After casually eating breakfast, Kuchiki Clan left his yard and walked towards the place where Tsuneyashiro's house was located in his memory. Along the way, Kuchiki Clan discovered that Soul Society, an aristocratic district, has not changed much. 100 years later, the streets are still vaguely what they were 100 years ago. At most, there have been minor changes in appearance. Along the way, Kuchiki Clan came to the family land of the Tsuneyashiro family by virtue of his strong memory, but when Kuchiki Clan saw the size of the family land of the Tsuneyashiro family at this time, he was once again captured by the 24th family land of the Tsuneyashiro family. The change came as a shock. I'm going, this place has changed a lot in the past 100 years. Kuchiki Clan looked at the residence of the Tsuneyashiro family, which was obviously much larger than before, and couldn't help sighing. However, Kuchiki Clan naturally knows that the Tsuneyashiro family has not expanded without a reason, because at this time the Tsuneyashiro family has not been separated from the area occupied by the Great Spirit Book corridor, so at this time the Tsuneyashiro family can only follow the Great Spirit Book. The area of the cloister is expanded to expand the scale of the family's residence. Looking at the much bigger Tsuneyashiro family residence, Kuchiki Clan pouted slightly. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the Soul Society in the past 100 years. Because only the more things happened in the Soul Society, the faster the expansion of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, because more things happened, and there were more things that needed to be recorded. Kuchiki Clan remembered that in the Soul Society 2000 years later, the Lingshu corridor formed a huge database like a library. Not only that, but the information is all compressed and recorded in an instrument like a computer, and what is shown externally is only the catalogue of the event, not the event itself at all. It is conceivable that the Great Spirit Book of later generations how complicated and huge the number of things recorded in the corridor is. Shaking his head, throwing out his emotions about the corridor of the Great Soul Book, Kuchiki Clan walked towards the gate of Tsuneyashiro's house. When the people in Tsuneyashiro's family heard that Kuchiki General Standard Etiquette welcomed Kuchiki Clan into the family. On the other side, the residents of the Shihuan family, the head of the Shihuan family, Patriarch, Shihuan Shini and his two sons are sitting in the quiet room and talking. Shini, what do you think of your younger brother's stay at Hueco Mundo this time? Shihuan Shini, who had obviously aged a lot, asked his eldest son. Sitting on the right side of Shini is the representative of the Shihuan family who appeared in the expedition welcome ceremony before, that is, the eldest son of Shihuan Shini, the eldest brother of Shihuan Husan, and the future head of the Shihuan family. Patriarch, I think. As soon as Shihuan spoke, God Shihuan raised his hand to stop him. There are no outsiders here, just us father and son, don't call him a patriarch. Shihuan said unhappily. He is satisfied with everything about his eldest son, but he is a little uncomfortable being rigid. Only by correcting it can it not be called so formal. Yes, my lord father. Shini said respectfully. And the one sitting on the left side of Shini is about the same age as Shini, but the one with a much rougher appearance is Shihuan Shini's second son, Shihuan Longer, who is Shihuan Husan's second brother, and will be the future branch house of Shihuan's family patriarch. At this time, Long Air watched his father correcting his elder brother's daily situation, shook his head speechlessly, and drank the tea in his teacup on his own. He would never mix it up at such a time. Father, I think that Kuchiki Clan should have some other ideas in keeping Husan in Hueco Mundo. What he said to him is purely for the consideration of the Soul Society, and there should be some discrepancies. Yui said after a moment of deliberation. Oh. Let's hear it. Shihuan nodded and continued to ask. Actually, I don't know very well, it's just a feeling, but I think this is a good thing for Husan, and after so long, Husan has changed, we have all returned to the Soul Society task force from before. I know a lot there, so it can be seen that Kuchiki Clan is really capable. Nonsense, if he doesn't have the ability, can he be the one who decides the outcome of the war? If he doesn't have the ability, I will ask your father to blame him. If he doesn't have the ability, Lord Yamamoto will let Kuchiki Clan replace him to conquer Hueco Mundo. God Shihuan. He glanced blankly at his eldest son, obviously blaming him for talking nonsense. Hearing his father's slight harshness, Shihuan smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he is not as comprehensive as his father in seeing problems, so sometimes, he has to ask his father for advice on many problems. Shini, Long Air. Shihuan Shini looked at his two sons and said slowly. Yes, father. Shini and Long Air replied in unison. You have to remember. In the future, if you want to gain a better foothold in the Soul Society, you must establish a good relationship with both parties. One is naturally His Excellency Yamamoto Yuan, and the other is the Kuchiki family. Shihuan Shinichi looking into the distance with deep eyes, he said. The same thing happened in the Shiba family, except that the Shiba family is now headed by Shiba Yenyuan. His father had already traveled westward 80 years ago. At that time, Shiba Yenyuan came to Kuchiki Clan. For investment, the other is to train the up-and-comers of his family. Obviously, the investment he made at the beginning has already gained a lot of money. The two grandsons are already in charge of their own affairs, and he, Shiba Che Yuan, is also comforted by Lao Huai. The most stable one is naturally the Kuchiki family. Although the Kuchiki family did not directly gain any benefits, Kuchiki Clan himself is a member of the Kuchiki family. He became the captain of the expedition team, which is already the biggest benefit. As the Kuchiki family that has the closest relationship with the Yamamoto family, it is the most powerful in the Soul Society at this time, and it is also the strongest among the nobles. Of course, this is all except for Yamamoto Genryusai and Kuchiki Clan. At this time, the Kuchiki family has firmly become Yamamoto Genryusai's allies, not to mention the relationship with Kuchiki Genryusai. The two families are naturally on the same boat. Under such a relationship, the Kuchiki family has become the leading family in the Jinglingting that is about to be established. Even the Shihuan and Shiba families cannot be compared with the Kuchiki family. Yamamoto's house was hit hard. The Yamamoto family can be said to have the name of a great noble, and there is no real, big noble, of the great noble. To put it bluntly, if the Yamamoto family does not have Yamamoto Shigekuni, the Dinghei Shenzhen, they are not qualified to be a great noble at all. 3 days passed by in a flash. During the 3 days, the Soul Society has been in a strange calm. Why is it weird? It is obviously a very important period, but no one has come up with anything. It is understandable that the reformers on Yamamoto Yuanrozai's side do not make any moves, but some ambitious factions have also died down, which is very surprising. To be charged as a conspirator. But even under such circumstances, the Soul Society still maintained a strange calm for 3 days, until, the Spirit King Palace came. Originally, Kuchiki Clan went to Tsunyashiro's house early, just to reserve time to deal with various situations that may arise, because Kuchiki Clan is not sure whether the deterrent he made before is effective or not. Will those jumping clowns jump over the wall in a hurry? But during the 3-day quiet period, Kuchiki Clan couldn't be sure what these guys were thinking, but Kuchiki Clan also knew that these guys would definitely not be the kind of fake people who just shout slogans and do nothing. Style, it's just that Kuchiki Clan, Yamamoto Shigekuni and others don't know what these people are planning. But soon, they knew, because there was someone from the Lingwang Palace. This time, the person who came to the Lingwang Palace was none other than the one who was brought to serve in the Lingwang Palace 100 years ago, Ouyang. Of course, he is not the only one, there is another royal spy, Tianqilang of Qilin Temple. Tianqilang of Qilin Temple, who is one of the members of the Royal Family Spy Zero Team, is known as Quantang Ghost, and is the manager of the Lingfan Lydian Qilin Palace. Of course, there is no Zero Team designation at this time, only the title of Royal Spy. Anyway, sometimes Kuchiki Clan is not very clear about how these titles come from, and Kuchiki Clan is not going to delve into it. Tianqilang of Qilin Temple, known as the first officer of the Zero Division, is proficient in medical skills and agile, and has the title of Oriental God General of Xuanlei Tianshi Lang, but Suifeng can't in the state of awareness. He moved to the opponent's back in an instant to restrain his actions, and even being hit hard by Ichigo on his fist, he was still slightly bruised. He is good at using hot spring therapy to heal the seriously injured. He can also activate the mechanism in the palace during the battle to draw out condensed blood and Ryatsu's specially made hot spring water to launch an attack. And Unohana Retsu's medical skills are guided by him personally, and he is also the only person who directly calls Unohana by his name. Of course, these materials are all stored in Kuchiki Clan's mind, and these are also some materials of later generations. Kuchiki Clan has no impression of Tianchiro in Qilin Temple at this time. Who it is not clear. When this person entered the Lingwang Palace, it can almost be said to be blank. But one thing is for sure, Tianqilang of Qilin Temple at this time is not the appearance of the uncle in later generations, and Qilin Temple is still a handsome young man similar to Ouyang at this time. It's just that his airplane head made Kuchiki a bit of a mystery. Of course, the appearance of the two of them also indicates that Lingwang Palace has given clear instructions to Yamamoto's application for Chongguo. However, after receiving the two of them, Kuchiki Clan discovered that the old man Yamamoto was quite familiar with several royal spies from the Lingwang Palace. Having said that, this is of course Kuchiki Clan's own judgment, because Kuchiki Clan still doesn't know how many people there are in the Lingwang Palace. If counting the characters that appear in the original works of later generations, there are only 5 people. Spring Soup Ghost, Qilin Temple, Sword God, Hermia, Uri Sho, Shutera, King of Valley, Hikshu, and Monk with real name. Of course, Hikifune Kiryu hadn't been born at this time, and Shutera Senjumaru, known as Orishu, probably hadn't been born yet either, because the deadly costume hadn't appeared yet, so it's reasonable that this person wasn't born. Speaking of which, the only royal spies at this time are Ichibai Hyasub, Qilin Temple Tenshiro, and Namiya Wangyue. As for whether there are others, Kuchiki Clan is not sure. Soon, under the reception of Yamamoto Shigekuni, the two people who came down from Lingwang Palace also expressed their future intentions. First of all, regarding the application submitted by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the Reiwang Palace has no objection, but on the basis of this point, that is to say, there is no problem if Yamamoto Shikuni wants to establish Jinglingting, and there is no problem with the establishment of Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. Problem, even if there are more, no problem, just one. On the basis of these, the existing management system needs to be changed. The central management office that existed in the Soul Society before must be adjusted, and this useless management room should be reorganized. Nobles, big and small, as long as they come from families below the big nobles and above the common nobles, one person from each family will form a new central control room. Before this order was issued, the Spirit King Palace had already made statistics. At this time, apart from the big nobles and common nobles, there were 46 nobles of all sizes in the Soul Society. Based on the number of original families of these 46 families, to form a new management room, called Central 46. In this way, the situation that the noble family dominates is completely sealed off. It also seals off the possibility of Yamamoto's heavy country's dominance. As soon as this rule came out, everyone present, except Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shigekuni, frowned. Kuchiki Clan didn't respond, because he knew that it was impossible for the Lingwang Palace to sit back and watch the nobles grow up. The nobles in the past were not of one mind, but now the nobles are basically of one mind, so it is impossible for the Lingwang Palace to not move. This has long been known by Kuchiki Clan as expected, he wasn't surprised at all. As for Yamamoto Shigekuni, the reason why there was no reaction, and it was not beyond Kuchiki Gen's expectations, was that Yamamoto Shigekuni always believed that only Kuchiki Clan in the Soul Society understood that he was actually a group. Because only Kuchiki Clan knows, Zhao Li's, Yamamoto Shigekuni does so much, all of this, he just hopes that the Soul Society will be better, he has no selfishness at all, so no matter what rules the Lingwang Palace has at this time, as long as he is allowed to carry out reforms, he will not have any complaints. In the end, the overall situation of the establishment of Seireitei was settled, and at the same time, Kuchiki Clan and others also knew where those careerists were waiting for them. The establishment of Central 46 has already represented the complete kicking out of the big nobles. Although the privileges of the big nobles still exist, they are also bound by the new rules. Soul Society decides in one word, but needs to be restrained by Central 46. This point, Kuchiki Clan only wanted to understand the moment Ermiawu Wangyue appeared, and Kuchiki Clan had to say, admiration, to those careerists from small families. Although Kuchiki Clan is upset that these careerists picked half a peach, it is actually harmless, because Kuchiki Clan has always believed in a sentence, that is, the truth is the one who speaks with the big fist. In a world with a clear power system, there is no fairness at all, just like the later generations of Jing Lingting in the original book. If Central 46 does not have the support of Yamamoto Genryuzai behind them, then they are just a decoration, which is why later Aizen the reason why Central 46 should be cleaned up first is to have the right to speak. Because in Jinglingting, the only person who really listened to the words of Central 46 was the Captain Yamamoto Genryusai from the beginning to the end. So I'm sorry, these old men have long been dismembered by the captains of Gotei 13. Of course, Kuchiki Clan also knows very well that the old man Yamamoto Genryusai, to put it bluntly, did not listen to what Central 46 said. The chaotic Soul Society was the same as 567, so even if he didn't want to sometimes, old man Yamamoto had to obey the orders given by Central 46. Over time, the signboard of Central 46 was erected, and the people in the lower class got used to regard the words of Central 46 as sacred decree. However, in the eyes of truly powerful and capable people, the one who speaks the most is always Yamamoto Motoyanaji Shigekuni himself. Regarding the fact that half of the peaches were picked by these careerists, the families who supported Yamamoto Genryuzai didn't care so much, because they also knew that although there was a manager on the head, to put it bluntly, everything was according to the rules. Yamamoto Shigekuni has reported the complete new rules to the Lingwang Palace. And since the Lingwang Palace has agreed to the reforms proposed by Yamamoto Shigekuni, it means that those rules have also been passed. Approved. In this way, the great nobles are not so worried. After all, the rules are dead, but people are. As long as Lu Zhongguo lives for a day, then he is the real rule, Sita, moment. Speaking of picking peaches, the supporters of the old man Yamamoto headed by Kuchiki Clan didn't care at all. What they are most concerned about now is whether the Seireitei that has been prepared and established for nearly 100 years is really as good as it is. Ordinary, grand and noble, as Yamamoto promised. Because Yamamoto had issued a strict order before the official approval of the Lingwang Palace, it is absolutely impossible for the Jingling Court to be open to the outside world, but anyone in the Soul Society who enters the Jingling Court privately is a capital crime. Don't think that Yamamoto's doing this is making a fuss. In fact, any reform of the status quo of the Soul Society, without the authorization of the Soul Society, appears without permission, which is the greatest disrespect to the Soul Palace. If it is opened or someone enters, it is a challenge to the authority of the Lingwang Palace. Yamamoto Shigekuni has been planning this matter for so long, it is impossible for him to be easily caught by some interested people from the aspect of Jinglingting. Therefore, at the beginning of the construction of the Jingling Court, except for the various craftsman families, other people were forbidden to enter the area that was allocated to build buildings. Some people may ask, wouldn't it be a provocation to the Lingwang Palace if the building was built in advance? In fact, there is no need to worry about this. After all, the construction has not been completed, and the specific use has not been planned, so it does not constitute contempt for the Lingwang Palace. But after Yamamoto Shigekuni completely incorporated the large palace group and settlement group into the Jinglingting plan, and began to report to the Lingwang Palace, then that area is a taboo until the official approval is issued. Once it is completed, even artisans are not allowed to re-enter. Therefore, such a situation has been created. The Jingling Court has actually been completed for a long time, but no one dares to go nearby to have a look at the place that may become their main activity area in the future. At the same time, just to be on the safe side, Yamamoto ordered people to put down the wall of Jinglingting, the wall put down by the Danfeng in the original book, early on, which played a certain role in isolation. Only Yamamoto, this old man, has a way to open it. Of course it's only for now. At the beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni one was to buffer his own superiority, and the other was to complete the opening of Jinglingting under the witness of Kuchiki Clan, so it took a while. Now the time cards on both sides are just right, Kuchiki Xuan is back, and the approval document from the Lingwang Palace has also come down, and everything is ready. After Tianchiro of Qilin Temple and Wangyue Namiya delivered all the approval documents, everyone focused their attention on Zhongguo Yamamoto, who was in the non-commissioned room of Yamamoto's house. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni gave people the feeling that he was no longer in the state of no wave in the old well, but could clearly feel that the old man Yamamoto at this time was a little excited. People also understand that the old man Yamamoto is really excited now, otherwise people would not be able to detect his emotions so easily. From this point of view, if it is not for the great fluctuation of emotions, this situation will not be appeared on old man Yamamoto. Well, in that case, let's move on. Saying that, Yamamoto Shigekuni stood up from his seat. Qilin Temple, Namiya, do you want to come together? Ha, of course I'm going, since it's Yamamoto that you have prepared for so long, I'll have to see it anyway. Qilin said arrogantly. Compared with the arrogance of Tenshiro of Qilin Temple, although Namiya Wangyue also has his own arrogance, when facing Yamamoto, he still lowered his posture. Your Excellency Yamamoto, I want to see it too. Namiya Wangyue said lightly. Okay, let's go together, so we can be a witness. Yamamoto Fuyuan Ryusai nodded, and then said to the crowd outside the house, everyone, let's go together. Let us witness together, the establishment of the spirit court. After finishing speaking, Yamamoto Shigekuni took the lead and walked towards the outside of Yamamoto's house, followed closely by Qilin Temple Tenshiro and Namiya Wangyue, followed by a group of nobles from the Soul Society, and then the high-ranking nobles in sequence. Lower nobles and common nobles followed Yamamoto Shigekuni towards the location of the new site of Jinglingting. The location chosen for the Jingling Court is a barren land in the former civilian area. Because there are undulating ridges not far away, there are no civilians living in this area. The reason why Yamamoto Shigekuni chose this place is very simple, it is to separate the civilian area from the noble area, and the establishment of Seireitei just became the natural dividing line between the civilian area and the noble area. These are all part of Yamamoto's important country reforms. After all, in the Soul Society, there is a world of difference between nobles and commoners, let alone compared with poor people. Most of the nobles have their own spiritual power in the sky and can cultivate, but only one person with spiritual power can appear in 10 civilians, and the poor are even less. In order to make the Soul Society more harmonious, Yamamoto came up with the idea of establishing a well-regulated Soul Society. The establishment of Seireitei is only the first step in Yamamoto's reform. Next, after the Seireitei was established, the Yamamoto National Congress divided the civilian area and the poor area, which is the Rukongai, in later generations. Reached the scale in the original book. Kuchiki Clan followed behind Shigekuni Yamamoto, while searching for the memory of Sealing Garden, in his mind. Seireitei is the political and military headquarters of the Soul Society, and there are Central Underground Conference Hall and Gotei 13th Squad team buildings and other government-like departments in the key areas. Also the place where all Shinigami live. The residences of nobles and Shinigami have also been built here for generations. The walls around Jinglingting are built by murderous stones that can block spiritual power. Murdering stones release and decompose the fluctuations of spiritual power to form a spherical protective cover that protects Jinglingting from the air to the ground. The soul of power cannot break through. Outside the Jingling Court is Rukongai, where the common people of the Soul Society live. Under normal circumstances, a commoner is not allowed to enter the wall. To safely enter Jinglingting from Rukongai, you must pass through one of the 4 gates, west, east, north, and south, Baidao, Qinglu, Hailing, Zhuhua. The 4 gates are guarded by guards, who are selected by the Soul Society, and their names are Yiguansaka Danfang, Weiji, Duanzeamaru, and Biju Rodeo. The area of Jinglingting can be said to be quite huge, with an area of about 133,000 square miles and a radius of about 365 miles. The whole is arranged in a circle with huge streets. It takes 40 days to walk in the common ling for a week. To explain this, the newly established Jingling Court has not yet moved in so many people, nor has it been expanded, so it is not so big. Soon the group of people saw the rolling Jingling Court in the distance, but at this time there is still a large area of uncultivated area around the Jingling Court, because it is only newly built, and many surrounding buildings have not yet been built. There are some differences in Kuchiki Clan's memory, but these Kuchiki Clan also understand. Although the Jingling Court is not complete at this time, looking around, the environment in the Jingling Court at this time is beautiful, with large grasslands and low-back mountains. Most of the buildings on the street are plain in appearance. The walls are light-colored and the roof is tiled. It can be said that it is a very suitable place to live, at least Kuchiki Clan thinks so, because in the aristocratic district at this time, all the clans of the nobles are here, so there are some magnificent family communities, and there is no such thing as far away. Everywhere you look, you can see the simple beauty of Seireitei. That's why Kuchiki Clan doesn't like living in their ancestral house in their branch house, but prefers to live in their own small yard. Kuchiki Clan also knows that at this time, the core institution of Jinglingting, Mao Spirit Art Academy, has been established. As for some other functional institutions, Kuchiki Clan believes that there is a high probability that they have not yet been established, because they have not yet been established. How can we talk about establishment? Only the Mainu Spiritual Art Academy was established by Yamamoto Shikuni at the beginning of Jingridi, because the predecessor of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy was actually the Yuanjijuku, founded by Yamamoto Shikuni himself. With everyone's footsteps, they soon came under Black's walls. These walls are actually one-off. They are different from the permanent and flexible walls in later generations. As long as Yamamoto removes them, would no longer exist. Everyone wait a moment, the old man will remove the spirit wall. Yamamoto Shigekuni came under the wall and said to everyone. Then I saw the old man walk under the fence, and pressed one hand on the wall of the fence. The next moment, the huge flame-like Ryatsu on Yamamoto Shigekuni's body rose into the sky. Asking for flowers, 0. As Yamamoto Shigekuni began to slowly inject Ryatsu into the wall, the original thick and solid wall began to melt little by little, and soon the wall after about half a meter was melted by Yamamoto Shigekuni's Ryatsu. Hole. With the appearance of a big hole in the wall, Yamamoto Shigekuni also withdrew his palm, because at this time there is no need for him to continue injecting Ryatsu into the wall, and it can start to disintegrate on its own. The wall formed by special spiritual power, after Yamamoto Shigekuni broke a big hole, the wall began to shatter and disappear towards the periphery bit by bit along the big hole that had already appeared. As more and more walls disappeared, the speed at which the black wall disintegrated became faster and faster. At the beginning, it might spread little by little, and after a while, it would be divided into spirit particles and dissipate at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was surprised. After all, the current Soul Society, Kido, has not been systematically compiled, nor has it begun to be popularized. Although some nobles have some Kido cultivation methods and inheritance, but, to put it bluntly, at that time, Kido was just jutsu in people's eyes. At most it was strange, and it was not like the mature 3 items of cutting, punching, and walking. That's why people are not very familiar with the fence made by the Kido method in front of them, so they will burst out in amazement. Kuchiki Clan is much calmer. After all, he is a person who has seen the world, but sometimes he also feels that the changes in Soul Society are really fast. Like many things in the original book, even in the present world, they are not so advanced, but Seireitei has them, and they are very proficient in their operations. Soon, the black wall disintegrated and created a big gap for everyone to walk together. Of course, because the area surrounded by the wall is too large, it will not be completely disintegrated for a while. Of course, everyone does not need to completely disintegrate the wall to enter at this time. The wall can no longer form an obstacle. Okay, you can enter, everyone, follow me. The main administrative position of the Jingling Court is in the center of the Jingling Court. Saying that, Shigekuni Yamamoto took the first step into the range of Seireitei. Everyone saw Yamamoto Shigekuni moving, and quickly followed Yamamoto Shigekuni's footsteps. After all, it was their first time here and they didn't know how to get there. Of course, it is also the first time for Yamamoto Shigekuni, but he is the maker of Jinglingting, so he knows every place of Jinglingting, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a living map. Soon Yamamoto Shigekuni brought everyone to an extremely important place in Jinglingting. This place is very familiar to Kuchiki Clan, but others are not so familiar, because the name of this place is Sokayaku Hill. Yes, it is the Sokayaku Hill in the original book. There is a tall tower next to the Sokayaku Hill, and that tower is the Palace of Repentance. Of course, all of this is currently known, that is, Kuchiki Clan knows, and after climbing the high ground of Sokayaku Hill, at this time, there is no shadow of Sokayaku except for a May 13th shelf. Kuchiki Clan was stunned, because there was no power holder, and no Gotei 13 in Jinglingting at this time. So many things were not added, but Kuchiki Clan knew very well that the old man Yamamoto must have his own purpose in bringing them here at this time. Kuchiki looked at those careerists who were following behind at this time with a sense of awareness. His heart moved slightly, and he didn't speak, and continued to follow the old man Yamamoto, step by step up the stairs of Sokayaku Hill. Not long after, everyone came to the high platform of Sokayaku Hill. At this time, Sokayaku Hill was still very empty. After all, there was nothing but a ready-made shelf. After Yamamoto Shigekuni walked to a suitable position, he stopped. He turned around and looked at the people behind him, and then explained. The reason why I bring you here is because this will be a very important place for the Soul Society in the future. Please see. Saying that, Yamamoto Shigekuni pointed to the distance of Sokayaku Hill and said, there will be the area where the management is located. Then he pointed to the other side, that's where the armed forces will be. And here. The old man Yamamoto pointed to the land of Sokayaku Hill under his feet again, and said, here, it will be the place where Jingling Court will carry out the punishment. As soon as this remark came out, the huge crowd was still in commotion. The old man Yamamoto ignored the mutterings of the crowd and continued on his own. Everyone has seen the shelf over there. That shelf was built by the old man for execution, and since there are racks, there must be instruments of torture. As for the manufacture of instruments of torture, I hope that Ermiawu can help you. No problem. Ermiawu Wangyue readily agreed. This is what he should do in public and private. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, and continued, after this place, a torture device will be built for execution. I will discuss the details with Ermiya later. As for the name of the torture device, although it is only the Pinyenja frame at present, but as for the name, the old man has already thought of it, it's called Sokayaku. Hearing Sokayaku's name, Kuchiki Clan smiled slightly, and the information of Sokayaku immediately appeared in his mind. Sokayaku, a tool used by Jingling Court to execute prisoners, consists of a spear and a frame. The posture after the spear is released is a giant bird named King of Destruction, which is said to have the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. This is the Sokayaku, a powerful instrument of torture that can only be unsealed at the time of execution. The tip of the spear has a destructive power equal to 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, and the rack is also equipped with a defense ability to prevent the same Zanpakuto from being destroyed. And during the execution, by cutting off and piercing Shinigami's body, the power will expand dozens of times in an instant. Kuchiki Clan still remembers that in the original book, when everyone rescued Rukia, they used some inheritance props from Jushiro's family to shatter the form of King of Destruction in a certain period of time. One's own strength, Kuchiki Clan estimated, would be difficult to compete with King of Destruction. Of course, Yamamoto Shigekuni at that time may be an exception. After all, even the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto can never catch up with the powerful Ryatsu of the 9th level and the remnant fire too powerful. Yamamoto Shigekuni's. Because the unit of the so-called 1,000,000 Zanpakuto is only based on the standard of common Zanpakuto, such basic power, even if there are millions of Zanpakuto units, it is definitely not the opponent of Yamamoto Jukuni, because Kuchiki Clan knows very well that when after Ryatsu entered from the 8th level to the 9th level, the old man Yamamoto has stepped into a new field. If it hadn't been for the friend Habak in the original book who killed the old man with a shady trick, then it is impossible to say that the old man might really step into the world that no one has ever seen before. The field I have stepped into, God. Of course, these are Kuchiki Gen's guesses. After all, it is certain that Yamamoto Shigekuni is within the 9th rank. Otherwise, Aizen would not be so afraid of him, and Uebok would not be so afraid of him. The author will not force him to go offline in that way. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki Clan continued to listen to Shigekuni Yamamoto's introduction, because at this time, Seireitei is still an empty shell, so many things have not been added, and there are very few things that can be introduced. Finally, I want to talk about the buildings and towers next to Sokayaku Hill. Yamamoto Shigekuni said after introducing a series of important facilities, pointing to the towers and buildings next to Sokayaku Hill. This tower, the old man calls it, the Palace of Repentance. As the name suggests, this place was built by the old man to detain those who violated the laws of the Seireitei court. The place of detention is adjacent to the place of execution. The old man thinks it is very suitable. The Confession Palace is located in the center of Seireitei, on the high ground south of the Gotei 13 team building. It is a place where felons are imprisoned. The appearance of the building is a huge white tower, which is made of murderous stone. There are steps leading to the high cell. On the other side of the tower there is another rope bridge leading to Sokayaku Terrace. Okay, everyone has read, watched, and heard, and I want to say the last sentence here. Yamamoto Shigekuni, at this time, attracted everyone's attention to 5.1. Kuchiki Clan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression, and gradually showed a smile on his face, because he knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni was going to say next. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he could only do many things after this. So at this time, Kuchiki Clan's mood can be said to be surging. Old man, here, to everyone in the Soul Society, the pillars of the nobility, and the 2 members of the Lingwang Palace, announced that the sealing court has been established. Yamamoto Shigekuni's majestic voice, through the amplification of Ryatsu, spread to every corner of Sokayaku Hill in an instant, and at the same time spread to every corner of Seireitei, which was empty at this time. Good. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni say this, Kuchiki Gen was the first to shout out, and then took the lead in clapping. Kuchiki Clan felt what was in his mind, and immediately called out his own information from the system. In his profile, the item, Flying Thunder God, has become his own ability. With both the system and his mind working together, Kuchiki Clan finally believed that he had learned the item of Flying Thunder God so easily. Kuchiki Clan is very greedy, and his ability to use is as strong as pervert. Of course, although Kuchiki Clan is already familiar with all the Flying Thunder God information, but to really apply it to the battle in the Shinigami world, Kuchiki Clan still needs to explore and develop. After understanding, Kuchiki Clan already knew that this Flying Thunder God is the same Flying Thunder God. Although it has been transformed by space and is suitable for use in the world of Shinigami, it is nothing more than changing the energy used by Flying Thunder God from chakra to Ryatsu. In fact, there is not much difference fundamentally. Because this Flying Thunder God also requires the presence of spells to be able to activate it, of course Kuchiki Clan also found from the combination of abilities that his spatial affinity is indeed of great help and convenience to the use of Flying Thunder God. Among other things, at least his technique is not so harshly restricted, as long as Kuchiki Clan injects a special spatial fluctuation into a node. Then theoretically he can teleport directly to this fluctuation point. This so-called fluctuation is also a spell. In the world of Hokage, the reason why such complicated spells are needed to drive the use of Flying Thunder God is because fundamentally speaking, whether it is the second generation or the fourth generation, they didn't grasp the essence of space, they just use space to move through a special energy application. But at this time, the modified Flying Thunder God is different, and Kuchiki Clan is also different from the ninjas in the Hokage world. Kuchiki Clan is equipped with a space constitution and has surreal abilities. The conditions are much better than the ninjas in the Hokage world. So the restrictions of Flying Thunder God naturally become a lot less. Of course, as I said before, if the distance is too far, then Kuchi must record the complete spell recording space fluctuations in this place, otherwise, Kuchiki Clan will not be able to teleport there directly, just like if Kuchiki Clan if you want to live in Jinglingting, if Kuchiki Clan wants to move quickly between his yard and Jinglingting, then he needs to engrave spells on both residences, so that Kuchiki Clan can do it to move freely between the two places. On the contrary, if it is only a short distance, such as a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, then Kuchiki Clan can use his huge Ryatsu field to force a temporary space fluctuation directly at the place he is going, and then teleport there to achieve an instantaneous Flying Thunder God teleportation. The difficulty of this point is much more difficult than teleporting between two places after burning the spell. Here it involves Kuchiki Clan's understanding and application of space ability, not just the skill of Flying Thunder God. Fortunately, after years of practice, although Kuchiki Clan's space ability at this time is not very useful, but with the appearance of the Flying Thunder God, the space affinity ability brought about by the space constitution finally has a place to use. With the emergence of Flying Thunder God skills, Kuchiki Clan's understanding of space has also improved to a higher level. Kuchiki Clan believes that after some time, after he combines Flying Thunder God and space affinity more closely, his space the ability will also be improved to a higher level. Kuchiki Clan released his Ryatsu domain without finding out, and then tried to test the distance that can directly teleport Flying Thunder God at present, which is about a little more than 2 kilometers. If it is said that after Bankai, it is instantly stronger 10 times more Ryatsu, the area that can be covered will be even larger. At that time, the range that the fast and simple Flying Thunder God can teleport will also be expanded even more. Of course, these are all things for later. The first thing Kuchiki Clan needs to do now is to integrate Flying Thunder God's perception of space fluctuations and space perception, and also need to study Flying Thunder God spells thoroughly, and then you can find them at will. A kind of spatial fluctuation to replace such a spell, to achieve a simple Flying Thunder God. Kuchiki Clan listened to Yamamoto Shigekuni's series of plans and arrangements after the announcement of Jinglingting, while calculating the simplest Flying Thunder God formula in his mind. Because the birth of the Flying Thunder God spell is determined by the individual's talent for space perception. If you don't have talent, you can't even enter the door. If you have average talent, you can get in through hard work, but because if the talent is not good, a lot of spells are needed to do the preparation work. This kind of Flying Thunder God does not need to be used. If the talent is good, it is like the Hokage ninja Zhong-er on behalf of Hokage. It needs fixed and slightly cumbersome spells for auxiliary use. Flying Thunder God, and if it is top talent, such as 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato in Hokage Ninja, you can use Flying Thunder God with a minimalist technique, so even second Hokage this creator, he is also inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique used by the fourth generation. At this time, Kuchiki Clan, with the addition of the Space Constitution, is naturally a talent-level person. With the addition of passive abilities, he can directly perceive specific spatial fluctuations at close range, and then teleport. There is a fundamental gap, and because of the limitation of the range of perception at a long distance, at this time, the assistance of the Flying Thunder God spell is needed, and there is no way to do it. Although Flying Thunder God still has various restrictions, for Kuchiki Clan, it is already very useful and a very powerful bug-level skill, which is much stronger than his pseudo-teleportation after Bankai, and consumes also relatively small. Kuchiki Clan is a person who is easy to be satisfied. The system can randomly reward him with Flying Thunder God technique. He is already very satisfied, and other shortcomings are naturally not shortcomings. Kuchiki Gen. While Kuchiki Gen was still immersed in his own thoughts, Yamamoto Shigekuni directly called Kuchiki Gen's name. Kuchiki Clan was shocked, and immediately Kaido, I'm here. Hearing Kuchiki's nonsensical response, Yamamoto Shigekuni rolled his eyes secretly and didn't say much. Since Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't say anything, others would say nothing more, so Yamamoto Shigekuni continued, "You are in charge of the relocation of the Kuchiki family and other great nobles. As for other great nobles, they are responsible for the migration work of the nobles, do you understand?" "Oh, that's all, that's enough, I get it, leave it to me." Kuchiki responded with a mysterious mouth, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought he was caught by the old man Yamamoto. "I heard that he was only responsible for the migration of the Kuchiki family and other great nobles." "Wait, relocation work? What relocation work? Migration of what?" 800 Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan was shocked. He knew that he must have missed Yamamoto Shigekuni's speech when he was wandering. But it doesn't matter, you can guess if you don't know, and you can ask if you guess wrong, there is no big problem. In fact, it goes without saying that Jinglingting is still an empty shell. The so-called relocation is nothing more than allowing some nobles to move people from the main line of the family to Jinglingting. Of course, if you want, Jinglingting if space permits, all of them can be moved in. Of course, this is impossible for many big families. After all, as big nobles and some high-ranking nobles, their clan land has gone through many generations, and they will not give up the current clan land easily, so Kuchiki Clan I know that the vast majority of the branch house clan must have only migrated some people there. After all, the clan land of the clan also needs to be looked after by clan members. For example, Kuchiki Clan himself, even if he moved to Seireitei, his small yard and the site of the branch house in Tuching still need to be taken care of, so he does not plan to move many people to Seireitei, and those who really need to be moved he was the only one. Originally there were very few people in the Tuching branch house, after his father and uncle died, apart from him. The only one left in the Tuching branch house's direct lineage was Uncle Kudobai, who exhausted all his strength. In the latter part of his life, a boy was born, Kuchiki Jojuro. Kuchiki Clan is not a person who likes to manage. Kuchiki Jojuro was born late, and he is the blood of the Kuchiki family. At this time, he is 200 years old and has just come of age. However, Kuchiki Clan does not care so much. Most of the things are handed over to the other party. And in the 100 years since Kuchiki Clan went to Hueco Mundo, the Tuching branch house was naturally managed by Kuchiki Jojuro, because he saw that the other party took care of it well. Although Kuchiki Clan has the name of the owner of the branch house, he never thought about it. I want to make this patriarch down. With the establishment of Jinglingting, Kuchiki Clan knows that Jinglingting is the center of the soul society of later generations. The bigger Uzumaki is, there are not many people in the Tuching branch house. Kuchiki Clan still remembers his father's last wish, nothing more than it is to let the Tuching branch house continue, so Kuchiki Clan is not going to let the people in the Tuching branch house move to Jinglingting, just let them live on the 10 acres of the main land. Anyway, the places where the battles will be fought in the future will only appear in the Jingling Court. Although the old noble district still has value, it is only a small part of the value. With the development of the Soul Society, the Jingling Court will become the center of the center in the future, so no matter how much you fight, as long as the Jingling Court is still there, the fire will not reach the old aristocratic district. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan also felt relieved to let all the people in the Tuching branch house live in the old aristocratic area. As for the Kuchiki family's main family and other branch houses, Kuchiki Clan can't control them. They can recruit as they like, and it doesn't matter. After Yamamoto, Siege, Shigeko arranged the division of labor, he began to let people disperse. Kuchiki grabbed Shiba who was about to run away with his eyes and hands. I said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Kuchiki Gen asked the old guy while grabbing Shiba Hikaman. "Hey, don't you know how many people are in our family? Isn't this going to be relocated? My patriarch has been assigned other jobs by His Excellency Yamamoto. Naturally, I have to go back and make arrangements first. It will be convenient for you to schedule, isn't it?" Shiba Yenuan said sincerely. "Okay, I don't know you yet, you must have sent those two little bastards of your family to find a good place in Seireitei, I still don't know you." Kuchiki Clan looked at Shibayan with a disgusted expression said the ape. Hey, you discovered it all." Shiba Hikomonkey said as he touched his gray hair in embarrassment when he heard Kuchiki Gen's words. Kuchiki Clan heard before that the old man Yamamoto, where the nobles are stationed, has divided it up. Although the area is very large, you must know that besides the Tsunoyashiro family, there are 4 big noble families, and there are also big families such as advanced nobles. The footprint is definitely not small, and it is understandable that Shiba Hiko has let his 2 grandsons occupy the space. "Okay, don't worry too much, I have something to do with you," Kuchiki Clan said. Hearing what Kuchiki Clan said, Shiba Yenuan no longer left in a hurry, but asked Kuchiki Clan, "If you have anything to say, please tell me. It's actually very simple. I hope you let Hong Xiao lead a group of people to stay in the noble district." Kuchiki Clan expressed his thoughts. "Why?" Shiba asked with a frown when he heard Kuchiki Gen's words, because he didn't understand what Kuchiki Gen did, but he knew that Kuchiki Gen would not harm him. After all, he and Kuchiki Clan are standing together, and his son Shiba Iron Owl is still guarding Hueco Mundo for Kuchiki Clan. Trust me, letting Hong Xiao bring a group of people to stay in the clan will only benefit your Shiba family. Jinglingting is not a simple place, and you will find out after a while. Kuchiki Clan he reminded with a serious face. Hiss. It seems that you know something. Hearing this, Shiba Yenape naturally understood what Kuchiki Clan meant. Although Shiba Yenape showed no ability or talent as a human being, he was very smart. From the fact that he was able to send both his son and grandson to Kuchiki Clan, it can be seen that Shiba Yenuan is definitely not an easy person. It doesn't matter what you know or not. You can listen to what I say, and don't force it if you don't listen to me. You can figure it out. Kuchiki Clan shrugged and said. Don't worry. You have already talked to me about this matter alone, I will naturally listen to you, I will go back and let those 2 bastards prepare. Hearing this, Shiba Yenuan naturally knew what Kuchiki Clan meant, with a smile on his face. Immediately said with a meaningful smile. The things here are so fresh, the walls and floors are made of the latest Lingzi building materials, and there is a vitality everywhere. While walking slowly, Kuchiki Clan casually injected the spells he used for experimentation into certain places. The reason why Kuchiki Clan did this was to prepare himself a little backhand. Of course, Kuchiki Clan did not set up the spells aimlessly. After all, it is not easy to maintain the induction spells all the time. Kuchiki Clan also not to that extent. Kuchiki Clan will set up a magic formula about a block away. Although it may not be used in the future, it is always ready. Soon, Kuchiki Clan entered the major blocks in the core area of Jinglingting into his spell formula. Although this spell formula is still immature, it is enough for Kuchiki Clan to use them as the coordinates of his induction. Although it is an immature technique, the disadvantage is that it will be slightly slower when sensing the coordinates, but these are not harmful. After distributing all the spells, Kuchiki Clan also left Jinglingting immediately. After all, he is the person in charge of the migration of the great nobles, so he can't waste too much time. Of course, it's okay to waste a little time. After all, the big nobles are all big families, so how can they prepare for the relocation in a short time? Moreover, the patriarchs and patriarchs of the three families who participated in the establishment ceremony of the Jingling court before have also conveyed their orders. What Kuchiki Clan really wants to do is nothing more than a maintainer and supervisor of order, not to say that the big and small he needs to do all the relocation matters. How can he be busy alone? Of course, Yamamoto Shigekuni entrusted the task of supervising the great nobles to Kuchiki Clan, and he also had his own considerations. After all, although the careerists picked half of the peaches at this time, to be honest, it will be a long time before they take power. Up. At this stage, Yamamoto Shigekuni is afraid that there will be conflicts between the big nobles and these ambitious people, or they will be provoked, which is prone to problems. Now that the new world and the new regulations have appeared, it is no longer a situation where the big nobles can cover the sky with one hand. If there is any problem with the big nobles, Yamamoto will really be held accountable, and it will not end well at that time. Yamamoto Zhongwa, in order not to let some guys take advantage of loopholes and make troubles, Kuchiki Clan was given the task of supervising the nobles. If Kuchiki Clan is present and there are still people who dare to make trouble, then Kuchiki Clan will do everything, and then Yamamoto Shigekuni still has room to maneuver. After all, Kuchiki Clan has the title of the captain of the expedition team on his head anyway, which is considered to be a member of the Jinglingting armed forces, has the power to enforce the law. Even if something goes wrong in the end, and Kuchiki Xuanjin takes the bloody action to suppress it, then Yamamoto Shigekuni will definitely have arbitrary power when Central 46 is fully established. Even if the matter is reported to Lingwang Palace, Kuchiki Clan will definitely not be severely punished. All this has been considered by Yamamoto Shigekuni long ago. Kuchiki Xuanya naturally knew the stakes, so he was not prepared to be lazy. After all, this was related to the harmony issue in the early days of Jinglingting. If something bad happened to the nobles, it would be bad for Kuchiki. Xian's provocation is also a sabotage of Kuchiki Xian's future plans. Kuchiki Xian did not let this happen. Soon, each family has already prepared the personnel to be relocated, and began to migrate in batches towards the direction where the Lingling court is located. The old aristocratic area is actually not that close to Jingling court. Before, people who went to Jingling court were rushing, so the footsteps were much faster. This time, it was a big migration of the family, and the strength was uneven, so the relocation will be much slower. At the same time, because of the relocation, each family travels in full loads, and there are many large items that need to be transported by vehicles, which will naturally slow down the journey. The relocation of the four great nobles took 3 full days, and this is still under the reminder of Kuchiki Clan. None of the major families moved. This is what Kuchiki Clan hopes to see. But really not as good as imagined. In the end, almost all members of Yamamoto's family moved, and Kuchiki Clan couldn't do anything about it. After all, there were not many people in Yamamoto's family. Apart from the Tucheng branch house where Kuchiki Clan was located, Kuchiki's family also stayed in Kuchiki's branch house. The clan land did not follow the migration. The Shiba family was reminded by Kuchiki Clan that Shiba Yenyuan asked Shiba Hongxiao to stay in the clan with a small half of the tribe, which shows how much Shiba Moyuan cared about Kuchiki Clan's words. Asking for flowers. Followed by Shihuan's family, although Shihuan Kuchikixuan did not specifically ventilate, but Kuchikixuan mentioned before that since Long Heir has no chance to become the head of the family, then Long Heir should be trained separately from Shini. Kuchikixuan didn't know if Shihuan Shini understood the meaning of this sentence. Anyway, when Shihuan finally migrated, 3/4 of his tribe moved with Shihuan Shini, and Long Heir stayed with the rest of his tribe. The clan land. In general, Kuchiki Clan is satisfied with the final result. After all, he can't really influence other people's family affairs. As for the high-ranking aristocrats, the only one that Kuchiki Clan spoke of was the Muyuan family. After all, the current head of the Muyuan family is Kuchiki Clan's younger brother, Muyuan Genta. With such a relationship, the direction of Muyuan Yuanta's actions must be Kuchiki where Clan pointed, Muyuan Yuantai would fight. Leaving aside the high-ranking nobles, according to Yamamoto's arrangement, the big nobles have the priority to relocate. After all, the Soul Society is still the Soul Society of the King of Souls, that is, the Soul Society of the nobles. The privileges of the nobles can be reduction, but it must not be absent, otherwise the royal family will be the first to disagree. It is worth mentioning here that after living in the Soul Society for more than 400 years, it was the first time that Kuchiki Clan really knew the existence of the royal family. Although it is also mentioned in the original book that the so-called Zero Team is actually called Royal Spies, Kuchiki Clan believed that the royal spies were the personal guards of King Ling, but in fact they are not. The royal family is real, and the royal family lives in the Soul Society. This royal family is actually a noble that is closest to the blood of the Spirit King, but because there are too few people, the royal family has never been involved in the Soul Society, so their existence the feeling is also quite low. Anyway, Kuchiki Clan has never seen them, nor does he want to see them. With the relocation of the great nobles, some things really happened that made Kuchiki Clan unhappy.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.